And hello to everybody from the KC Premium side as we welcome you back here to Sumas International Motorsports Academy. Jackson Lambros alongside Caleb Viesca as we get set for our first pre-final of the day. Again, 7 minutes and 1 lap. It's the Northwest 100cc seniors getting us started.
Let's run you down your starting lineup here as well. Jonathan Ports took the pole position over Timothy Clark. Jesus Vasquez Jr., your winner on Saturday, starting on row number 2 alongside the California kid, Blake Nash. Back to Owen Luther, Jack Grody, to Connor Chin, Grayson Schobert, Sidney Castles, Riley Allen, your top 10 and more. Enzo Noel looking within a shot to put himself better in the championship standings. That's the Sodi Racing USA machine there that looks to be the 926, I believe. Confirmation is that for Enzo Noel. 925, one number off, but here we go. Time to go racing in 100cc. Jonathan Ports on the inside, Clark on the outside, green flag in the air, we're racing.
Ports immediately hugging that inside and will take off. Clark right there with him. Vasquez dropping a couple of positions further back in that GFC all-white machine as Ports continues to lead the charge. Ports, Clark, Vasquez, Luther, and Nath. Chin is in the middle of that mix as well.
Well, here we go. Jonathan Ports to the lead of this race early. A couple of changes. Blake Nash lost a couple of spots at the start there. Looks like Luther was able to get ahead of the 64 and a couple of more as well working their way through. There's Blake. Connor Chin looks like he was able to get through. Now might fall under fire to Grody. That's just right behind him. Here we go.
Inside line, such a premium on those starts. The outside with that long sweeping left-hander we see them go through once again. And everybody trying to make that dive to that curbing on the inside of one because so many spots can be lost if you're one of the even numbers there. Nash with a big dive there on the inside in the 95 pushes Connor Chin out of the way to take P5.
So going to move there out of Blake Nash there up into the top 5. Now Ports falling under fire. Jesus Vasquez looking to answer. We're almost 3 wide on the straightaway. Clark looked for a lane on the inside, and that door just closed right down. Stack 'em and pack 'em, fellas. Jonathan Ports falling under fire. Blake Nash contact with, I believe, looked to be another one of the GFCs, and everybody stacked up here. That looked to be Chin and more. Very hard to tell who's what right now with the amount of contact that we've seen in this mid-pack.
Bangs out from the TB cart there. That's the 12 of Riley Allen trying to make progress as well. Here comes the 003 of Egger as he jams it up the inside through turn number 1. Nash gets airborne and loses major spots as a result. So too does Connor Chin, dropping from looking at a podium, trying to keep that Track Magic machine in the top 10. Ports still out in front and has somehow fended off a hard-charging Jesus Vasquez Jr. Timothy Clark right in that mix as well. And despite being airborne, Blake Nash holds on defending from Jack Grody.
Yeah, here we go. Jonathan Ports still with Jesus Vasquez right behind him. That's your lead pack, and that just changed. Jesus Vasquez to the lead of the race over Jonathan Ports through turn number 9. With Clark in the 87 right behind Blake Nash. New light for him. Closing down his gap. The entire group starting to close down. Allen a little too wide on the exit. That's going to give Sessler a little bit of life here. Gabe Sessler, that is in the 41. Closing into the rear bumper there of Riley Allen as the rest of the pack works their way through. There's Luther side by side with Sidney Castles there, sorry. Sidney able to work her way through, and that's somebody's chain guard. That's just sitting in the middle of the racetrack off of a Kart Republic. I think that may be further back in the field. There's no KRs inside of the top 10 yet, but nonetheless, issues there with a chain guard missing for one driver. We follow along with Sydney, who as well looking to catapult herself a couple of spots better in this championship here.
That's good news when you look at Enzo Noel, who's currently way back in 23rd in that Sodi. Was there an issue there that we didn't see? Two of the GFCs going at it as Connor Chin tries to move his way back into the mix.
Oh, wow.
And a purple lap for Jesus Vasquez, flying with a 53.175, already putting over half a second on Timothy Clark.
I tell you what here, Jackson, that's huge in the championship. Enzo Noel started inside of the top 15. He finds himself down in 23rd. This could be a massive swing in the points for Sidney Castles here. The 21 looking to double up on championships here this weekend. This is huge when you talk about the pre-final. If it ends like this, this could be a massive swing in the points for Sidney. When you get to the main event, she's going to need to go a couple of spots better, I think, to have it for sure. Just can only focus on herself from here on out. But this is massive for the 21 here.
She continues to move forward now, just passing Owen Luther this last time by for 7th place. You look further up, Jack Brody loses P4 to Connor Chin, and Chin continues to pedal hard. You see him right there with the gold and red helmet, and very quickly we could see a round 2 of this Nash versus Chin duel, which ended with Blake Nash getting some hang time into turn number 7.
Yeah, and he's able to continue forward, but they are just lacking a little bit of pace as two drivers,
Is
two
that Noel?
Sodis. No, not Noel, but I believe two drivers on
Sebastian
the same
Kellogg,
chassis.
the 965.
Yeah, two drivers. There's Noel going by the screen. But yeah, huge incident there on what looks to be on the exit of turn number 1. That's going to be a yellow flag throughout that sector. Everybody have to work their way through. Here's a focus back into your top 3. Jesus Vasquez still in the lead with about 3 to 4 car lengths in between himself and Jonathan Ports, who isn't populating on the pylon. He's going to have to be hand scored here unless that's a penalty coming his way. Jackson.
A GFC, an NRC, and an Ital Kart inside your top 3. And now Blake Nash looking to join that mix as well. Top 3 with a slight breakaway. Then you've got Nash and Chin just showing up on your screen there. We're looking at that teal helmet of Blake Nash in the 989. Again, driving out of his suitcase this weekend. Very, very new equipment for him to get used to, but as we've mentioned, he's a racer. He knows how to adapt and get used to it. If you give that guy a Flintstones car, he'll find a way to win. Starting to run out of time here in the pre-final, and Vasquez still leads them all.
I tell you what, I think there is a penalty looming here for Jonathan Ports in this race. He's currently down in 5th at the moment, so that's could be a time penalty that's coming his way. Not sure on the seconds that he has on it. Could be 3 seconds the penalty here as well, but that currently puts him down in 5th, which doesn't benefit him at all. That would promote Nash to 3rd, Clark as well in the 87 up to the front row when we get in the main event. But that's huge. I'm not sure if that could be incident responsibility, maybe for one of the incidents at the start of the race here, Jackson. But that's huge, especially when you talk main event. Looking forward to the rest of the day today.
We will have to wait and see as we see the twin sticks fly here.
White flag.
And the white flag now out. This will be great movement as well for Sidney Castles, who will have an opportunity to get even more spots if she's able to push and get to P6 and snag that from Potts. Purple lap this time goes to Timothy Clark, and the battle for the lead. Pace comes alive late for the 87 of Timothy Clark, but I don't think it's going to be enough to really get there.
No. Yeah, just not close enough for the drivers. Jesus Vasquez has really had the upper hand after the since the end of the pre-final, pretty much going into the main event. He said a little bit of adjustment. He was on the phone with his dad, Jesus Vasquez Sr., on the adjustments he needed to make on just either looking at the reads, making sure everything was good. Typical maintenance on his K100 Senior package, and got to it quickly. And again, that adjustment, that little change that he needed, staying on top of his engine, made sure that he was going to stay up at the front, and you see it translating in a Sunday at the end of the pre-final. Jesus Vasquez on the pole in the main event. He wins the pre-final in commanding fashion, a second over Clark. And then another Ital Kart, the 64 of Blake Nash in 3rd. Connor Chin able to hold on to a top 5 spot, with Jonathan Ports, again, holds on as well with those gaps opening up. Brody in 6th, Sidney Castles in 7th, to Luther, to Allen, to Sessler. And when you talk championship here, Enzo Noel, the biggest one, he was actually able to recover up to 18th after being second to last. So that's never given up drive there for Enzo, getting himself back up to 18th. We'll keep an eye on that championship battle as well as it progresses. But that's the first one done. We move on to the first of our standing starts here, the Cadet Briggs class, coming up next. Engines are fired here in Cadet Briggs 206. And again, for those of you who can hear us, maybe not, in the paddock, we are trying to stay ahead of schedule. So if you can get to grid a couple of moments early, that would be great. And they're going to send them as soon as possible. We're trying to stay ahead of schedule. That being said, though, let's run you down your starting lineup in NRC Cadet 206. The 95 of Maverick Thompson starts on the inside along the 100 of Maddox Carlucci. The 46 of Sebastian Ochi on row number 2 alongside championship points leader coming into the weekend, Riley Smith. The 84 of Ashton Croft finds himself starting alongside Jax Hohagen in the 73. You have Harper Nuxal, the number 6, starting alongside the 29 of Jensen Mayer there in the white and blue machine for Midnight Racing. It's a midnight lockout of that 4th row. Ryder Wentworth, the 777 for NRC, finds himself starting on row number 5 alongside the 55 of Maggie Worley for Midnight Racing. There you have Maggie, that white and pink helmet, and you go back to the 57 of Benton Hurley, starting alongside the 70 of Otto Powers. The 17 of Andrew Eburn finds himself on row number 7 alongside the 004 of Ryan Duff, starting shotgun Charlie on the field in that Croc Promotion machine, looking to go a couple of spots better here in this main event. And again, we'll wait until our track is cleared. We did have a couple of incidents in turn number 1, and we'll wait for the field to roll out. Last little bits of checks being made, and we await the signal to go out. Looks like we're ready to get going. We're rolling out onto the racetrack for your 206 Cadets here, Jackson.
And it's a front row that we are absolutely used to. Maverick Thompson and Carlucci, the seemingly weekend-long duel between the 95 and the 100. Both have been having so much fun this weekend, but you've got a very laser-focused Maverick Thompson alongside an interesting story with Carlucci. Not a huge karting background in their family, and his dad picked up the wrench, went to the manual, and has learned so much. But him and his son have been having a blast racing here in the Burly Super Tour and learning this sport, learning this culture.
And again, you know, it's great to see that, right? Just learning as the years go on, weekend to weekend, and as well for Maddox, as well for his dad. but great to see them, right? That father-son duo, and you see a lot of that here this weekend, right? The Schlott-Howard brothers as well,
right,
with their dad and their family all here this weekend, and they have some support as well from the Midnight Racing team. But again, good to see those family-son duos, those father-daughter duos. I've even had the opportunity to see some mother-son duos where the mom's the one on the wrenches. So super, super cool to see as well the families coming together at events like this, which is awesome, right? Nonetheless here, Jackson.
So all set for our standing start once again. Again, the Briggs 206 powered class is one of the few regional championships where we do this. And it will be Maverick Thompson in the 95 Nitro Kart getting things started alongside the Ital 100.
Here we go, standing start on the straightaway into the start box as we go. And we wait, and you'll hear these revs start to get a little higher when they're on the brakes. They're on the gas at the same time. Green flag in the air, and we're racing in Cadet Briggs. That's a good start out of Maverick Thompson. Carlucci up in a second. Sebastian Ochi as well was able to fire off well. Riley Smith, I believe, she wasn't, and lost a spot there to what looked to be, I believe, Ashton Croft perhaps in the 84, or it could have been Jax Hohagen in the 73. We'll get confirmation on that as well as they work their way through.
Again, you see this mad dash, whether it's in the shifters or in the Briggs, for the apex of what is actually turn number 5, turn 1 technically for these guys, but everybody trying to jostle through and get to that inside of the right-hander. And immediately it's a getaway for the top 3, Thompson, Carlucci, and Ochi. Further back, Jensen Meyer leading Riley Schmidt. What a start, though, for Maverick Thompson.
The 29 started down in 8th, Jackson, to work himself all the way up to 4th, 4 spots gained in the matter of about 2 to 3 corners. That is outstanding out of the 29 of Jensen Meyer. And unfortunately, that hard work was 1 spot worse when Riley Smith, the 44 for Midnight Racing, able to get herself back up to 4th.
Smith still leading in this championship picture, but she's behind her main adversary of Jensen Meyer, who, as you mentioned, rocketed that start and got to the sharp end of the field. Now defense further back from Ashton Croft as Ryder Wentworth in the 777 trying to make a move further back, that red, green, and yellow helmet.
They continue to work their way through here. Croft in the 84, just right behind, a little wide there on the exit of turn number 2 for Mayer. And I think that's going to bring him closer. You see that momentum going the way of Croft, and he gets closer as they exit turn number 3 into 4 now. Nothing yet up front. Maverick Thompson, Carlucci, 8/10 in between the pair. Back to Ochi, who's about a second behind the 95 from the lead. That will put him about 3/10 back from Carlucci to Smith. Again, this gap has opened up quite a bit from 3rd on back. Again, with the battling that we saw at the start, but given must be said, a great start for the 29 again. He is falling under fire here. The 84 Croft, who's still looking to get creative, looking for a way around here, Jackson.
Offense goes to defense. Croft going for a look down the middle, and a block from Jensen there, as now we start to see the breakaway and a peek to the inside from the 29, but immediately gets back in line. Been a popular move from the Briggs, going outside of 2 into 3, hanging it around the outside, then jamming it into what is, the inner line of turn number 3. Some good momentum there from Meyer. Is he going to be able to close it to Riley Smith? He's right on her bumper, but not able to make a move just yet. It's this main. Oh, trouble there. Oh my goodness.
That's
Jensen Meyer.
And all the hard work from the start of the race here, Jackson, coming undone for the 29. Unfortunate there. I think going to fall even outside of the top 10 here.
And trouble for the 17 as well, Andrew Eburn.
Is that a chain? I think Eburn holding the chain there. Unfortunate.
So that'll promote Ashton Croft up into 5th. hard to see what that actual incident was. I'm not sure if he dropped a tire or just gave it a little bit too much right foot, but heartbreak for Jensen Meyer, who does get back up to full pace, albeit down in P8 now. Back up to the front, Maverick Thompson still holding Maddox Carlucci at base. Seabass in the 46, not in this fight quite yet. You just see him now going into the apex of turn 7. And Maddox slowly but surely chipping away that gap to the 95. Was nearly a second at the start of this race. A great getaway from Thompson in the 95, just over half a second now. We'll see what that is narrowed down to as they come across the stripe for the 4th time. And pace starts to go back the way of Thompson. Purple lap still, though, to Maddox Carlucci, 59.187 that last time by.
Again, this has been the biggest thing as well that we've seen in Maddox Carlucci, right? The number 100. Very, very raw pace, a lot of talent out of this kid who's only been driving for about a year. But again, whenever you talk about the consistency that he's had, that's been the biggest thing. That, speaking to his dad yesterday and a little bit to Ramo as well, where he's kind of been missing a little bit, right? And that's just due to the fact of inexperience with not racing for a long time, right? And even then, you're still seeing the pace out of this kid has been very impressive. If he can really just put together a good number of laps, closing down that gap to Maverick Thompson, he'll be there at the front. We've seen he knows how to pass, right? You've seen his favorite passing zone has been turn number 12 right here, right under the timing tower. And again, we'll see if he can get there in the end as well. For Ochi to put himself on the podium yesterday, the 46 has had good pace as well throughout the weekend. Just missing that last little bit, I think, in the opening stage of the race to keep himself within striking distance of the top 2. And then the battle for 4th continues with championship points leader, the 44 of Riley Smith, and Ashton Croft as well in the 84.
Here is Ochi in the 46. Ital Kart kind of on an island right now. And we've missed a move further back because Ashton Croft has finally overtaken Riley Smith for 4th place. Those two dueling for the last laps. And there's the swing back from Riley Smith. A big lunge into turn 5 and immediately cannonballs out in front. Here comes the pace back though from Ashton. These two dueling for the vast majority of this pre-final, and in very little time, Schmidt has her rear bumper full of Ashton Croft as he tries to mount a comeback. Ooh, another kart further back. I think that was Jensen Meyer around once again, and that might have been the exact same spot. The left-handed hairpin of turn number 7. But again, able to get that going.
Yeah, it was close there as the battle continues for the back. Croft looking on the inside into turn number 2. Able to get that move done nice and clean. Able to get through on Riley Smith. So that promotes Croft back up to 4th. These two drivers have been going back and forth for almost the entirety of this race. This next time around should be the white flag for us, for our front runners of Maverick Thompson in the 95, who has absolutely checked out. But I will say that gap starts to close in a little bit. Carlucci finding time here. It was a 10th better, lap by lap. And he closes in, inches his way closer to Maverick. And again, you got to think in the main event later on today, we are going to see a little bit longer finals with 13 minutes. It'll be 3 minutes longer than what we had yesterday, given with open time on the schedule with no warm-ups here. So that you might see that fall into the hands of the 100 as well, coming into the main event to have more time to get himself up to the front as we follow along with your 2 leaders. Maverick Thompson, yesterday, they snuck up on him on the last lap in the last corner of the pre-final, lost it. But when he came down to the main event, we talked to him this morning, ice cold for the 95. He was able to keep himself up front and won the main event yesterday. When you look at the main event today, if it all ends well here in the next couple of corners, this should be good for the 95 to start on the front row, on the inside, with the driver who's been closest to him all weekend long, the 100 of Maddox Carlucci. Jackson.
Very few changes to the Nitro kart of Maverick Thompson. Carlucci was looking to have a little bit more pace to close that gap, but Thompson was hiding something out of turn 11 for the final time. It's been Maverick Thompson who's led things off, and he'll keep it going and start on the front for the Cadet Briggs 206 final.
Yeah, good in there for the 95 Nitro kart. Maddox Carlucci comes across the line to start on the front row for the main event Ochi, your top three, to Croft, to Riley Smith. And then you go to Ryder Wentworth, Hohagen, Worley Nuxal, and Jensen Mayer with issues, unfortunately, halfway through this one, putting them down the order. Nonetheless, we get ready to bang some gears here. Shifter Light coming up next. Well, we get set to get going here, and a little bit of an adjustment there for Remo Ruschetti. They're adjusting that steering wheel there as well. We'll just listen in here. It was maybe just a little bit too loose for his liking, but should be good to get going here for Remo, starting on the second row, starting fourth. But you look at the front, looks like Quarantine going to opt to start from the front. The 92 on the pole position on the inside, alongside the 28 pink and blue Cosmic of Cooper Becklin. Kieran Madden on row number 2, alongside the 695 Raymond Ruschetti with some last minute adjustments. You go back to row number 3, Andrew Byrne and Eric Hermanson on row number 3. Nolan Gagnon alongside Lucas Eath, TJ Madonna and Carter McGregor on row number 5. Riley Miller and Don McGregor on row number 6. Chase Reynolds, Massimo Valiente starting 14th. And again, we saw him have issues in that qualifying session, Jackson. But again, we have eyes on the 289 of Connor Wick, who was actually inside of the top 3 yesterday. Issues for him in the main event. And I'm trying to remember what he told me that issue was for him. But again, something went amiss at the end of the day yesterday in that main event. Put him out of contention. Looking for a little bit better today.
Everybody needing a little bit of an extra push there.
Everybody able to get fired, but eyes on Connor Wick and Massimo Valiente, looking for them to work their way through the field here at SEMA. And again, this shifter light class, one of the most action-packed races that we were able to get. And we'll see what Rousseau can give us here as he goes head-to-head with Cooper Becklin.
It's been a move at the final corner of the final lap. Each time we've seen these shifter lights come to the track, and it's always been between the two Ital karts. The question remains, Cooper Becklin, the lone RPG driver in this field, what can he do? Does he finally have the changes and the new grip to potentially bring the fight to all of these Ital kart machines in their home race?
We're about to find out here, Jackson. Only the pre-final, 7 minutes, plus 1 lap. And we get set to get going here. Take you to the start boxes as well.
Schedule for the remainder of the day, twin shifters, then it's the Tag Juniors, Masters, and Grandmasters multi-class in the Briggs 206, Tag Senior 60cc, Briggs 206, Tag Heavy will split the the pre-finals for the Briggs 206 Seniors and end it with the 100cc Juniors. Break for lunch, and we'll do it all again for the final. That coming up at about 12:15 p.m. Time to go racing here for the shifter lights.
It's the Frenchman, Corentin Rousseau on the inside with Cooper Becklin on the outside. Madden Ruschetti on row number 2 as we await for the last couple of drivers to work their way onto the grid. Massimo Valiente, Connor Wick to the rear. Here again, we'll keep an eye on them as they work their way through the field. But here we go. Green flag in the air. We go racing in shifter, and the whole shot goes the way of the Frenchman, Corentin Rousseau, to the front.
And immediately could see a move mounted by Becklin. A little bit of a flick to the inside, looking like he wanted to make that move, but couldn't get it done. Kieran Madden right there further back in the 52, followed by Remu Ruschetti. It's a 3-kart breakaway immediately further back. 2 of the Ital karts going at it. But it's now Ruschetti who actually won that second row battle against Kieran and puts that pressure already on Cooper Becklin as we come to the stripe for the first time. So frequently we've seen Becklin get eaten up by all of these Ital karts in the opening lap. It's not been the case so far in the pre-final on Sunday.
We'll see if Russo can get away. He's had an upper hand as far as pace goes, 1 lap pace. We'll see if he can put a whole stint together here. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Becklin still holding on to the coattails of the 92. And again, Ruschetti with a good start, able to get ahead there of Madden, who actually had a horrific start. The 52 falls down to 8th. And he's going to fall under fire to McGregor, who's right behind him. Eth up to 7th, TJ Madonna to 6th, Gagnon, Byrne. And here's that battle further back. Connor Wick already making some moves. Valiente looking to go through as well on what looked to be Madden there. So Wick, the 289, making moves as into the back of Madden. There goes Valiente. And yeah, that was a close one there, Jackson. I think a little too close. The fact that they made a little bit of contact there.
Still no hang time and able to keep that 52 going. But Madden under pressure now from plenty further behind. Good run here from the 85 as he jams it up the inside, gets that move done. As further up ahead, Gagnon tries to carry on that momentum. The 2 GFCs here going at it.
TJ Madonna there right behind Connor Wick. So Wick able to get through on Madonna. Now he next on the chopping block for him is going to be the 25 of Gagnon as we continue to follow through with Valiente making moves further back. Madden looking to stop the bleeding a little bit here. He's going to go by on McGregor.
Watch Valiente in the 68 kart as he continues to move. Rousseau starting to really light the wick here and really put a gap on Cooper Becklin, just over half a second. Now frustration starts to bubble for Remo Ruschetti. Is he going to be able to clear? Another move now coming.
Valiente there.
Valiente takes a peek to the inside of Madonna. Still not able to fully clear that Wicked Motorsports driver. Another good launch out of that hairpin going into turn number 8. Still glued right to the bumper. Such a tight and technical part of the racetrack. It's hard to do. Further up ahead, Wick and Gagnon side by side. 74 of Ith has to back out of it.
Yeah, Gagnon conceded the spot there to what I thought was Connor Wick there for a second. I think Gagnon maybe even a little further up. That could have been the 74 of Eth. Again, Eth down in 13. So in fact, that I believe that was the 25 of Gagnon there.
Just finally saw that move from Valiante as he jammed it up the inside to finally get that move, Caleb.
On TJ Madonna there, indeed, Jackson. There's a whole lot going on in this mid-pack, right? So again, everybody making moves left and right, but I tell you who's also making moves on the timing charts. Corentin Rousseau, fastest, as now Valiente all over the rear bumper here of but I think still is ETH there, the 74, but I think he might have a penalty or he's either getting lapped. One of the two for the 74. I think the most probable is potentially a penalty looming for the 74 who's shuffling his way through. There goes Valiente
Down
up to
low.
7th.
Down low in turn 11 to get that move done. Further back, McGregor in that GFC machine trying to go with him. Madonna is right there still on the bumper of Massimo Valiente. Back to the front, Ruschetti on the bumper of Cooper Becklin. Now Becklin putting a sizable gap on that Ital Kart, but nobody able to catch Quarantine Rousseau. Last time by a 49.405 for Corco out in front. Cooper with a 49.439. So relatively even on pace, but slowly that gap is building.
Okay, here we go. Ramos starting to inch his way forward as we work our way through. Going to check in with the mid-pack here as well. Looks like there's a 25 of Gagnon, the Ital Kart. So he's still out there into the top 5. Wick was able to work his way through on Eve. So again, just a little bit of confusion on our part, but nonetheless, a good recovery drive for Connor Wick. We'll see what he has as now Remo Ruschetti looking to go for second. May have sent it in too deep, able to make it stick. Cooper Becklin looking to go right back into turn number 5.
Jams it on the inside, gets him on the anchors, but all of a sudden Ruschetti launches on the outside of turn 7, tries to get that move back, but unable to get it. All started with him running a little bit too deep into turn 5 and was able to swing back. Another major look to the inside from Ruschetti, getting his fangs out. Becklin continues to fight back. Major expenses to both of these drivers as Rousseau already, you can see that major gap out in front, and Ruschetti is not giving up in this fight for second.
How about Byrne in the 90? Can he get himself any closer to these two drivers that continue to throw haymakers at each other? Ramo looking for whatever little gap he can get. We'll take a look at it. Into turn number 4. Ramo surprised him a lap before. He's not close enough this time. By time running out here. White flag, or actually white flag will be out in a couple of moments. One driver backed into the wall. That's the 25 of Gagnon into the wall in turn number 4, and that was a good drive for the 25 so far in the top 5. That hard work coming undone here, just a couple of laps from the finish.
Ruschetti wants that front row. He knows that Ital Kart has phenomenal pace. He just needs to clear Becklin to go and show it. Starting to run out of opportunities. It'll be the white flag next time by. And Valiante continues his charge to the front, advances now into 5th with that mistake from Gagnon. Here comes Ruschetti with another look to the inside. Fangs out for Ramo. Again, just gets over ambitious. And Becklin able to fire out of turn number 4.
White flag in the air this time by for the Frenchman, Quarantine Rousseau. Coco able to extend his gap as Becklin and Ramo continue to fight for the second spot, continue to fight for the front row here in the main event later on today, and that's given whatever Quarantine's going to want to do, if he wants to start from the rear, if he wants to start at the front of the field here. One more lap, a couple of more shots at the front row for Ramo Ruschetti. White flag in the air.
Ruschetti right on the bumper of Becklin. Handful of points, but it's trying to be in that premium spot to steal the lead from his teammate of Rousseau at the start of the final. That is up for grabs right now. Becklin has stuck it to so many of the Ital Karts in the vast minority. The lone Wilson Performance Group driver. Another solid launch there from Becklin and a sizable gap. Just a handful of corners remaining. It was Ruschetti who was the one that was the victim in the pre-final yesterday. A haymaker from Valiente gave him that pre-final win, and it was Rousseau, now out of the final corner, who is able to lead all the way to the finish and will take the pre-final to get things started on Sunday.
Coming to the line, Cooper Becklin able to fend off the fast-charging 695 of Ramo Ruschetti. Andrew Byrne, their top 4. Massimo Valiente gets himself into the top 5. Connor Wick, the 289, a good recovery drive from him from the last row, from last place all the way up to the top 6. More racing action set to come your way. We're live for the final round, the final day of the NWKA Burly Product Super Cup. We'll be right back with more.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Welcome back here as we continue forward with your Zimmer Motorsport Shifter Heavy getting set to take the green flag. It's all about the 113 of Cole Hager, able to take the win on Sunday, able to take the win on Saturday, able to take the pole on Sunday for the Wicked Racing GFC, starting alongside Matteo Alfano on row number 1. Travis Henson in the 103, starting alongside Jeff Westland on row number 2. You go back to the 39 CRG of Alex Westland, starting alongside Cameron Castles. They share row number 3. Ryan Hager, again the driver we saw finish runner-up to his nephew, starting on row number 4, alongside the number 3 of Ricky Worley. Aaron Dawson, Will Lynn round up your top 10, your top 5 rows. Ryan Deaver and Nigel Koshrain on row number 6. David Cheng, Steve Siller on row number 7. And Chris Soliotis, your driver in 15 on row number 8 on his own, starting shotgun Charlie on the field. Here we go with this young gun, the 113, getting set to start on the inside alongside teammate here of Matteo Alfano as we get them all ready to get going here. Alfano on the outside, Hager on the inside. We wait for the green flag. We wait for everybody to get into their starting spots. Jackson, take us to the green.
What can Ryan Hager do from P7? Can he bring the battle back to the fellow Hager? Cole Alfano, after a forgettable Saturday, is going to try to kick things off here on Sunday. Shifter Heavy Pre-Final is go.
Matteo had a good jump off the line and a great separation out for your two leaders side by side. Both of the Westlands able to work their way through as Alex was the one looking to go there on the 35. Fellow teammates here as well. We've said brothers, nephews, father-son duos. We'll see what we got here, Jackson.
It's a great start there from Alex Westland, who was able to stay with fellow Westland. Jeff Cameron Castles further back, losing a position there as Ryan Hager works his way through, and immediate pressure up here for the 103 of Travis Henson as both of the Westlands are right there with Cameron giving chase. Hager holds on to 7th. Another peak there from the 35, Jeff, but not able to get it.
Yeah, Jeff looked to work his way through on Henson, and again just got a little sideways. Very easy to miss a shift there on the exit of turn number 3. We've seen a lot of those mistakes happen yesterday. Look at Jeff deep on the inside in a turn number 6. Maybe a little too deep for comfort there, and he was sideways into the corner.
And that checks up Castles and Hager behind everyone having to lift after a major wiggle there from Westland. Castles a little bit offline, and Hager trying to pounce on that, trying to roll that momentum through the outside of turn number 10. Not able to get that move done. Another peek to the inside from the 39, trying to get that fellow Westland, and cannot make any moves stick. Very, very quiet opening to this race, as any moves here have attempted, any attempted moves at this point in the race have resulted in some really, really big saves thus far. Just saw it right there with Hager, a little bit of a mistake coming out of turn number 5, went wide, and the whole pack starts to take off from him.
Here we go, everybody. Again, you cannot afford to make a mistake with how tight-knit, with how close this front pack has been so far today. Now Alex looking to go on Jeff here. Both of the Westlands on the Kart CRG USA machines going back and forth. Cameron Castle's there as well in the 638. Looking to pounce on Alex, and again, just letting them know, let's get a move on, let's work our way forward. And Ryan Hager there further back as well in the 114.
Big wiggle there for the 638. Cameron Castle's hanging onto it, coming out of turn 2 as the two Westlands going at it have really held everybody up. Alex and Jeff finally start to separate here as we complete lap number 2. We've got one kart coming off into the pits with a mechanical. We'll get that number for you as soon as possible. Another one off on the outside of turn number 8. Go 2 retired already. Chris Soliotis, I believe, being one of them. David Cheng being the other. We'll keep you posted as Cameron Castles continues to dig right now and close that gap to Alex Westland. Up front, though, all Cole Hager all the way already with a 1.6 second gap. And that's doubled this time by 3.6 seconds now, separating between Cole and Travis. And I believe it was Matteo Alfano, Caleb, with another mechanical issue.
Yeah,
he had to throw in the towel from P2.
Yeah, the 03, again, those gremlins continue. We saw them have good pace in the pre-final yesterday in the main event as well. And again, just everything coming undone as Jeff drops a tire on the exit of turn number 5. Loses a good chunk of time to Alex there as he continues to close down. Both of them looking the exact same. Hard to tell them apart. I think one of them might be an inch taller or two maybe for Alex. There he's just right behind Jeff. They continue to work their way forward. Cameron Castle's losing a little bit of time. Might fall under fire here to Ryan Hager momentarily, but that being said, for Cole Hager, absolutely running away with it here. Jackson continuing to set in fast lap after fast lap, and now starting to put it in cruise control here, just running a couple of 52s.
With the issues for Alfano, one Westland will be on the podium for the pre-final. The question is who? Jeff has that position right now, but the purple lap just went to Alex Westland at 51.769. He's got juice in that 39 kart and just needs open air to prove it. Jeff continues to roadblock through the chicane. Another little bit of a peek to the inside of turn number 9. And my goodness, Alex continues to dig, but Jeff defending like nobody's business, and that's holding both of them up. Major curb there from Jeff as he goes middle to try and defend everybody here outside of the top 2, making some expensive moves, Caleb, to hold their position.
Yeah, not much has changed thus far here, Jackson. We're just getting the closing stages of this heat race, just under 2 minutes to go. Again, we haven't seen many passes as well inside of the top 10 throughout the field as well. Everybody just, playing the game, right? You gain a little bit of time here, you lose a little bit of time there, which keeps them kind of separated from each other. And again, the two Westlands have been the closest. There you see the gains and the losses as well that have been made. The biggest loser so far, the 03 of Alfano. Again, we talked about the issues. Cheng as well, another one of the DNFs. 4 laps to go. So Leotis, 20 seconds back in 13th, and you see a couple of the movers as well. 2 spots gained, 3 at most, but again, it's very marginal here, and the closest gap that we have, still Alex and Jeff going back and forth with each other as Ryan Hager. Again, we've talked about the difficulties to pass in any class, period, around this place. In the shifter class, you really have to set them up, and you really have to get creative, and you cannot afford to make a mistake here, Jackson.
And now the pace belongs to Travis Henson, a 52.019 that time by, but the purple lap means he is slowly chipping away at that gap between Cole Hager. One of the Westlands is off, the 39 of Alex. The heart attack and major frustrations has finally bit him back and emerges with a plethora of NRC machines. And nobody home for the 113 of Cole Hager.
It's a leisurely Sunday drive for the 113. Nobody ahead, nobody behind. Continuing to work his way forward. I think Alex Westland might have been able to recover to 9th. So still inside of the top 10. That's going to be a lot of work for Alex Westland to do whenever you get into the main event. This time by, though, white flag in the air for the 113 of Cole Hager. And again, you talked about the background that he has racing. More usual, I guess, more familiar with the road racing side of things, and coming here this weekend has been a different beast for him as well, learning just a little bit more about sprint racing, right, of a little bit more technical, if you will, with shorter, I guess you will, more technical racetracks than what you have at those big kart tracks whenever you do go to the road racing side of things. He's expected to make a return as well to the IKF Grand Nationals when they go to Spring Mountain at the end of the year, trying to earn himself one of the most coveted trophies in the entire history of karting, the Duffy, as well as the Screaming Eagle in the qualifying session that you do get. We'll see, and again, this is a good preparation, a good warm-up for Cole to get ready for Spring Mountain here just closer to the end of the year, I think in October, before we head to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the Super Nationals. That being said, though, Cole Hager, just a couple of more corners to go in the 113. The Wicked Racing GSC has been perfect on Saturday. He's been perfect to start the day on Sunday. A pole position already to his name, looking for a pre-final victory here, Jackson.
Out of turn number 10, it's been Hager Mania up front, but Cole has absolutely dominated the 113 to the checkered flag. He'll start on the front for the final here in shifter heavy. Travis Hansen with another purple lap is a major shot across the bow for Cole. He'll start alongside him on the front row. Jeff Westland brings it home in third. Cameron Castles in fourth, and Ryan Hager, capitalizing on the mistakes of a few others, will bring it home in fifth. That'll be it for the shifters in their pre-finals. Tag juniors are on deck, and we'll get to them next here on Kart Chaser. Tag juniors out on track as we get set for the first of the tag classes to go for the pre-finals.
Here we go in Italian Motors USA Tag Junior. Brandon Eng, the 23, starts on the pole position, going better and for the first time, topping a session over Matthias Broerken. You look at Mason Bemister starting on row number 2 alongside Oliver Broerken. Ella Salzman, Kai Denus, and a DQ for Erickson Coy. He's going to start at the rear of the field here in Tag Junior. That being said, green flag in the air. We go racing in Junior.
Good getaway there for Eng with Broerken right there already, putting the pressure on the pole sitter in the 23. Big look to the inside of turn number 3, not able to get there as they come out of turn number 4 by the pits. Gosh, this camera angle, phenomenal. Gets them such a good sense of speed and how much speed they're carrying. Trouble for the 65.
Ella Salzman issues for the 65. That's going to be an early end to Ella's day.
Still rolling, but clearly something sick in that power plant, so we'll be coming in this time by. But immediately, the duel for the pre-final win is on. Eng versus Broerken as they come across the stripe. And it's Eng with the fastest lap so far, getting the most out of that clean air. Oliver able to jump. Mason Burmister in 4th. Then it's Ayrton Cui and Kai Denus already in the pits. Goes Emma Salzman.
About a car length in between the two Tal karts up at the front, and I think a little bit more than what we've seen so far in the past. Brandon figured something out overnight. Something in that package has changed. Something within that driver has changed as well. Here moving into Sunday, because he's taken the fight to Matthias, again, who we saw yesterday how good he was. But again, a good battle brewing further back as well between Oliver Broerken and as well Mason Bannister, who finds himself in that second spot. So we continue to follow along. And again, these two, just the kart length in between the two here, Jackson.
What's the thought process if you are Matthias Broerken for knowing when to attack? Does it come with a factor maybe being confidence in building that gap once you take the lead, or is it maybe making a later move and waiting and not giving an opportunity to swing back? I'll tell you what, there's some big confidence there for Matthias as he's already looking for a move on Brandon.
I don't know if you had a question for me or not, but repeat that, because I was just, these guys are catching my attention here. I thought Matthias was going to look for a move in a turn 4 on Brandon.
So clearly some high confidence then for Matthias. He wants to be at the front of this field, and that means there's some confidence for maybe if that guy gets a clean nose, he'll be able to put a gap on Brandon and maybe not give him a chance to swing back.
Which is different, right? I mean, these two obviously within the same chassis team, no idea where they're pitted because of the amount of Ital karts that we have with us here this weekend. But that being said, right, I mean, you really have to think, for Brandon, it's the first time he's really had that taste of being up at the front so far this weekend and being ahead of Matthias more than anything. And it's just a matter, how do you stay ahead, right? Whenever you do get there, it's a matter of staying there. That's the hardest part, right? A lot of drivers, I think, find this racetrack's going to be ever-evolving throughout the day, ever-evolving throughout the weekend. And you need to prevent moves like this on Matthias, who sent it in at turn number 6. I think a little bit too deep. And respect for Matthias there as well. If he would have continued that move, I think he would have gone on the side of Brandon, and that would have been the end of the day for the both of them. So Matthias, again, didn't go the way he would have wanted, but the heat race, you got to think, right? High risk, high reward, a very low reward, if you will, making a move like that in a turn number 6, able to keep it going. If anything, he's getting closer to Oliver. But yeah, like I was saying for Brandon, right? And drivers at the front, you know, when you think about, you know, the best that we have in the U.S. right now, your Ryan Norberg's, your Austin Garrison's, whenever they're at the front, how do you stay at the front? I need to continue to make changes. If you ever find yourself comfortable, more often than not, the rest of the field is going to close that gap the next session. And we saw that a lot as well throughout the day yesterday, right? For drivers that are like, all right, you know what? I don't have to make a change. I don't have to improve on this. My engine's fine. My kart feels okay. Whenever you get to the main event, if you're not making adjustments, if you're not adjusting with the track, if you're not predicting what the track's going to do as well throughout the day, more often than not, you're going to find yourself in that main event sliding backwards. So it's just a matter of, you know, the best of the best, still find a way to go better. Still think about what the kart's doing corner by corner, how the tires are feeling, what you're missing, what the engine's doing. Very little things, very marginal, if you will. But that's what separates the best from the drivers that are just okay, if you will.
And it's Broerken who still has that pace after backing out of that move with the purple lap last time by a 51.513. That just barely edges over Brandon Eng's time. Oliver Broerken, we're watching right now, fend off Mason Burmeister for that final spot on the pre-final podium. I think it's also critical to note that had a chat with some of the Catalyst driver development mechanics, and it looks like by and large, yes, the answer is we are going to see tire sides swapped and moved over, and it seems like pre-finals is the prime time to go and do that, as you get more laps here than qualifying, and you need a couple of laps, Caleb, to kind of adjust and have those levels equalized from side to side.
Yeah, nonetheless, I mean, you're going to see a lot of drivers kind of equal. We talked about the change as well in engine packages. You have a couple that are running a little bit different. One of the TV karts here for the back, one of the biggest notables as well. That it looks to be the 210 of Kui there. He's on the Rotax power plant. So, again, just a little bit of difference, right? All water-cooled here in the tag class. But nonetheless, you have those differences and those nuances as well. Denise on what looked to be, I think, maybe even a red top. I think that's the first that we've seen so far this weekend. The majority that we've seen out of those X125s have been green. I don't want to speculate here, and I don't want to sit here and spitball either, but again, that's what it looked like when he drove past. We'll take a better look at the 22 when he works his way by here a little bit closer to our cameras.
Over to the 210, Ayrton Kui, that lone Rotax we were talking about, and I believe that's a TB chassis.
That is a red top. Yeah, indeed. It's crazy. I have good eyes. Nonetheless, Danews, yeah, the 22 on the red top. And as well, speaking of a couple of the Catalyst guys, the Italian Motors team as well, there is a little bit differences right that you can do. That red top, actually, if you just need to change one thing really within that motor to have it and run as an 100cc package as well. I believe it's something in the header, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Yeah, so you can take that and run it as an 100cc package as well. But the biggest difference that you have in between the X125s here, the red top versus the green top, you'll see more of the green top because the green top has that little bit better bottom end, where the red top has more top. So a lot of drivers are finding themselves within the bottom, within the mid-range as well throughout those corners. And as well, on the high end, you do have those straightaways that take you through nonetheless. But that's the biggest change that we've seen. I believe the majority of the drivers up front, like the 23 of Brandon Eng, has been on the green top for the majority of the weekend. The same thing for Broerken. You see him driving by there. It's a green top on his X125. The same for the 716 of Broerken. And I think maybe even the same for Oliver as he's working his way through now into turn number 4. But those are the little bit of differences, right? Nuances that we have here on the racetrack.
Great camera work there from our boys Hunter Bolton with the stationary camera, able to get us that close-up of the green top of Brandon Eng flying by. Mateusz Broerken still the fastest man on track, but not by much. That last lap of 51.427 for Eng, a 51.274 from Mateusz Broerken. As we watch his brother Ali see the white flag, and the 23 of Brandon Eng. What a difference a night makes, and a handful of different tweaks makes to the 23, who has been picture perfect here in the micro. And you look at the season that Mateusz Broerken has had here in 2025 and has not really lost a pre-final or a race yet. That is all going to change right here out of the final corners. And Brandon Eng for Ital Kart is gonna stick it to Mateusz and start on the front for the pre-final. Mateusz Broerken brings it home in second. Brother Oliver home in third. And Mason Burmeister will cross the line in fourth. Aaron Quee in fifth. Kai Danews in sixth. Ellis Alsman out early with engine issues. Multi-class action coming your way next. It's the Masters and Grandmasters on Briggs 206 Power here from SEMA. Carts rolling for the Brian Green Construction Grand Masters and Virtual Assister Masters. Here's how they'll roll off for the pre-final. Michael Scorn on pole in Grand Masters alongside Brian Green in second. David Hermanson is third. Timothy Hughes in fourth. Jeff Janders is fifth. Stan Crockers is sixth. William Karras is in seventh. Mark Vonnehagen is eighth. Michael Allen in ninth. Don Miller rounding out your Grand Master field. In the Masters, Kip Green on pole alongside Jason McDaniels, a very close .071 your gap in the front row. Should also mention 0.004 thousandths separating your Grandmasters front row between Michael Scorn and Brian Green. Back to Masters. Green, McDaniel, Chris Worley, and Lauren Denuse, your second row. Then Kunyao, Dave Eborn, and Chris Soliotis in the back of your master pack. Jackson Lambros alongside Galen Viesca, and we have got an absolute barnstormer coming your way with multi-class action here for the Grandmaster and Master 206.
Yeah, Caleb Viesca, who's catching his breath after running down to the restroom in between sessions. We're rolling fast today, and good to try and stay ahead of schedule as well. Just a reminder for those of you on the grid, but we get going. Your Master is going to be the first up here with Kip Green on the inside, Jason McDaniel on the outside. We wait for the green flag. Wait to hear those revs here as well. We're going to see an awesome performance out of Hunter Bolton here as well, working his way through, trying to bring you both of the starts on the revs, and it's a better start for the outside. Jason McDaniel, I think, might even get the whole shot. We'll keep an eye on that. McDaniel able to get the start there. We'll look back on with our Grandmasters 206 as well. That gets set to take the green flag here. Here we go. Green flag in the air, and on the inside, Michael Shorn able to get the better of Brian Green, who might get freight train here on the inside. Here comes Lauren Denuse, able to get himself through. I think maybe Chris Worley was able to go by as well.
Single file now, some movement further back from the TB. But everybody through in one piece, and an early breakaway from Michael Scorn. He leads Brian Green, David Hermansen, and others. Your biggest mover, though, Chris Worley, making a handful of spots there at the start. As now here comes the move, Worley jamming it up the inside, and your leader in Masters.
Yeah, it's a good start out of Kip, and I think he might have just lost it, or he's catching up maybe to some rear traffic. Worley there, I think it looked like, and we'll check back in as well.
Big dive.
That's a 33 as we're going side by side further back as well.
Big moves there. The 10 of Myers trying to jam it up the inside. Chase, who didn't even qualify, started at the back of the pack in Masters, has already hit the ground running and is on the move. So too is Kun Yao. He jams it up the inside of Lauren Denuse. We're side by side, nearly 2x2. Major flick to the inside here from Myers, who tries to go the short way around. Back up to the front. It's Green putting the pressure on Worley. We're status quo in the back here for the Masters. Here is Chris Soliotis with some mechanical issues, had to start from the tail end as well. Gets that all black number 5 through. Dave Eborn in the 6. So Soliotis on the move already.
Worley, McDaniel have been going back and forth throughout this race up front. Kip Green up there as well. So that's the battle for second, actually. The 91 of McDaniel looks to have checked out from the start of this. He's a second away from the 0 of Worley, from the 33 of Kip Green. And then we're going back here as well in the second pack. Shorn, Hermansen, Brian Green, the driver that we're following. And Green was able to get ahead of what looked to be Hermansen there, so that would promote the 451 up to second in the Grandmasters. Here's the 111 of Shorn as he's working his way by. And I think his gap may close down. Brian Green is on the move. And one of the also characteristic things of the 451, when you take a look at how he's taken some of these corners, he moves that right-handed and the left-hander up above the steering wheel to really get through that corner. And that's the 451 again. We'll take a look at it through here in that sweeping right-hander, and as well that left-hander, that hairpin, you'll see his hands really start to move as well on the steering wheel in the 451, that is. So take a close look at it here, and again, you see it moving up above the steering wheel to the left-hand side of it, really working his way through. And again, that's the first time I've ever seen that, I must say, Jackson.
Some interesting approaching to driving there for Brian Green. Troubles for the 6. It's Dave Eborn who has to retire it on the inside of turn number 3. And the man who had some phenomenal pace yesterday has to throw in the towel and start from the tail end for the main event. And make some moves back over to the front here as Brian Green continues to dig in that black red and white kart and dig in the Grandmasters.
Work our way back up to the front here as well. Kip Green working his way through, and this is the battle for the back. Mayers on the Croc promotion here sits fourth. The 716 Yao there as well. So that's the battle for fourth. Burly, Kip Green, no changes out of the two of them. I think their gap opened up a little bit. McDaniel, the 91 Midnight Racing Machine, running away with the pre-final victory here in 206 Masters, as well as a pole position for the main event here, Jackson.
Cooney Yao ducking, trying to maximize that straight line speed. One of the bigger guys in the Masters, and trying to maximize that momentum as he continues now right on the bumper. Goes a little bit shallow on the exit, but a little bit of a nudge here to the 10 of Myers. Back across the stripe, no curbs used from either. Another little bit of a peak. I feel like there's some commitment issues there from Yao. A little bit of movement to the inside. He wants to make that move.
You just see him attacking the corners a little bit more, right? Looking throughout the hairpins. You saw it in turn number 10. You saw it in the hairpin in 9 as well, where he attacks the corner. He attacks the apex a little more in comparison to the wider approach to the number 10 as well with Mayers, right? It goes a little bit wider through the corners. We'll take a look at it as well this next time around, but Yao just continues to look for a way by, and you'll have a good look at it as well when we get into the hairpins here. Yao really closes down his gap throughout this last sector, and that's really the spot where I think Mayers maybe loses a little bit of time. He went a little wide there as well on the exit of 6. But we'll take a look at it this time by for Mayers as well. I will say, in that first sector, he did open up his gap a little bit. You see the wider approach for Mayers, Yao a little bit tighter through the apex, and a little bit of later apex as well, I would say, which ultimately helps out his exit on the corner, where it affects, I think, a little bit more on Mayers. That time by, it was quite even in between the two. We'll take a look at it here as well as they continue to fight for fourth. And as well, the battle further back closes up in between Shorn and Brian Green. The battle for the win in Grandmasters starting to heat up.
Plenty of non-verbals from these karts as Yao continues to dig back over to that battle as Myers finally has a stop in his momentum in his last to first drive. McDaniel up at the front, absolutely gapping Chris Worley. 2.2 seconds between the two. Brian Green now your fastest man on track as he tries to attack and take the lead from Michael Schorn in the Masters, excuse me. But deeper in this grid, it's still Yao versus Myers. The battle for fourth in the Grands.
Yeah, we'll check in with them as well as Yao. Mayers still going back and forth. Green really starting to close up. He's only 3/10 away. And we'll take a look at the 111 and the 451 here in a couple of moments as well. Time running out. So this will be the white flag in the air next time by.
Some phenomenal defense at this point from Chase Myers as he continues to defend, but also seeming like a little bit of biding of the time from Yao. We will have to see as we pick up this battle now going into turn number 5. What's been a place where we've seen some passes made, in a place where we've seen some passes set up too. A big determining factor into the left-hander of turn 6 if you can carry that momentum out of the right-left bus stop of turn number 5.
White flag will fly this next time around, and we'll take a look at it. Here's the battle in Grandmasters. We're checking in now. Michael Shorn up at the front in Grandmasters. Brian Green just breathing down his neck right now, continuing to close down his gap. It's been little by little, and again, you got to think about the start of this race. Goodness gracious, I sound like a sped up YouTube video right now, but nonetheless, Brian Green's been closing up his gap little by little, right? And you talk about the start of the race that he's had up to this point. Again, he was shuffled back at the start, right? Got freight trained at the start, and it's been slowly, methodically working his way forward, picking and choosing his moves, and he's gotten there towards the end of it. When you look back up at the front, Worley and McDaniel, they go back and forth. Kip Green was the driver that we looked at there, as we have the white flag flying. So the last couple of drivers is going to be the checkered flag, though, for the 91 of McDaniel, Jason McDaniel, that is on the Midnight Racing Machine, getting set to take a checkered flag here, Jackson.
Green not able to get to Scorn. The fastest man on track has not made that move possible. Over to Jason McDaniel, who's been out front all day long from pole to pre-final win. It'll be a prime position for the 91 of Jason McDaniel for the Master Final here for the 206 Briggs. very close battle we kind of missed there between Chris Worley and Kip Green. Boy, Kip was really fangs out there trying to get that move for the front row in the final. Couldn't get that 33 by the 0. Over to the front here for Grandmasters, it is going to be Michael Scorn who fends off a hard-charging Brian Green and takes that win, and will start on the front for the Masters. Tag Senior coming up. Stay with us.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsacek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsacek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsacekRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel?
Your starting grid for the HRE Tag Seniors: Jonathan Ports on pole alongside Massimo Valiente, Cadet Gardner and Sidney Castles in 3rd and 4th, Evan Arnold and Dylan Eulander in 5th and 6th. Timothy Clark is in 7th, Kieran Rogers in 8th, with Ryder McLean and Cameron Blakesley rounding out your top 10. Big points opportunity here for Sidney Castles. More importantly, trying to put herself in a prime position to dominate the finals and walk away with this championship.
Green flag in the air next time by, hopefully. But that being said, you were talking about Sidney Castles, Massimo Valiente, the 2 championship contenders. We'll keep an eye on them, and they're starting nose to tail here in this one. Sidney starting right behind Massimo on that outside row. And again, It's all about getting a good start here in the pre-final. The main event is where the big points come.
Mauricio Parada enters this weekend third in the points, has had a couple of issues so far. That took him out of contention yesterday, and in trying to hit the reset button, had some mechanical issues, did not put a lap in during qualifying. He'll roll off aboard the 24 in 18th. So another last to first challenge further back in the field. We'll try it one more time. How about Jonathan Ports in the 915? Not a full-time guy, but has been a major dark horse and has upsetted Massimo Valiente alongside. Let's get it started here in Tag Senior.
Yeah, again, you talk about Jonathan Ports, his schedule. He's been busy still in college out at Oregon State University, and this weekend and this year as well, returning to race here at NWKA. Is no idea what we got going on here. That's not going to start. And again, it is the pole sitters' discretion of how fast they want to go. And you saw Ports wasn't happy with Massimo there on the outside that chose to start this race at the speed he liked.
Some interesting food for thought here, as reported by one of our camera ops, Nate Dean. Ports on pole, one of the few drivers with a red top on his engine.
It's a Rotax.
There you go. And what's kind of deked us there. Again, another unique challenge to us calling this is trying to differentiate the different engine types, different engine formulas.
I mentioned it yesterday as well, right? And talked to Jonathan yesterday on the difference of running that Rotax compared to everybody else running the X125s. But again, something more interesting to note here, you have a change on the front row. Again, the front row given 2 tries to start this race. Didn't get it either time, so now that's going to promote Sydney Castles to the front row alongside the 15 of Gardner to try and get this one started. Cadet on the inside, Sydney on the outside, the 15 and the 12. Now going to have the opportunity to take this class to the green flag. And here we go, green flag in the air, and it's a good start for the inside. Sydney, not the best of starts. She lost 2, almost 3 spots in the process. Jonathan Ports up to second.
Second row, but no problems, as immediately on the attack with Cadet Gardner leading laps in Tag Senior for the first time this weekend. Major shuffles further back as Gregory Mossert and Jacob Morris further back trying to make pounces. But we look back to the front of the field. Jonathan Ports, one of the lone Rotaxes still in this field. Caleb has been dominant so far today and already sets his sights for Cadet Gardner. Further back, Sydney Castles and Evan Arnold in their own duel.
Massimo Valiente right behind her, and I'm interested to see this championship battle. How are these two rivals going to treat each other on the racetrack? Sydney and Massimo, again, they've traded wins already this year. Massimo had a good showing yesterday, and we'll see how they get going. But up front, Jonathan Ports able to get himself to the lead. Arnold to second in the 497, and then you go back to Gardner. Sydney Castles as well, your top 5. Massimo still right behind her. We'll keep a close eye on these two.
Castles continuing to put the pressure. Now it's Timothy Clark there in the 87. You see with that momentum further back, looked like maybe a hand in the air from Massimo Valiente, who's right on Sydney's bumper. Major championship implications here in 5th and 6th. You've got Ryder McLean right back there as well. He's trying to be an upset in the GFC all-white machine.
Yeah, don't be surprised if you see a move out of Sydney maybe this time by, and she just got a little bit tripped up there on the exit of the hairpin of turn number 11, I believe, 10-11, there or thereabout. But nonetheless, she's closing in, better in a couple of the sections. Jonathan Ports running away from all the X125s on that Rotax-powered NRC machine. It's a good drive out of Jonathan as well here this weekend. Pushing away from Arnold in the 497, as well from Gardner. Everybody else stacking up here. And you see how difficult it is to pass, right? You gain time in certain sections of the racetrack, and you lose it as well in a couple of others. But we'll see Sydney looking to set one up here, as Massimo Valiente looking for a move further back for 5th. We'll see if he got through. Where have they gone? There you go. Massimo passes on Sydney, and they're going to continue to fight here for this spot.
Further back, Dylan Olander just getting that move on Ryder McLean for 8th. But how about that? Valiante giving himself the advantage on points. Castles stays glued to the bumper of Valiante trying to mount a comeback, and the last thing she wants to see is that 269 set off into the Washington horizon, still glued through turn number 6. Jonathan Ports still out ahead with about half a second over Evan Arnold. Karen Rogers gets the purple lap across the stripe, this time by a 51.552, a 10th up from your leader.
Yeah, that's great out of Rogers to pull away. Nonetheless, he continues to work his way forward. It's a car-length separation in between your two championship rivals up front. Johnny Ports has been able to extend his gap to about half a second here, Jackson.
Mauricio Prada, we haven't checked in with him. Back in the field, still trying to grab some points to stay in contention. He's gained 6 spots, one of your biggest movers, and has already worked his way up into 12th. This time by, it's the purple lap going to Valiante, and you can now make that 11th as Prada overtakes Morris and Ryan Castles.
There we go. They continue to work their way through. Valiante looking to get another one. He's getting closer and closer to Clark. And again, you got to think about the start that Valiante had, right? He got shuffled back to the second row as one driver in the wall.
Doug Ray Mossert.
Mossert, the driver in the wall, down 3 spots. Going to be down even more here, unfortunately, but
look to back it into the wall there as Parada continues to move forward, trying to overtake Blakesley, and Valiante continuing to put the pressure on Clark. Up front, a 3-car breakaway with Jonathan Ports, Evan Arnold, and Gudetta Gardner. Gardner, who we have not talked about this weekend, has still been one of the faster GFC Wicked karts. As
yellow flag, no passes throughout this section here, Jackson.
Interesting kind of mistake there from Doug Ray Mossert, who appeared to kind of back it into the outside of turn number 5. Thank goodness, able to get out under his own power and is okay. John Ports, still feeling that pressure from Evan Arnold and Gudetta Gardner as the laps keep going. Purple lap still, Massimo Valiante at 51.475 the last time by. Leaders are slowly pulling away, 0.333 for them. White flag for Jonathan Ports.
Yeah, this is great showing for Jonathan Ports. Again, they've been hard at work under NRC trying to dial in that road tax package to go a little bit quicker than the rest of the X125s, and he's been able to get there. And again, he said that mid to high range on the road tax has really been what's suiting him. He's been stuck to it, right? Everybody's been kind of switching back and forth in between X125s to road taxes to, you name it, everything under the sun. But he said at the start of the season, we stuck to it. We were trying to win on this, and that's the goal through this weekend, to win on the road tax power plant over the rest of the field here. At the moment, it's looking pretty good to start on the pole position in the best starting spot whenever you get into the main event. Jonathan Ports, one more corner to go, and it looks good for the 915. Johnny Ports on pole in the main event, and he wins the pre-final in Tag Senior.
And it's Massimo Valiante in control in the championship points as we head in to the final. Massimo Valiante with a P4 finish. Castles brings it home in 7th. Great recovery drive from Mauricio Parada as well, from 18th to 10th. That'll do it for our Tag Seniors. Back to the little ones in just a few moments when we get going with 60cc. Stay with us.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
man?
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Time to go here for the Catalyst, or excuse me, for the 60cc's. As we are still awaiting with one of the longer cleanups there after the tag seniors. And someone emoting right next to us, our speaker there on the grid.
Well, they're looking at themselves.
Guys, we need you to really lock in. We should be going over data, doing laps right now, doing something. Come on.
There you go. But nonetheless, we're ready to get going here in our NW60cc class here. On the outside, you have the 91 of, I believe, William Wark getting set to start this race there as well. But nonetheless, we'll take a look at the starting grid here, Jackson, in a couple of moments. But again, today's been so far a good day, right? We're set to end the day just about 2 hours earlier than what we did yesterday. And again, that should be, again, we have the hard cutoff at 7. Main events are a little bit longer, 13 minutes plus 1 lap at the end of everything. Right, but nonetheless, we'll take a look here at the starting lineup for your 60cc's as they get set to go on the racetrack, presented by Vecca. William Wark in the 91 starts on the pole on the inside of Ashton Croft. Maverick Thompson in the 95. A good turnaround to his day here compared to what he had yesterday. Good turnaround to his weekend, if you will, in 60cc. Starts on the inside on row number 2. Oliver Carpentier starts on alongside him in 4th. Leon Lofty on row number 3 alongside Maddox Carlucci. Sebastian Ochi, the 46, starts 7th alongside JJ Tucker on row number 4. Shotgun Charlie on the field for Max Green, who I believe isn't out there on the racetrack. Only 8 drivers on your screen here now. We'll see if one more works their way out there. I think indeed Max Green is there. So we may have lost one, but here we go. Time to go racing in 60cc and no
We'll do it again.
One more go around.
So again, William Wark with 4 wins, now 5 on the year, trying to bring it home with the championship. And you look at others, Lincoln High, Caleb Canfield, no shows this weekend, still in contention with the 2 drop rounds. And it's up to Ashton Croft and Ollie Carpentier, as well as Sebastian Ochi, trying to put that pressure on William up front. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors here with NWKA, Burly Products, ORP, Chin Construction, HRE, Augie's Fiberglass, Helmet House, CMC, Madonna Racing, Virtual Assistance Professionals, Wicked Racing, Foggett, Midnight Motorsports, Brian Green Construction, Veka Electronics, Italian Motors, NRC, Carton Speed Works, Catalyst Driver Development, Kartorama, Zimmer Motorsports, LeCunt Racing Tires, and Mike's Kart Stands. Let's try this one more time for the Northwest 600cc. Side by side, once again, will we see the green flag this time? Yes, we will. Green flag and 60cc underway. Already some big dives for the inside there as Thompson tried to make a dive into 1. He'll get that. Wark leads them all in the 91. Early pressure further back from Ashton Croft, as we are all out of turn number 3 in one piece. Early pressure continues here as Carpentier, Ochi, and Carlucci Feel the pressure side by side here as here comes Carlucci with a dive to the inside and gets that move done.
The battle inside of the top 5 continuing to heat up here as everybody looking for a little bit of real estate here. Jackson, we'll see how they stack up at the end of this first lap, but it looks like a good getaway out of the 91 Kart Republic up front. William Warwick able to stay ahead from the rest of the field. Maverick Thompson sliding in at third. 84 Croft, and we're going side by side. Further back, looking on the inside now. That looked to be Ochi looking for a move, going one spot better over Croft there maybe, and I think he was able to get by Maverick Thompson as well.
Been a popular spot, that move in that corner from the Cadets, and it's another spot for Ochi, who looks to drive himself back onto the podium. Carpentier now advances up into second, and William Warwick half second on the remainder of the field. Here comes another move here from the 95 Maverick Thompson, trying to get a move and able to dice his way around Ochi. More momentum for Ochi now as he goes to the inside of turn number 6, gets that move done.
Here we go, bumper to bumper, nose to tail in between the drivers inside of your top 5. Carlucci now getting closer to the bumper of Maverick Thompson. We saw those two drivers exchange blows yesterday for the race win in 206 Cadet. We saw them as well. They weren't as close to each other in 60cc, but we'll see how they stack up now. Carlucci looking. Not going to be in a turn number 1, just a little bit too far back. We'll see how he gets going. One driver off.
Max Green.
And I think that might have been Green indeed.
And it's seemingly, we're like at round 10 this point between Maverick Thompson and Maddox Carlucci. Another look to the inside going into turn number 5. One of the fastest parts of the track. Carlucci runs it deep but gets that move done and advances his way into 5th. A great move on Maverick Thompson, and immediately Carlucci tries to get the work and close that gap to Ashton Croft in 4th.
Yeah, everything's starting to close up, and he's starting to extend his gap as well to Maverick Thompson, who has a little bobble there on the exit of 9. That gap's going to open up just a little bit. Carlucci going to have some breathing room with his sights set now on the 84 of Croft as we check back in with your leader of William Warwick. The 91 has about half a second in between himself and the first Ital Kart on the list of Carpentier. Everybody else further back working their way through. There's the 46 of Ochi, the 84 of Croft as well.
Yeah, Carpentier keeping William Warwick at bay, but not enough to close that gap quite yet. He's got the purple lap with a 56.389. And Carpentier, as we're about the halfway point here for the pre-final, going to try and close that. What is closer, Sebastian Ochi and Ashton Croft, that battle within our second row for the final. And Ochi initially snagged that spot and took 3rd from him. And Croft trying to surmount a comeback. Back over to Maddox Carlucci and Maverick Thompson. And did we see some positions lost there for Maddox? We have 2 losses. He drops from 5th to 7th. And looks like J.J. Tucker actually in the middle. Here comes Maddox. Tried the outside, wasn't able to fully get to the side pod. And backs out of it. Big lunge there from the 23, but stands on it to keep it from colliding. And still single file. This is where we've seen some moves coming out of 4th. Here comes J.J. Tucker with a move to the inside of Thompson. Gets it.
It's a good move there out of the 23, promoting himself inside of the top 5. Carlucci looked to go by as well. Not close enough. When you look at the championship points battle here, Jackson, coming into the weekend, Warwick led this championship by a good margin as well. Had 1,621 points over the 1,521 of Lincoln High, who is not with us here this weekend. Ashton Croft would be the closest that could promote himself as we go side by side on the racetrack. But this is it's best case scenario for William Warwick. Keeping himself out in front, staying up there. And again, this kid hasn't finished off the podium so far this year, which shows his consistency, shows how good he's been all year long as Carlucci continuing to get the work done on Maverick Thompson here. They'll continue to go side by side, but as it stands, William Warwick has almost clinched up this championship before we even go to the main event here on Sunday.
How about Maverick Thompson and Maddox Carlucci in the second to last spot? But what a phenomenal show these two kids have given us throughout numerous classes here today. Another good run for Carlucci, tries the outside of turn number 7, now gets back in line and puts the pressure on J.J. Tucker. A little bit of contact, bumper to bumper as he tries to get that move. Thompson waiting further back for a mistake, an open window to potentially pounce. Another popular corner here. Carlucci goes low, will try the narrow and shallow, and will get that move done. Lead this 3-kart freight train once again. Back over to the 91 of Warwick. He'll see the white flag this time by. Matter of fact, already the white flag out, so it just becomes a handful of corners remaining. And what a dominant final 2 days it's been so far for William Warwick in this 91.
Here we go, a couple of more corners to go for William Warwick. Again, this kid has been so consistent in 2025 here at NWKA, and this could be a perfect ending to his season here this year. Has one more race to go later on today, but the 91 gonna start on the pole in the main event in NW60cc. William Warwick, the class of the field in the pre-final. One more shot to become the champion here. Oliver Carpentier, the 68, across the line second. To Ochi, to Croft, to Carlucci, your top 5. Unfortunately for Maverick Thompson, the qualifying result was a lot better than yesterday, but again, a backwards trend throughout the pre-final. Found himself slipping down the order. That being said, we have our sights set now on our 206 Briggs class. Our seniors get set to hit the racetrack, and again, we talked about how vast this class is here this weekend, Jackson. One of the biggest showings, the biggest turnouts for 206 racing in the entire U.S. You look at, there's nothing bigger than NWKA has been this weekend outside of Cup Karts North America, the Grand Nationals, when we go to the big race for 206. But we look on the grid. That will be in a couple of moments later on today. I'm getting ahead of myself. 206 Junior coming up first. Lewis Dilly, the 817, starting alongside Assad and Ganambayev.
King Assad in the hot seat in the 230. That's your lime green helmet and the Ital kart. And he will be alongside Lewis Diley, the 817. Trying to make out the chassis there of the 817. Dance Party continuing on the other side.
That's an X-Free OTK chassis.
There we go. Jack Bowdish will be in third, Roxco Schmidt in fourth. We'll get to the rest of your grid here in just a few moments' time when we get rolling for the Junior Briggs 206 Pre-Final.
Well, here we go. It's time to go racing. We talked about your first two rows. Lewis Dilly on the X-Spree for NRC with Assad, Nick Adambayev on the outside in the 230. Jack Bowdish, the 60 alongside Roscoe Smith in the number 8. Zoe Allen, the number 7, coming into the weekend with a good shot at the championship. Finds herself starting on row number 3 in 5th. And again, we'll update you guys on those championship points, on championship standings as well here in this Junior 2 class. Coach Slothauer actually comes in with the weekend leading this championship to Lewis Dilly. This would actually promote, I believe, Zoe up a couple of spots here if she can capitalize today. Nonetheless, we do have a couple of incidents. The 45 Colt Schlotthauer, he had a pushback, loss of his fast lap, which is why we're seeing him start, I believe, down the order. 45 going to have some work to do here in the main event to try and get it done, to try and start a couple of spots better. It's Dilly on the inside, Niketambayev on the outside, to Bodish, to Smith, to Allen, to Corkery, to Zambowski, Schlotthauer, Clinton, Eric, Roberts, and more. Get set to take the green flag. We await. It's in the air, and we go racing in 206 Junior.
A little bit of a freight train forming on the outside, trying to give Niketambayev some momentum. Ramps off the curb and gets back in line. 3 spots lost already for Assad. As already a dive and a lead change. Major wash up there for the 817. And I believe that is Jack Bowdish who's going to lead him into turn 1.
How about Zoe Allen getting herself up to second, the number 7. What an opening lap from 5th all the way to fighting for the lead of this race. The 60 Bodish now finds himself leading this field away. The 17 as well. What a start for Zambowski. Now a couple of moves. Dilly, Niketambayev looking to go for 3rd. They get through. Zambowski drops back to 5th.
And Niketambayev right there as well on the scene. A phenomenal start from Zoe Allen. Will she be able to hold it? Can she put the pressure on Jack Bodish?
Wall.
Major contact further back.
Zambowski's into the wall. Nose first, side by side. And that's unfortunate for the number 17 that was having one of the best starts, one of the best results so far on the weekend. It all comes undone on lap number 1.
Here comes Siley giving the cold shoulder there to Zoe, who will drop back even further now as Zambowski, or excuse me, no, Schmidt will try to go through as well. There's Zoe in the 7, and major freight train behind.
Able to get going. Wow, look at this. Able to get going for Zambowski, not wasting any time as we have a change up front. Dilly, we saw the 817 get shuffled back at the start of the race, back up to the front. Niketambayev as well, back up to 2nd, Bodish to 3rd. Zoe Allen now, the driver in 4th. And it looked like for a second there Zambowski was the driver that was working his way through. It wasn't, but Smith now getting himself into the mix here.
Watch Roscoe in that teal number 8 cart as he was making some major moves further back. Zoe with a peek to the inside of Bowdish will get back in line, and it is fight on all up front. Niketambayev continuing to slightly nudge Lewis Stiley there in the 817. Bowdish is right there as well. Are we going to continue to see some shuffling at the front end of this field, or will the status quo remain and we'll start to see this field dilute? Still plenty of time here in the Junior Briggs 206 Pre-Final. A major push now from Niketambayev and starting to get a 2-3 kart breakaway.
Again, this is a little bit different than what we saw yesterday, right? You saw Assad kind of get there, wanted to make moves a little bit probably quicker than anticipated. And again, speaking to him a little bit this morning, said that a lot of the mistakes, a lot of the problems that he had yesterday in the main events on why he couldn't capitalize on a win was just the fact that he made too many mistakes, right? And looking back, hitting that reset button for today, he's looking to be a little bit more consistent, a little bit more conservative in the opening laps of the race, and really trying to give himself a good fighting shot when you get closer to the end, right? To make it a mano-a-mano battle, to not add this many factors is now a pass further back for 4th. Smith looking to go by side. Schlotthauer working through, a little bit of help, it looks like there from what could be Corkery. And the 2 looking to get by. Zoe Allen continues to get past. Another pass there by what looks to be Clinton working his way through.
What you start to learn the more you watch 206 racing as another drain continues. Major moment. 4 karts involved.
Allen into the wall with a
red flag.
Others.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody seems to be all right. It was hard contact into the wall, but again, they just ran out of room there, right? We're going 3 wide into the straightaway, a right-hander corner that has a closing radius, and just not enough room for the 3 of them to go through. You saw Allen was getting pushed into the grass, try to rejoin, and just contact. There wasn't room there for 3 drivers to go side by side. There is room through turn number 4 as Bodish looks to go for the lead of the race.
Move we missed was Bodish taking that 2nd place spot from Assad Niketambayev, and now already set sight for Lewis Dilly. Thank goodness all three of those
Keep
karts
in mind, though,
involved.
Jackson, keep in mind, yellow flags throughout this entire sector. No passes in this lead pack. If anybody does pass, that will be reverted. So these drivers are keeping a lookout. Yellow flags throughout this entire third sector on the racetrack. The first open corner where you can make the move is turn number 1. What does Bodish have in store for us?
Karts abandoned outside of 11. Here comes Bodish with a dive to the inside. Assad trying to go with them. Script will flip though for Diley as it will become the inside. He's forced to lift off now, but will continue to dig. Nikitambayev up in front of Diley for the first time. Here comes the 45 of Schlottinger as he works his way up to the front. Colt Schlotthauer gets his way up into third.
There you go, Schlotthauer up to third. Dilly looking to go right back. He has help from behind. Dilly looking, side by side still. Over under Schlotthauer off the racetrack. There goes Schmidt looking to go through for third. He gets clear. And again, yellow flags were waving through that section. So I'm not sure what we're going to see. Yellow flags still waving throughout that sector. So that could be major implications for the battle for third, either for Roscoe Schmidt, for Dilly, and for Schlotthauer. Will probably under investigation with the yellow flags waving throughout Sector 2 and Sector 3 on the racetrack there, Jackson.
Have yourself a pre-final. Roscoe Schmidt from outside of P5 to a provisional podium right now. Not out of the woods yet, and neither is Jack Bowdish. Assad Nikitambayev continuing to put pressure on that red helmet of Jack Bowdish. Just got the purple lap this time by a 58.006, but Assad is helping that pace right on the bumper through turn number 5, and it has very quickly become a two-kart battle.
Nikitambayev there, no passes yet. Yellow flag still waving throughout turns number 6 and 7, it looks like. And again, that might continue into what could be turn 8 and 9 here as they continue to try and clear off the carts throughout that sector. Yellow flag still waving here, so no passes. As we look on, Assad, again, first clean passing zone going to be turn number 1. What do you got, Assad? Jack to the bottom of the racetrack, and again, we are running out of time here. We're just about the end here in the 206 junior class. 2 laps to go left in this race. Bodish continue to defend from Assad. And again, he can only really pass in that first sector. There's yellow flags all over the racetrack throughout that second sector, and Assad knows it. You see him kind of shaking his head there as he exits turn number 3.
Big shake of the head there as he continues to try and overtake Bowdish, but he's forcing Nikitambayev into some commitment issues going middle of the track. That's keeping him firm in first right now, but all that's doing is holding both of these two up, dragging Schmidt, Schlotthauer, and Diley closer, who, by the way, all three of those scrapping for that bottom spot on the pre-final podium. That'll be the white flag this time by, and Nikitambayev starting to run out of time and run out of options.
Here we go, that track looks like they got it cleared up, so a huge shout out to the NWKA officials. This time by the white flag in the air. This is the battle for the pole position heading into the main event, and a good chunk of points as well as far as championship goes. Bodish in the lead, side by side for the back. Schmidt, Schlotthauer, Bodish to the bottom of the racetrack here, Jackson.
Nikitambayev continuing to try, had a phenomenal run there coming across the stripe for the last time. Ran it to the outside but couldn't get there. Tries it again with another great run. We'll try the long way around in turn 5. Maybe the crossover will work. Launches it out of 5. Middle of the track for Bodish to try and defend, but the long way around remains an option. Switchback after switchback. Nikitambayev continues to put the pressure on the 60 of Jack Bowdish, not able to get there. Only a handful of switchbacks remain, and Assad keeps digging. Schmidt in third.
Here we go, Nikitambayev looking on the inside, door open into turn number 10. He's clear. Here comes the rest of the train. Schlotthauer looking to go through the grass for Schmidt. What a wild ending to the pre-final here in 206 Junior. But up front, Assad, Nikitambayev reigns supreme in the pre-final. We'll see what they give us in the main events, but what a wild race here in 206 Junior. Bowdish just lost it there in the end, and a good drive out of Roscoe Schmidt. Again, we will see what the officials think about the passing. Again, a whole lot happened. Not sure they saw it, not sure when they were waving. Good thing we're not race directors in this situation here, Jackson.
Phenomenal drive regardless, though, from Roscoe Schmidt. Started around P10, and you got to admire the effort, if anything. A pass in the grass for that bottom spot and for the second row. We'll step away in just a moment here as cleanup is underway here from Sumas. Stay with us.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here from PSL Karting. I'm here to show you guys about the Micron 6. This is the new dash that came from AIM Sports. After 10 years using the Micron 5, now they came up with the Micron 6. I'm going to talk about some of the updates that they did. First things first, they have a larger screen now with a different screen that you can see your delta time in real time. So they have a bar graph now that will show the driver if he's getting better or worse throughout the lap. Like when you're driving in iRacing or something like this and you have that bar graph, we have the same now with the Micron 6. One thing that we really like here at PSL is now it comes with a USB-C port. So you charge the dash through this USB port and you don't have a battery anymore. So the guys from the shifter that use the lever here, you won't touch your battery. And we can also use this to download the data. So many times when you're using the Wi-Fi and you're having trouble downloading interference, especially in Las Vegas, we have a lot of interference. You just come in with the cable, plug in your computer, download the data, it's super fast. Another thing that is really good about this dash is the new battery. The new battery lasts the whole week. Like we've been using the dash for the whole week and we only give it a one charge. It's a very long-lasting battery compared to the previous version, okay? Something else about this dash that I find that it was a big improvement was that now it comes with IMU platform of 6 axes. That means it has accelerometers that will measure the acceleration of the dash. So for us that like doing match channels and use the GPS to analyze like acceleration, deceleration, now we're measuring that at 100 times per second. So these accelerometers are very precise and will help us find the balance of the go-kart and help find the right setup for the track. So that's pretty much it about the Micron 6. I hope you guys start using it. We've been using it and it's really good.
Go time for the Catalyst Tag Heavy. Here's your starting grid. It's Johnny Sutton alongside Will Beidel, and then it's Frank Berthelon alongside James Kemp. David Nickel in 5th with Robert Jukes, who's had a roller coaster weekend so far, in 6th. Brad Hurley in 7th with Joe Filipenko in 8th. Dale Taylor is 9th. Chris Soliotis is in 5th. Doug Litherland, 11th. Alex Flowers in 12th. William Lambert and Stan Crocker in 13th and 14th with Tony McNair and Tom Madden rounding out your field. We will probably have this waved off one more time as we are struggling to get us bunched up for the rolling start.
I think we're going racing here, Jackson. And no, you're right. Good call there. Way to jinx it. Way to put us behind schedule.
My bad.
As well. Thank you very much, Jackson. Nonetheless, you can order your Sparko suits today at shopakr.com. Scan the QR code on your screen and get your Sparko suits today, the official sponsor of Kart Chasers live coverage. In the Shop AKR, get yourself a couple of goodies. You heard from Lucas Nogueira there as well earlier on today on the new Micron 6 as well. Order yours today as well on shopakr.com. Nonetheless, we get ready to get into the racing action. And it's been a beautiful day so far. The weather's been I mean, a little chillier than yesterday, if you will, but I think much needed, right, for a couple of us that have been at a couple of hot racetracks back.
Absolutely.
To back
Oh, my
weekends.
goodness.
The summer's been quite brutal, and good to come up to the state of Washington here in Sumas, Washington, see the mountains, see the snow as well on some of the peaks. So that's cool to see, but it's been even better to see 223 make their way out here to Washington, and a couple of heavies as well get ready to go racing in the pre-final. Sutton gets through, Beidel goes around in front of the field, contact by a couple, Kemp collected at the start as well.
Kemp, Beidel, and what looks to be, I want to say Hurley, I'm not entirely sure who else, but it's Sutton out in front, and I believe Nickel further back in the Prada, continuing to dig now, and it's a whole new battle for the lead with Kemp out. Everybody able to get going further back. And it is indeed David Nickel in that blue graphics and white helmet who is going to put the pressure on and try to bring the fight to Johnny Sutton as we cross the stripe at pace for the first time. Brad Hurley advances into third. Dale Taylor up into fourth. Joe Filipenko gets up into fifth. Purple lap for Johnny.
Again, Sutton has been in a zip code of his own so far this weekend. He continues to pull away as one driver off the racetrack. Looks to be Bertolone there, the 695. That's off in the grass. The Ital Kart not going to close this race out. When we look back on the battles that we have here, it's all shuffled up front. You have Nickel, the 128 on the Praga IPK machine, finding himself in second. And a good, the highest he's been so far this weekend, Jackson.
Big some new faces here on the sharp end of the field with Kemp and Beidel really going back and forth there for the penultimate position. But all of a sudden, David Nickel starts to battle, and Hurley was really reeling him in there in the opening lap, but now starts to hold off just a smidgen here. Reference in different paces here as we look over to the island machine. Ooh, big flick to the middle.
There you go, the Mad Croc right behind him on, it looks to be, I believe this is about further back with, looks like it's the 68 of Taylor. Filipenko, the 388 there. I was just getting as well, but now Taylor holding this field behind Jukes, the number 3 in the Ital Kart, finds himself in 6th here. They're going to continue to battle. Side by side, up and over the Mad Croc. Gets spun around, Filipenko facing the wrong way, and more of the tag heavies get shuffled throughout this field here, Jackson. What was in the water this morning for our heavy drivers?
And here comes Jukes, finally able to get past Taylor in the red and yellow. Tell you what, Caleb, I feel like we were expecting a lot of chaos come Sunday. Tag heavy, I don't know if that was one of the categories
definitely
where
not.
we were expecting it. Chaos continues here as Kemp has got it going. So too has Beidel in the 11. Everybody trying to get through Litherland there in the 6-9 machine.
Turn 4, Beidel able to get through it. Looks like Kemp was able to work his way through as well. They were going on the 69, I believe, of Litherland, who I believe just dropped back to the 10th spot. So Beidel able to get through. Kemp as well. And again, they're getting closer to the group further up, and they're going to need some more help here, Jackson. They're going to need a little bit more of what we saw earlier on today. Again, you don't want to see any more of that earlier on in the series, but again, that's really what Beidel, I think, and Kemp will need from here on out to try and catch up to the second group, because we are running out of time here. We're just over 2 minutes to go left in this heat race plus 1 lap.
Back over to Soliotis, who continues to try and put the pressure on Taylor. Here's a move, and immediately some big battles here right behind Taylor, as it looks like Litherland and Filipenko going at it.
Yeah, you see the number 5 of Soliotis as well on the Rotax power plant there as well, and battling in some of the X125s. All the majority, I believe, on the green top as now passes made further up the field. As Jukes looks to go by, was able to go by, I should restate myself, through on it looked to be Taylor, who I believe has been given a penalty post-race. He's populating down in 9th at the moment. So we'll wait for that to update. And indeed, I think Taylor populating down in 9th, and that could be incident responsibility with the contact that we saw between himself and Filipenko, I believe, in the 388 Madcock machine.
So that'll promote Alex Flowers, Will Beidel, and James Kemp back up positions, and you've got Kemp and Beidel all the way back up to 6th and 7th, respectively. Not what they wanted for their pre-final, but that puts them in the mix for the main event. Taylor still looking for some, trying to get by. Litherland really trying to jam one in there and still can't get it done. Back over to the 22. Johnny Sutton in a league of his own with 2.5 seconds up from David Nickel. He himself has put a significant gap on Brad Hurley. Robert Jukes continues on in 4th. Alex Flowers is in 5th.
Here we go. Nobody's even been close to the 22 in this pre-final. Again, they made it a little bit easier for him this time by, but Johnny Sutton has been rapid so far here at SEMA. And again, you see him start to take some tape off the radiator. I know Hans Thompson going to have a smile on his face. And yesterday, at the end of the day, you know, talking to Sutton as well, what changed from this weekend, right? Since May, you look back, he hadn't been on the podium until yesterday. And he said, you know, I just haven't really been focusing on driving. I've been working on my kart. I've been focusing on a handful of other things rather than just driving. And this weekend, you know, making the call over to Hans, getting him out here this weekend, and just putting it all together, right? And asking him yesterday, what clicked? And he's like, man, I've just been able to really focus on driving. And you see Hans Thompson there with the white shirt, glasses on, just super happy about the result they've had and being the dream team this weekend. And it's only the pre-final given, but again, Sutton has been rapid all weekend long, and this is going to be a great result for him, and this should be a great result in the championship as well. Just been able to be the class of the field here at SEMA, just pulling away, being quick, session after session. The 22, the driver to beat all weekend long in the pre-final. Looks good. The main event, again, the whole class has been put on notice at the end of the day yesterday. They're going to be put on notice as well after this pre-final. You cannot afford to fight. You cannot afford to make a mistake. The 22 will give you a class, will give you a lesson just like he did here in the pre-final. Johnny Sutton wins the pre-final in tag heavy. Moving in to the main event, he's going to be on the pole position as well. The 128 and Nickel, best result on the weekend. Starting alongside Sutton on the front row for the main event. Hurley to Jukes to Alex Flowers. Will Beichtel finishing 6th. The 11 needing a better day here to really contend for the championship, saying he just felt it was slipping away from his hands at the end of yesterday. That being said, we have our sights set now on the 206 seniors, Jackson.
Championship picture starting to come into place here, and the picture for the remainder of the day. We'll set our grid that is safe and determine who will have to take it to the pre-final in just a couple moments' time.
Well, it's about that time to go racing here in 206 Senior. As we get set to go racing here, let's run you down your starting lineup. Groups A and C get ready to hit the racetrack first, and on the pole position is the kid out of the state of California, Blake Nash, the number 9, gets set to start on the pole position here in Groups A versus C. Alongside him, should have been the number 2. It is the number 2, my mistake there, of Monroe Jordan. You look back to the second row, the 41 of Gabe Sessler gets set to start on row number 2. It's an all Sessler, row number 2. Younger brother Jake Sessler starting alongside him, looking to extend his championship points lead here on Sunday. You go back to row number 3 with the number 28 Oregon's own Cooper Becklin, Tristan Moore, the 822, starting alongside Coop. Cole Hager looking set to take the green flag, the number 55. We saw him in Shifter. We see him in 206 here today. He's set to start alongside Cameron Blakesley. Jonah Good starting there further back in the 133 alongside Robbie Arthur. You go back to David Shorn as well with Caden Wang. Alongside him, Isabel Kempf, the 63. She gets it to start further back in the field alongside Caden Longton. Riley Miller in this first group as well, with Ryder McLean making his way out onto the racetrack. Riker Hill, the 47, going to start this one as well, with the 68 of Chase Reynolds. Alex Acosta, that's only the first couple that get set to take the green flag. You go back to a number of others, all the odds. Curtis Wolf as well in the 36, taking the green flag here, with Wesley Person in the 72s. You say Ma as well, the number 80 taking the green flag, with Liam Ransom starting shotgun Charlie on the field in the 07. Well, let's line them up. Let's get ready to go green in 206 Senior here, Jackson.
Blake Nash in the prime spot. You can see that outside lane, and everybody already kind of swinging that cart, targeting it for the apex of turn number 5. They want that charge. They want to get to the inside.
And again, keep in mind, there is a last chance qualifier here later on today for the Senior Briggs class. You need to finish within the top 15. You need to finish at the front, pretty much, to get yourself in the main event. But we get going. We wait for the green flag. It's in the air, and it's a good start for Monroe Jordan on the outside. Blake Nash able to get through in a turn number 4. He's in the lead of the race.
Golden ticket for Monroe Jordan as he fires himself well into second. Some big positions further back as well. Grody tries to get in the mix as well. Good start from Jordan as well in the 2. And some major attacks further back. Monroe Jordan starts to get the big wave of carts behind. Gabe Sessler still the top GFC. As a couple ends up as there's some big beating and banging further back.
Jake,
what a
Jake
move from
into
Sessler.
the side of Monroe Jordan. Those two get together. Jordan not happy with Jake. Gabe right behind him. Older brother looked to push him through. And again, there just wasn't enough room on the exit at turn number 12. Monroe Jordan holding the field back after that move. That could have ended the race there for a driver in championship contention here. The number 42 of Jake Sessler looks over the side of his Wicked Racing GFC, making sure everything's all right. He's going to continue going, but too close for comfort for the 42.
Battle of the brothers continue here as Gabe continues to push Jake. Monroe Jordan comfortably out in front, and now it immediately becomes a battle for the lead the moment I say that. What a start, by the way, for Cameron Blakesley as he immediately gets in the mix as well. Watch the 28, the lone RPG suit and Lando Norris chassis. Cooper Backlund getting himself in the mix.
Yeah, again, look at the gaps here a little bit, Jackson. Blake Nash, the number 9, again, got himself out in front, able to pull away from the rest of the field, right? You go back to Monroe Jordan, first of the Ital carts, or second, I should say, with Blake Nash. Then you have Jake Sessler, championship leader. Gabe Sessler, brother behind. You won't see too much fighting, I think, in between the 41 and the 42 here. What you might see is Cooper Becklin looking to split them up. And interesting to hear from Cooper yesterday, right? His biggest struggle point is, man, talking to him at the end of the night yesterday. Said the car felt good, the motor felt good, everything felt fine. I just couldn't seem to make any headway. And him saying, right, I think my biggest issue is I think I've outgrown this class. I think I'm too tall. And in this class, you see a lot of the drafting opportunity, right? The straightaway, you're flat out from turn 3 all the way up the, if you will, the hill, quote unquote, to turn number 6. That you have that 90-degree left-hander, and he said, man, I just can't make moves. I can't close down the gap, and the only thing I have is I'm a parasail in the seat. And you see him losing time to Hager there, the 55, I think, perhaps, or it could have been more. I think at the 822, indeed, could have been one of the Midnight Racing machines making the move there on Cooper Becklin. So that swaps back, and he said, I'm just a parasail in the seat, plain and simple, right, for Cooper. And that's why you see him kind of tucking down as much, doing that Briggs tuck that's been made so famous. And now you see the switch in between the Sessler brothers. Gabe looking to go forward, Moore looking to go by on Jake as well. Side by side, Cooper going to go by as well.
That's Preston Moore arrowheading the 2. Sessler getting caught up major as Jake loses 2 spots in the process. You look at the way that these senior Briggs race, and it feels like it's impossible to just lose 1 position because there's always somebody waiting to pounce. Your opportunities of gaining and losing spots are rare, but the moment that gap is open, you are pouncing for it. So it's such a difficult thing to regain position, regain momentum, because if you're offline, off speed, an entire freight train is going to come and swing by you. Cameron Blakeslee, your fastest on track right now in 58.826. That last time by an impressive second, 1.7 second gap now between Blake Nash and Monroe Jordan.
Yeah, nobody's been able to close down the gap to Blake at this point. Just, again, been really good out in front in this at this stage of the race, and I think Monroe just going to need some help if he wants to close down the gap to Blake. But even then, time running out. They need to close down that gap by a good margin, and I don't know if anybody really from second on back can want to work with each other considering what we saw at the start of this race. But even then, Blake still out in front. You look back to second, so Monroe Jordan, Gabe Sessler, the first of the Wicked Racing GFCs. Jake has been left, pretty much left out to dry. Just doesn't seem to have the speed here in the pre-final.
Is there an aspect of teamwork you've got to ask yourself as we see Becklin continue to try and take that spot back from Sessler? Eye contact between the two, like, what are we trying to do here? How are we trying to coexist? Is there an aspect of teamwork you got to mention between these 3, trying to get that gap to Monroe Jordan in P2?
I mean, you got to think about it, right? Like, at the end of the day, I mean, we're all racing drivers. We're all here to finish ahead of each other. But even then, you got to think the senior division, one of the most competitive in the country in 206. It's a matter of, you kind of get to that point where it's like, all right, we're not gaining any time, so I don't know if they really want to fight for second here at this point, or if they just want to fight for position, right? You want to start on the inside, you want to start on the outside when you get to the main event. So you think about these little things as well of where you really want to finish. I think more than anything, for Moore, he's probably in the best starting spot, right? Having that inside line before he works himself into the main event. We'll see how we get going.
Great defense right now from Preston Moore in the 822, able to hold on to third despite Gabe and Cooper really chomping at the bit right now to try and get by. We've been missing the battle further back, but Cameron Blakeslee and Cole Hager have been going at it further back for 7th and 8th. Purple lap that time by for Cooper Becklin. Here comes Cooper with a big dive to the inside of Gabe. Sessler is able to get that move done and move another spot forward despite the big size. Still some major pace in that Norris kart.
Yeah, Cooper able to make some moves there for the back as well. Cole Hager, he's lockstep at the moment with Blakeslee. There's just right behind him, so that's the group inside of the top 10. You go back to Good, Shorn, just on the edge of it, 9th and 10th respectively. Again, this battle further up the field, teams haven't closed in, but they are closing in now on Monroe Jordan, getting themselves just that little bit closer. Here's the battle, edge of the top 10. That was Good and Shorn, the drivers we were talking about earlier. Shorn on the Mad Croc, number 0. You go back to Arthur in the 69. Blakeslee, the driver of the 11 for GFC. But nonetheless, we still work their way through. And I think probably in the best shot to improve a spot is going to be Moore as he continues to close down the gap to Monroe Jordan. They will run out of time this time by. White flag will fly here, Jackson.
It's Blake Nash who will be on pole for the final. Who is going to be on that front row? Trustin Moore continuing to pedal his way to Monroe Jordan, but going to need a monster lap here to end off this pre-final. Still some major shuffles here to determine the rest of the top 5, heck, the rest of the top 10. Jonah Good and David Shorn way further back there on your screen. That 3-pack continuing to battle. Cooper Becklin works his way to the front of this train after losing some major spots at the start. He sets sight for Trustin Moore, trying to take that spot. Gabe Sessler and Jake Sessler also finding their way on track once again.
And again, you kind of got to think of what this race could have been, really, if we didn't see that incident at the start of the race, and maybe it's just making moves a little bit too early in the race. Maybe, you know, it could be a variety of things, especially whenever you kind of look to it. But even then, you got to think of the factor, right? The first time that the A and C groups are going to meet up with the B and D groups is in the main event, and you're going to have a lot more factors, a lot more drivers getting themselves in the mix. So when you look at it, wherever you shuffle, you finish third. That could be a 6th place starting spot for the main event later on today. Nonetheless, but with the white flag in the air, Blake Nash hasn't even had to look over his shoulder. They made it easy for the number 9. The battle for second going to heat up and come to the line. Blake Nash finished on the pole in qualifying. It's going to be on the pole in the main event with a win in the pre-final. Monroe Jordan holds on to second. The number 2 capitalizes here with as well as Trustin Moore. My apologies there, finishing 3rd in the run order. And again, this is only half of your 206 seniors. 24 have closed this chapter in the pre-final. One more senior class, and we'll run you down the starting order here as well. The number 17 of Jack Grody going to put himself on the pole position and on the inside whenever you head to this second half of the pre-final. The B and D groups getting set to work their way out. The number 8, Jackson Leach, starting to his outside. You go back to row number 2, the 95 of Massimo Valiente, the Lawson-powered Italkart, gets set to take the green flag. He's starting alongside the 989. Hopefully he can make his Sunday a lot easier than his Saturday. Connor Chin starting on row number 2. Cooper Ryan starts on row number 3 in the 86 Wicked Racing GFC. The 93 of Silas Hill starts alongside him. Gavin Clarahan, Zach Mayer on row number 4. Giovanni Benson, Christina Marigilio. Further back there, Trey Arnzen, Hunter Hessetine. We go back to Reagan Kerr, Lucy Becklin. Again, with not the best events to her day yesterday, looking to make some headway here in the pre-final. Landon Byerman as well, starting alongside Colin Olson, with Ilya Dresden, with Davidson Mann there further back. Last couple of rows with Andrew Oakey, Dustin Sketchley, Nick Armstrong, and Travis Van Bakel. Your drivers that get set to take the green flag in 206 Senior.
All GFC front row for the second half of pre-finals for Senior Briggs. And again, with 206s, pack racing element, Caleb, but it's
Still a chance for a breakaway.
It's always
like
a chance for a breakaway. And I think you see those breakaways immediately off rev with the green, especially with these standing starts. You see packs immediately form and kind of the tone, the energy of the race established very, very early on. We saw that aggression from second to try and hold that spot from Monroe Jordan, and all that did was let Blake Nash immediately go out into the open blue.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you have breakaways like that, it's very rare whenever you see a driver in 206 Senior kind of break away from the rest of the field. He's going to need some help doing so. That being said, Blake Nash had a whole lot of help doing so, right? And again, all you have to do is keep your nose clean, go out in front, be patient, bide your time, and you do just that. That being said, again, just a little bit different, right, to I think what you see here later on today. But again, just looking to see where we're starting. Grody looking to work himself onto the outside row, as Leach going to work himself into the inside. I think Connor Chin out of place here. Indeed, and I think we're not leaving gaps is the thing here. They're only leaving the gaps for shifter. I think Valiente just was one spot back. That being said, though, everybody looks good. Looks good to take the green flag here. You'll start to hear those revs fire up here, Jackson, when we get set to take the green flag.
A little bit of adjustment here, trying to get themselves as far forward on those marks as possible. GFC guys looking to hit the ground running here for the final. Connor Chin looking to minimize the drama from yesterday. Green flag is out. Second pre-final for Senior Briggs is underway, and it's a far cleaner getaway into turn number 5 than what we saw yesterday. Connor Chin immediately into fourth. Couple of freight trains start to develop further back as we work into turn number 6 for the first time, and the GFC guys have absolutely dominated this beginning, first through fourth.
Yeah, Valiente had a good start there on the outside, able to get himself up to second. Leach looking to go back up into the top 3. Connor Chin there on the track magic. GFC finds himself sliding in a line of 5th, so he lost a spot at the start of this race, but there you go. Chin looking to make up. He's back up to 4th. But again, 2 drivers up front. Grote, Valiente to Leash to Chin to Ryan to Clarahan, your top 6. But again, a much tamer start, right? Again, lap 2 was really when it all exploded in that first, if you will, pre-final in 206 Senior that we just saw between A and T. This time, I think you'll expect to see one that's a little bit more tame. Even then, a couple of moves further back. Up front, Valiente. I'd be surprised to see a move out of Massimo this early into the race. Again, strategy usually, the case in 206 is push and try and get away. We'll see what they decide to do here.
He's wasted no time and certainly applying the pressure right now for Jack Grody. And regardless of the aspects or the disciplines of racing, the big thing that separates an above average driver from a replacement level is the ability to continue putting consistent laps in without cracking under pressure, having someone dominant all over your mirror, or I guess in this case your rear bumper, and not making a single mistake. Just missed a move further back. Connor Chin overtaking Jackson Leash. He'll start provisionally on the inside of row 3. Further back moves for the 27 of Zach Meyer. Just cleared Gio Benson for 8th. So a couple of reshuffles more side by side, 2 by 2. Further back going into turn number 3. Another move there as the 24 way further back. Andrew Oki on the move as well. Massimo Valiente, though, continues to put that pressure on Jack Grody.
Yeah, nothing yet, but you are starting to see Connor Chin, Leach start to close in just that little bit more. Arns in on the comp cart as well. That currently sits 5th. They start to get just kind of in a train, single file, look to push themselves forward. These are the battles further back. Lucy Becklin right in the middle of it, looking to get herself into the top 10. She currently sits 14th. Might be a spot better. But there you go. It looked like maybe Sketchley was looking to make a move there. But as it stands, everybody still single file. Yeah, and here we go. Change for the lead. Finally, Massimo Valiente. Again, he felt the pressure from behind from Connor Chin, and that's where you make the move. Perfectly played out, but now you have the team game, right? 3 GFCs behind 1 Italcart. It's going to get interesting here.
Connor Chin has dragged Jackson Leach right into this move. Big move there from the GFC, the 11. Grody gets himself back to the front of the field. Valiente pushed down back into second. Leash with the purple lap of 58.376 is right in that mix as well. Might give a little bit of a nudge. Another look from Valiente through turn number 10. But everybody status quo to end lap number 4 as Valiente continues to carry that momentum into the bumper of Grody. Back over to third. This is Trey Arns and Silas Hill and Hunter Hesseltine. That was your cut line you just looked at. Back over to the podium in the front true rows. Here comes Valiente, another move to the inside, and that will be 2 spots lost for Connor Chin as he was trying to work his way up into second.
Yeah, I mean, no gain for him, right? Holds on to third, looking to go, and again, just didn't go his way, slots back in the line, but we'll see these two start to look to work their way by. Turn number 6 going to be a good passing opportunity for Grody. Looks behind his shoulder, not going to be the pass there, and again, turn 6 has been one of the toughest spots to really make a move, and if you really need to make a move and want your competitor to lose a whole lot of time, you do it there, but it's either checkers or wreckers in that corner. It's simple as that, right? So you won't see too many there. Connor Chin now with an opportunity to look to get himself within a better starting spot. The cutoff zone as well for us is 15. 15 on back is what we have our eye on. I'm sure we're probably going to have more than 6 transfer in. It could be 8 drivers transferring in, a lot like what we had yesterday as well. Looking to go for about 38, I believe, drivers starting the main event. So 15th place is the cutoff zone of drivers who are going to find themselves in the LCQ later on today. At the moment, 15th, the 141 of Colin Olson.
Dustin Sketchley on the outside looking in, just lost that bubble spot to Nick Armstrong as we are seeing Connor Chin make his move to the front of the field through turn number 5. That will put Valiente into second. 2 spots lost there for Jack Grody. Jackson Leash has just been sitting in the back of this pack, waiting for the right time, the right mistake to pounce on it. And we were talking about this earlier, Caleb, the checkers or wreckers mentality. And if there's any wreckers you want to put yourself at risk of doing, I think you're saving that. You're saving that for the final.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to see that yourself in that period, right? You think about the year, all the hard work that goes into it, all the people behind you. You never want to end up without a shot to really pay that back to them. So I think Connor Chin learned a little bit about that yesterday as well, right? You think about the start he had in the pre-final, having to work his way through. It's really hard, especially having to work yourself through a pre-final. And again, you almost hinder yourself. You hinder your performance a little bit more, right? Having to put yourself through that. So never what you want to see. You never want to put yourself in that situation, period. As you work your way forward now, Massimo Valiente closing down his gap to about less than half a car length now. He's going to be on the rear bumper of the 989. Connor Chin going low. He's feeling the pressure, I'm sure, here, Jackson.
Here comes Grody with a big dive there. Quick move to get himself up into second. And that's one of the pricier moves, is now a gap starts to form once again between themselves and Connor Chin. But in the blink of an eye, we saw this with Jackson Leash further back. Very, very quickly, that gap can close up once again. So it'll be the first time Connor Chin takes that lead once again. Still has the purple lap, but it will be Grody, Valiente, and Leash best of the rest.
Here we go, driver in second. Grody again qualified second overall. When you look at the 206 senior qualifying sessions, the driver who's I think maybe missing a little bit at this stage of the race could be the number 8 of Leach, who is losing touch with your top 3. You look at the lap times here as well, a 58.9 the last time around, just a couple of tenths lacking, if you will, for the number 8. And you see the top 3 continue to push each other along. Grody looked like he wanted to go for a move there on the 989 of Chin. And we'll see what these two decide to do. There you go. Grody on the inside, turn 10. He's clear now, side by side for second.
Massimo wants P2 as well, but now backs out with the right foot and can't get there. Leach still waiting for the right time to pounce. Dug a little bit on Valiente, as we'll see the white flag. Front 2 rows is anyone's guess here as these guys continue to shuffle their way through.
And again, it's just a matter of putting yourself for a good starting spot in the main event. You don't want to risk all too much, as Leach, new life for the number 8 on the final lap. And this opens up the gap massively for Connor Chin and for Jack Grody. Now Leach going to start to defend for third on back. Chin looks like he's a little bit too far away. I'm not sure if he made a mistake or if it was just a point-blank pull away for Grody in the number 17 as the battle for third continues. Valiente nose down low. He's clear in the turn number 7. Up front, though, The two Wicked Racing GFCs have pulled away, and Jack Grody looking good. That should be a front row starting spot alongside the number 9 of Blake Nash when we get into the main event. The 17 around the final corner. He's going to win the pre-final into 06 Briggs. Connor Chin across the line, second. Massimo Valiente third, with Leach across the line in fourth. Mayer rounds up your top 5.
Phenomenal driving there. And Jackson Leach tried to wait until the last moment to snatch that P3 spot from Valiante, and all that did, you could see immediately those front 2 rows divided. It became Grody versus Chin and Valiante versus Leash. But boy, what a difference 24 hours makes for Connor Chin. In the minimal drama, will find himself in the front 2 rows for the final. Last pre-final of the day coming up in just a few minutes' time with the 100cc Junior.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Let's get going here. Last of our pre-finals, the Wicked Madonna Racing NW100 Junior class getting set to take the green flag. Troy Ferguson, rookie, the number 43, starts on the pole position alongside Ben Corkery in the 816, to Schlotthauer, to Dilly, to Jackson Gibson. Broerken, your first 3 rows, Carpentier, Nikarambayev, to Budish, to Taylor Noble, your top 10 rows, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters as we get set to take the green flag. Nothing yet. One more go around for your juniors. This is a chance to as well go further down the order. The 28 of Madeline Weber. She's starting alongside Oliver Broerken on row number 6. Maximilian de Guzman on row number 7 alongside Zach Monaghan. Sebastian de Moisac starts alongside Abir Kapadia Basu on road number 8. Brandon Eng starting all the way down in 17th. Row number 9 alongside Dylan Dransfeld. Zachary Holman and Cooper Isaacson, the drivers starting in 20th. 10 rows, 20 starters. And again, just getting confirmation here, the 33 into the 822 lost of fast lap. So that could have been the issue there for Dylan Dransfeld, as well for the 33 of Taylor Noble. That being said, Troy Ferguson and Corkery going to be given one more go at the race start here. And we'll see if they can get us going here, Jackson.
We'll try it one more time, side by side, to determine the final. Green flag is out. Pre-final for the Junior 100cc underway. 3 wide way further back. And one car airborne, 2,
3
into the outside barrier.
That's the number 8 there of Basu. Another one of the Ital karts involved there. I think that could be de Moisac, maybe. A battle for the lead. Troy Ferguson under pressure. Corkery or Schlotthauer, it looks like maybe. No, Corkery, my apologies. The 816 in the lead. Brandon Eng gets collected with the number 12 here of Cooper Isaacson. Those 2 drivers out of this race early.
Major chaos to start the pre-final. And Ben Corkery going to try and break away. Colt Schlotthauer right in the mix as well. But here comes Lewis Stiley trying the long island in the 817. Cannot get there. And fight is on for second, third, and fourth. Jackson Gibson just behind in the 824. And major moves here to get things started. More trouble there, the 33. Taylor Noble.
Yeah, 33 with issues here. And again, given the qualifying, the fastest lap was deleted. So there are going to be a couple of yellow flags, I'm sure, through the sector. Troy Ferguson thought about a move there. And again, the track lights have very good issues for the 842 here. And that's a lot of hard work coming undone for Monaghan, and I think he was just getting lapped there. So he's just getting out of the way, diving into the pits. So that's going to release Ferguson. And yeah, Monaghan out of the way here, but that was a close call for the driver second on back.
Major chaos. And somehow, some way, Monaghan gonna get away unscathed. Aside from the engine, another big breakaway opportunity here for Ben Corkery. Ferguson holds on to second. Gibson gets some spots as a result. So too does Lewis Diley. Colt Schultauer, the bottom of that battle. As we look over at Asad Nekadambayev in the middle of that field. Mateus Barerkin in front. Levi Carpenter further back. Good exit there from Asad. We'll look to the inside through turn 5. And looks like Mateus going to give that battle up. Now mounts a switchback. Ooh, major frustration there from Asad. Was banging on his wheel.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's unhappy about. Again, got the move done, but yeah, just again, visual frustration out of Assad there. 723 unhappy, but again, long race to go, long day to go as well for the 723. Nonetheless, he's looking to chase down the 216 here. That's just a couple of, or looking to chase down the 845. My apologies, of Schlotthauer, who's just a couple of kart lengths up the road. Is now Dilly looking for a move on Gibson. Dilly's able to get through for third.
Done deal there for the 817, but here comes Gibson as he carries that momentum coming out of turn number 4. Thought about a move to the inside, now backs out, major slide through turn number 5, and is on maximum attack, trying to close that to Gibson. Colt Schlotthauer, the fastest man on track right now, continues to pedal his way to the front. He's stopped right now by these two, Gibson and Diley, and Asad Nekadambayev is just a little bit further back, continuing to stay in contention. Big breakaway up front, 0.8 seconds separating Corkery and Ferguson.
Continue to follow with the battle further up the 845. Croc Promotion in partnership with Midnight Racing as well. The family duo here this weekend working their way through, and nonetheless, Colt has had a couple of good results already. And look at this battle further back, huge moment.
216 Mateus Barerkin.
That's the 216 of Mateus Barerkin. That's stuck in that battle further back, and again, just hasn't found that track position. Everybody just elbows out racing throughout this field here. Carpentier, I believe, the driver just ahead of him as we continue to battle further up as well.
Looks like issues here for P3 Lewis Diley in the 817, who has dropped back significantly.
Gibson, maybe. And again, we'll take a better look at it here. So Dilly is still out there on the racetrack in the 817. Your leader is still Corkery. It's Ferguson, Troy Ferguson.
Oh my goodness.
That's the driver with issues, and that's the driver who was on the pole. You see him slotting down the pylon. Troy Ferguson, the 43. This kid turned around his weekend by a significant margin. Now he finds himself in the grass, out of this race early, and that is absolute heartbreak for Troy.
What a difference just a couple of corners makes. For Troy Ferguson was one of the major favorites to start on the front row for the final, and will have to do it from the back later on. Again, 13-minute final and 1 lap coming up. Major things out driving there, using the chrome horn. Nekadambayev gonna back out of it. But man, major aggression there to Schlotthauer from the side.
Yeah, just at this point, I mean, desperation driving out of the 723, right? Just, again, the start of the race didn't go the way he would have wanted, and now here to close it off, just, again, making those moves, kind of forcing him a little bit here, and just you know, definitely not benefiting him at all at this stage of the race. But we continue to look forward. We look back up to the front. The 816 of Corkery continue to pull away in the 816. Dilly, the 817, a good gap for second. Gibson as well holds on to third. Schlotthauer and Assad holding on to your top 5 spots.
Lewis Dilly with a 52.735. is potentially able to close that gap. It might be too little too late. He's got the purple lap of 52.735. That's 2/10 up from Corkery, but it's going to take a couple of monster laps to really get that done. A little bit further back right now. Look at one of the Ital karts as the white flag is out for Ben Corkery. Can anything change here for the front row? Lewis Stiley continues to hold off Jackson Gibson. Can Gibson work his way to the front row?
Here we go for Ben. It's been so far a good day, and this kid has shown some pace, has gotten himself out in front, hasn't looked back since, and it should be a good start for Ben when we work our way into the main event later on today, all the way at the end of the running order at about 5:50 p.m. local time here. So this is huge, a huge result for the 816. Getting himself out in front and staying out in front has been the name of the game here as well. It shows why he's been the championship points leader and looking to return to the top step of the podium for a second time this year, perhaps later on in the day. But nonetheless, the 816 caps off the pre-finals with a victory. The 817 of Dilly, second, with Gibson, Nick Adambayev, able to get the better of Schlotthauer to round up your top five. Carpentier there, sixth, and more. And we look on at the drivers with issues, Brandon Eng, and more. Nonetheless, a quick lunch break for our entire hardworking NWKA crew. You see the Catalyst Driver Development Team in good spirits. And we're back later on today for the main events. 13 minutes plus one lap coming your way at 2:12 p.m. local time. So a quick break in the action. We'll get fed. The hardworking NWKA crew will get fed. And we'll be right back with more. Thank you for joining us. It's time to go racing for the final time in 2025 here at the NWKA Burly Product Super Cup. You're watching it all live on Kart Chaser. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth all weekend, Jackson Lambros. And it's time to go racing with senior 100cc. Jackson, run us down our starting lineup.
CMC Northwest 100cc seniors leading off. Jesus Vasquez on the pole alongside Jonathan Ports in the 915. Timothy Clark in third. He'll be starting alongside the California kid Blake Nash. Jack Grody alongside championship favorite Sydney Castles. That's fifth in sixth. Owen Luther, Riley Allen, Gabe Sessler, and Grayson Shorbert rounding out your top 10, Caleb.
Here we go. We're lined up. Jesus Vasquez on the inside. Johnny Ports on the outside. It was Vasquez on Saturday. Who is it going to be on Sunday? We have no idea, but we're getting set to find out now. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 100cc.
Clean getaway from Vasquez there as Ports immediately lines up into second. Nash holds on to fourth, but look out, Grody and Castle side by side. Major problems further back.
Connor Chin, one of the drivers involved, a couple of more. That was just on the edge there, I think just further back in the pack, but we focus back in up front. Jesus Vasquez with a good lead up at the helm of the field. That's now closing down to a kart length. Everybody else starting to get comfortable, starting to set in, starting to hit their marks, I think, more than anything, right? We're not seeing much racing inside of the top five to start this one off.
Again, you got to feel like something is brewing here, and some moves being made early.
Look at Gabe Sessler there on the inside of Jack Grody, able to work his way through.
Clean move there from Gabe, and a couple of guys just trying to get themselves in contention towards the end of this race. Lap number one, Vasquez, Clark, Ports, Nash, and Luther, your top five. And already Ports trying to get to work there on Timothy Clark in the 87. Drives him all the way to the inside of turn number three. Cannot get that move done. Here comes Blake Nash from fourth as they work themselves by the pits. Yellow flag is still out in front of turn five. We might have another issue.
Yeah, not sure what the issue was in a turn number five. Looks like everybody able to continue. Turn one looks to be cleaned up here as well. Jonathan Ports not looking to waste any time with Clark. He goes through for second. Tripped up for Blake Nash, who's losing a good number of spots in the process. Gabe Sessler goes through on Luther, the 979, and here goes Grody looking on Nash. He's clear. Nash, a backward slope. He's looking to go back on Grody. Nash able to get clear. Looking to stop the bleeding here because that was picking up, I think, a little quicker than he expected. He shuffled down the order, but again, everybody's been chasing one driver, which has been the 77. Everybody said he's had the upper hand on everybody else, and he's pulling away here, and this fighting further back is probably going to extend that gap even more. Nash, side by side with Sessler as we go into turn number four.
Side by side into turn number five, just behind Grody, trying to find a spot. 2x2 through turn number five, the most congested we've seen that. A major wiggle further back from Sydney Castles as there's a whole freight train behind. Colbert and Shorbert trying to put the pressure on, and Nash now leading this entire freight train out of turn number seven.
And we focus in on the championship here. What a recovery drive to start off this main event by Enzo Noel on the Sodi kart. He's already up to 11th. More drivers going side by side. Look at Noel, an over-under move, able to take advantage. Riley Allen stuck in the middle of it all.
Two spots, one corner, a nuclear move there for Enzo Noel further back in that orange Sodi with the green suit. Back over to Nash, trying to put the heat on Sessler. Hangs it to the low side and defends. Now a major move further back by Grody, able to snatch that spot from Castles as well. Blake Nash and Grody on the move here to advance themselves deeper into the top five. Top three already here, Caleb, starting to spread apart very quickly.
Yeah, they're starting to get away from drivers fourth on back, which at the moment belongs to Blake Nash. He's fifth at the moment. But you have Luther, the 979, who sits in the fourth spot. Clark sits in third. Jonathan Ports in second. And he's starting to close in on your race leader just a bit here. Jesus Vasquez, the key so far this race has been not to let him get away. The gap was at 0.8 of a second. It now drops down to 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap of the race belongs to the 87 of Timothy Clark.
And goes back to Jonathan Ports as he crosses the line. 52.923. That time by, that's 0.2 up from your leader, Jesus Vasquez. Another peak further back from the 21. Sydney Castles trying to improve her points and put another move on Gabe Sessler. Blake Nash continuing to chip away at Owen Luther. What a start for the 979 pilot. Up 3 spots in the whole shot and looking to get his way onto the podium and past Timothy Clark. There he is.
And again, we look at the championship points as well here, Jackson. When coming into the weekend, it was Grayson Thorpe Dublé that held on to the championship points lead, not present here this weekend. So Enzo Noel would have been the favorite in the championship. But again, he didn't have the best of days yesterday. Sydney Castles did have a good day, finishing inside of the top 10. Enzo finished just outside in this race as well. She's a little better than Enzo at this stage of the race. She's right behind Gabe Sessler, so she sits 8th. If she can get herself up to 7th, that would be a good chunk of points as well. That would go her way. She sits with 1,403 before yesterday. Enzo Noel sits with 1,520. So again, that would have been a long haul of points that she needs about 117 to go better. We'll see if she's able to get it because, again, Enzo is still right there.
And again, pinch of salt there because, again, 2 drop rounds in contention there. So we'll have to see how the math equates once we have our final tally. Back on track here, Blake Nash has reached the tail end of the 979. Owen Luther working their way through turn number 11. That final sweeping right-hander, and the 41, Gabe Sessler, is going to get the meatball.
Something amiss there for Sessler as here we look back. Riley Allen on the rear bumper of what looks to be the 955 of Schobert, who just got through for 9th. Enzo Noel, again, one of the championship contenders here, sits in the 11th spot, the 925 Sodi Kart.
Just missed the move here. Nash working his way past Luther, and Luther already carrying that momentum out of 5, trying to mount a comeback. But Nash in open air has been so fast, especially at the start of this race, Caleb, at the start of this weekend.
Yeah, and here we go. We're just about halfway through, again, longer main events here today. We have about 13 minutes plus 1 lap here in the main event, so that's a long time. A lot of time, I should say, for these drivers to try and get back to each other. The main one that we're looking at is Jonathan Ports, the 915 here, looking to close down his gap to the 77 of Buddy Vasquez Jr. in the lead of this race. And again, yesterday it's been a streak of a winless year in 2025 for Buddy. He snapped that streak yesterday in the main event when he was able to take the win here in 100cc. He's looking to go back-to-back and sweep the final round here at NWKA.
What a story it would be, though, for Jonathan Ports to be able to make this move as well, right? Used to be full-time in karting, has stepped away to make his commitments as an Oregon State Beaver, still at school. Being able to get that top NRC machine to the front would be a phenomenal way to cap off this year. Timothy Clark is giving mighty chase, though, right behind there. In third, the 87 kart, we see him just behind with that black and gold helmet, but still very, very strong for Jonathan Ports, who still holds on to our fastest lap of this final.
Yeah, very marginal. Ports was able to gain a 10th the last time around. You saw that gap goes down to about 0.6 of a second. It now opens up again. Vasquez went 0.2 quicker than Jonathan Ports the last time around, so Johnny Port's going to really have to get on the horse here to try and inch his way closer to the Wicked Racing GFC of Jesus Vasquez Jr. It's going to be a long shot, especially. We've seen how hard it was to really close up to your bumper yesterday in the main event to Jesus Vasquez. And I mean, Ports now finds himself in that 2nd spot, given everything he's got to try and close in. He looks visibly closer this time by. We'll see what the gap is. It's really just a matter of getting yourself within drafting range, getting yourself in that air, with the hole being punched in the air by Jesus Vasquez. We'll see what Ports can do, but again, it's hard because we've seen the pace that Vasquez has carried into Sunday.
What about Enzo Noel? Some positions gained after a dramatic start in the 925. Is also a championship contender, but his main rival, Sydney Castles, 2 spots up for the time being, and about 3 seconds separating them. They're relatively close to one another. Still, I don't want to call it a train, but definitely a train adjacent, so we will have to see if Chaubert is going to put the pressure on him. Riley Allen also in that mix outside of the top 5. Some good scraps here in the mid-pack.
Yeah, the 925 just in between there, or I should say the number 12 just in between the 2 championship contenders. And Castles in Noel there as well. We'll check in with them as this race continues to progress. Again, still trading fast times here. Jonathan Ports at 53.0. The same for Jesus Vasquez, so not much gain that time by for Johnny Ports, who's losing a little bit of time. There's Grody, and we look back here with Sydney Castles, who's just getting, has a healthy gap, I should say, in that 7th spot. It would only be a couple of points. She needed about 117 coming into the weekend, and again, you got to consider 2 drops as well that we do have here. So at the end, whenever the math definitely maths itself, we'll see who it is, but very, very close. Sydney, I think more than anything, probably needed to finish inside of the top 5, needed to finish in the in the lead of this race maybe to try and really put that fight to Enzo coming into the weekend. And again, her year started off on the right foot, right? She swept the weekend at the opening rounds with 2 wins, and then from there she finished just outside of the podium for round number 3. She finished 12th at round 4, then a 13th, a 12th, and a 25th, which is what really hurt her. That would definitely be her drop round as well at round number 8. But here at round number 9 and 10, she's just been consistently in the top 10.
This alone would be her first top 10 finish since round 3 at Portland. So a major.
Well, she had one yesterday
return.
as well.
Well,
right?
that as well, yes. But a major return for momentum right now. And again, we mentioned Grayson Thorpe-Doblé not being in this picture. Should also mention, I believe, Basu also not having a phenomenal run recently. He's at the back of the pack right now, 24th, and I believe out. So a very, very rough finish for Arif Kapita Basu. Winless this year, but great pair of top 5s. 3 podiums on the year as well. It'll be a rough finish, unfortunately, for the guy in the 16. Back over to 12th right now, or should I say driver of the 12, Riley Allen, leading Enzo Noel, Grayson Torbert, and Jacob Kohler just behind. One of the few TV karts in rotation this weekend.
Yeah, Riley and his dad, again, the importers, or I should say the dealers here on the Pacific Northwest of that TV kart chassis. And again, I want to talk a little bit as well, right, about the driver just right behind Riley, the 925. I mean, you look at the year he's had, right? Consistent, super consistent. Hasn't finished outside of the top 10 this year. Contact in between the two. Riley Allen not happy with Enzo Noel. And again, we were just about to get their commentators' curse for Enzo, but Riley not happy with Enzo, who can just try to go for a move in a turn 7, and the two of them make contact. But I was just saying, Enzo hasn't finished outside of the top 10 so far this year. He's on the brink of it now, just sitting in 9th. Colbert looking to go by, though.
That might be a penalty now coming Enzo Noel's way. We will have to wait and see.
That could be huge as well as far as championship points go.
What has been such a phenomenal run in the finale here for Enzo Noel could have a major stoppage for him from the stewards. Thank goodness we do not have that job. Our apologies, by the way, for any of the gestures there as he went to the Paul Tracy School of Sign Language there to express his emotions.
Nonetheless, so here, the battle for the lead starting to get a lot closer. Jonathan Ports in the 915 has started to close down his gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jonathan really getting on top of it now, gained a 10th on Vasquez, and now well within the drafting window of the GFC. Jonathan Ports giving it everything he's got before we get to the white flag here. Jackson.
It's in the nick of time, as you mentioned, white flag this time by as we are about to reach the 13-minute mark, and Jonathan Ports again with that purple lap, 53.048, about 3 or 4 kart lengths separating the two. Ports has put some phenomenal moves on this track this weekend in a variety of different chassis, different engines. He's going to have to utilize it one more time to clear the seemingly unstoppable force that is Jesus Vasquez Jr. White flag for JVJ.
White flag in the air this time by, and again, 2 different stories right this weekend. Jesus been super busy, works Monday through Wednesday in the engine shop with his dad, building the P1 engines. Arguably one of the best, if not the best, 100cc package that there is to purchase on the national circuit. And again, he's been busy there and drives Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This time, though, Jonathan Ports, a college student, just really limited seat time this weekend, looking for his first win in quite some time for the 915, and that would be huge for the NRC team as well. But I mean, for Vasquez, you look at the year he's had. 2025 hasn't been the best. He was able to snap that winless streak yesterday. Can he go back-to-back here this weekend at SEMA? It's looking good. Through the last corner, he had to wait a good number of months, but Vasquez sweeps the weekend in SEMA, doubles up. Jonathan Ports across the line in second in the 9:15. Gave it a fight to the end, but just couldn't contend with the 77. Jesus Vasquez Jr. goes perfect in July. And across the line, we wait for Sydney Castles as well. She rounded up your top 7. Enzo Noel gets himself up to 8th. And again, we await as well post-race, but that looks good for Enzo nonetheless here to come away with a good championship. I think if anything, if he does slip outside of the top 10, this would ultimately be Enzo's weekend. I'm not sure that will be enough.
Timing is telling me P14 for Enzo.
So that could be a penalty coming his way.
Already implemented, but we will have to see. And again, math needs to math itself out with our 2 drop rounds, with a lot of people still not present. It's looking good for Sydney Castles, we'll tell you that much.
Nonetheless, what a way to start off the weekend. Jesus Vasquez, the first winner on Sunday.
It's the big one for NRC Cadet 206, 13-minute final, plus 1 more lap around. Maddox Carlucci gonna start things off. Finished second in the pre-final, but a DQ for weight violation for Maverick Thompson sends him to the back of the field. He's alongside Sebastian Ochi, Ashton Croft, and Riley Schmidt in row 2. Ryder Wentworth, Jax O'Hagan in 5th and 6th. Maggie Worley, Jensen Meyer, Benson Hurley, and Harper Nuxel rounding out your top 10. Everybody seeming to check up just in the nick of time. But again, it's a standing start here for the Briggs 206s, and it will be all eyes on the back of the field to see what Maverick Thompson can do in the 95 Nitro.
Yeah, again, unfortunate they're on weight for the 95 machine heading into the main event. Definitely not what he would have wanted, but that gives rookie Maddox Carlucci a good shot to get his first win, I believe, maybe even of the year, maybe even of his career this weekend as well. We'll get an official update on that as well. This could be huge, again, for this young gun that has just burst onto the scene here this year. Finished second at the third weekend for what would have been round number 5. So that's his best finish, a second place on the year, and this could be huge. We could get his first race victory here this weekend.
Sebastian Ochi been waiting in the wings as well. Ashton Croft looking to bring this championship fight to Riley Schmidt.
Here we have a little bit of
behind.
confusion here, Jackson, as Croft is signaling over to Maddox, letting him know that he's on the inside. And again, Ashton just kind of confused there. See if we can get that figured out here in a couple of moments as well. We're getting the official grid. So wait for them to get it figured out here. And again, I think, yeah, Ashton should be starting on the outside. We'll have Maddox get moved to the inside here as well. So I think we just had the front two rows a little mixed up. Some drivers were supposed to be on the inside, graded up on the outside. Others were supposed to be on the outside, graded up on the inside. Nonetheless, we get ready to get going. Riley Schmidt, championship points leader of the weekend, looking for a podium here to cap off what's been a successful year for the 44 with Midnight Racing. But again, we get ready to get going. Croft, Carlucci gets set to take the green flag. We got it.
Ooh, slow start further back. Ashton Croft going to get major drops here. 5, 6, 7 positions lost there. The green helmet of the 84. More issues for Riley Schmidt as well, as she loses 4 spots as well. Big frustration on the outside and trouble. One kart off. It's Jax O'Hagan in the 73, who I believe made contact with Maggie Worley.
That's my apologies there. I believe Ochi, the driver that's currently in second at the moment. Everybody else going to get single file. Riley Schmidt as well didn't have the best of starts, the 44. Dropped back to just about 6th, it looks like. But up front, Carlucci going to lead the first lap under full song here, Jackson.
Clean air for the front of the 100. Maddox, Carlucci, then Sebastian Ochi. And Ryder Wentworth gaining 2 positions in the whole shot, gets up into 3rd. Riley Schmidt drops 1 to 5th. Maggie Worley is up 1, and it looks like a couple of karts involved. I believe Maverick Thompson being one, and more problems this time. It's the 55. Worley spins from 7th.
Yeah, not good there for Worley.
Oh, wow.
6, 2 karts. Maverick Thompson and the 17 of Eburn. That's going to end their day early here. There's going to be yellow flags throughout turn number, I guess, the straightaway on turn number 3, but unfortunate incident there from Maverick. A day that, again, was going good in the pre-final, went bad after the DQ due to weight. And again, this weekend, just not finishing the way he would have wanted in 206 Cadet. Going to have another shot at it in 60cc later on today.
So 2 more karts involved, and all of a sudden it feels like half of this Cadet Briggs field has been involved in some kind of incident. Not for Maddox Carlucci, Sebastian Ochi, and Ryder Wentworth, as it starts to become a 2-kart breakaway. But even then, Sebastian Ochi struggling to make moves. Big 2x2 pack further back, as major wheel hop there for the 73. Jax O'Hagan losing 4th to Riley Schmidt, working through in the 44, trying to make those moves, I should say. And now more momentum further up, one of the Ital karts. The 73 of Jax O'Hagan, second in this pack here.
Yeah, Croft just in the middle there, one of the Ital karts, or the Ital kart, if you will, in that middle, as now O'Hagan looks like he got tripped up on the exit, goes a little wide. Here comes Croft. They're looking for a move. Riley Schmidt looking to take advantage as well. Everybody just gets checked up, and now pass looking on the inside. O'Hagan door just shut closed, side by side on the exit.
Around the long way tries Jax O'Hagan to get that spot by Ashton Croft. 2x2 once again, major crossover further back from Riley Schmidt, but we stay status quo. We're almost 3 wide as we work our way on to turn number 4 and through the pit entry. And some very major Major attempts at moves, shall we say here, Caleb. Only a couple of lead changes, and the minute I say that, another good run there from the 29 of Jensen Meyer, trying to get by Croft, can't get it done.
We're working our way through there. Mayer just right behind. Looks to be Smith actually at the back, so we'll wait for that to update on our end as well. Then when they cross the stripe this time by, so side by side.
Croft and Meyer through. And now Meyer shoots it through the inside. Good run for the 84. Here comes Croft trying the long way around. 57 on the inside. Some great battling here. Outside of the podium, Jensen Meyer, the best of the rest.
Seeing the 57 there, just in between. Not seeing that number on our timing loop here, so somebody might have to get hand scored here in this one. And again, we'll take a look at it further. That should be Hurley, like you said earlier, Benson Hurley not populating on our timing pile. Let's see what the confusion has been as around goes the 29 of Mayer. Dipped the tire into the grass, loops it around, going into turn number 8. Unfortunate there for Mayer.
And it's Carlucci in cruise control, out in front just at the purple lap. But Maverick Thompson, who's gotten that 95 rerunning, is one of the two karts running sub-minutes. Not going to be possible for Maverick to bring that home with the time still remaining on the clock. But what could have been for the 95 Carlucci, though, with an impressive 2.5 gap on Sebastian Ochi.
Yeah, we're just about 5 minutes into this one. We're halfway through this race. Carlucci going to start to catch up to some of the drivers just further back. I think Eburn the first on the chopping block for Carlucci to get around. Has to get around cleanly for the 100, but again, looking for his first race victory here this weekend. Thumbs up, giving the thanks there to the 17 of Eburn. Carlucci works his way through. Ochi in second, just really hasn't been able to respond, right? That gap extends. And again, you look at the gap that Carlucci ended above Ochi as well in the pre-final, finished 4 seconds ahead of the 46, who's now going to get held up just a little bit as he's able to work his way by onto the straight here into turn number 4. So Ochi just missing a little bit here, and Carlucci putting in some really good lap times, right? A 59.4. He's about over half a second quicker a lap than the rest of the competition at this stage, Jackson.
Full field starting to dilute as we begin to wind down the Cadet Briggs 206 final. Carlucci, Sebastian Ochi, Ryder Wentworth, Ashton Crofts, Jax O'Hagan, Riley Schmidt, Otto Powers, Maverick Thompson, Maggie Worley, Ryan Duff, Jensen Meyer, and Andrew Eborn. Yorkfield. Jensen Meyer, after getting that kart, the 29, going once again. As we watch Sebastian Ochi in the top of Tal kart continue to try and give chase to Maddox Carlucci, now up to 2.6 seconds the gap.
There's one driver there that looked to be Hurley. We saw him fighting inside of the top 5 earlier on in this race with Riley Smith and a couple of other competitors. Now he finds himself in the law, unfortunately, on the exit of turn number 3. That's going to end the 57's day prematurely. As we focus back in with our driver in second for Ochi. And again, you look at the year Ochi has had so far as well. The 46, I believe, hasn't joined us so far this year here in the Junior 1 Briggs or the Cadet Briggs class. And again, working his way out here this weekend, finds himself with a good result. This would be a good podium as well. His first on the year, as this has been his first race here in the Pacific Northwest for the 46. Nonetheless, though, it's been a good result. This would also be a good learning experience, right, for Ochi. Nonetheless, good momentum to take into 2026 here, Jackson.
Phenomenal run this entire weekend for Sebastian Ochi, who has
finished on the podium yesterday as well.
Absolutely, and we talk about some of the guys that I don't want to say are necessarily unsung because they've been on the podium, but have just been waiting for that full moment in the spotlight. Watching the battle now for Woolley, trying to put the move around the outside of Powers. Done deal there.
Yeah, Able to get ahead of Powers. Worley, the 55, goes up another spot, up to 8th to the Midnight Racing Croc promotion machine. Improves his position as, Maggie Worley, my mistake, the 55, that's my mistake there. Maggie, a good drive by this young lady. Again, she's had a couple of great results as well, working her way through. She's now up further into the top 8 here in 8th as they work their way on by. The gap up front, though, has closed down a little bit here, Jackson. Carlucci, I'm not sure if he made a mistake a couple of laps ago. It was at over 2 seconds. It's now closed down, and I think he did have a big mistake. He ran a second slower than his usual time, so I'm assuming he dropped the tire. Something went wrong the previous lap for the 100. Again, he's going to have to reopen his gap here for the 46 of Ochi.
Further back, Meyer in the 29 trying to get to work and clear Powers as well. As we see Powers there in the 70, Meyer's already making that move. Championship runner-up will be kicking himself over what could have been as well. Some phenomenal moves earlier on in this race, but a mistake after dropping a tire coming out of turn 6 sent him all the way around. Carlucci, almost the same fate it would seem, as he tries to bring this one all the way home. And Ochi trying to capitalize on that mishap, not fully doing so. I will say, Ochi's staying at pace with Carlucci, but that gap is not closing for the time being. Just at the bottom of your screen there, looks like Worley has gotten to the back of the 95 of Thompson, and trying to make that move work as well. But again, very, very rare to see the 206s, especially with these guys, dilute to this level, but with so much kart-to-kart contact early on. It's the way the cookies crumbled here in the final.
Here's your leader, though, the 100, working his way around. And again, this would be a career best result for the 100, and this would also be a great year for the 44 of Riley Smith. You talk about the year this young driver has had. I mean, you look at the start, right? She won the opening weekend, 2 wins to start off the year, 2 fourth-place finishes for the 44 at the second weekend for rounds 3 and 4, and then you go to the third round, the third weekend of UO, rounds 5 and 6. She swept the weekend as well, finished second at round number 8. Round number 7, Round number 8, she won again on an absolute tear for the 44. She's looking at her first championship year this weekend, finished inside of the top 5 yesterday, looking to close out this chapter here this weekend. This would be awesome for the 44, for Midnight Racing, the entire team that's made it possible for this young lady to put herself above the rest here at NWKA for the Burly Product Super Cup. And again, she's still making moves, hasn't let up. It looks like she's trying to get around the 73 there, it looks like, of Hohagen, who was able to go back by Smith. Gonna set up an over-under here as they go side by side into turn number 12.
Could be lap traffic, as our timing and scoring is telling me that Hohagen is off pace.
And that
is still defending that lead lap. Could be penalties being applied here.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like Hohagen's still on the lead lap nonetheless, so we'll take a look at it further as well. I think they are indeed battling for position. We'll take a better look at it as well as this race continues.
Interesting to note also about Hohagen, and we were talking about this at the start of the weekend. Pay attention to the steering wheel of the 73. Those zip ties mounted to the top of the steering wheel.
Just a little bit of coaching points, right? To really emphasize to the driver. I'm sure if they're under the Wicked Racing team to emphasize to Sonny Cervelli, right, how much input Hohagen's putting into the steering wheel, and that's something to know for viewers at home, right? Whenever you see those zip ties, it's really to see the amount of input that the drivers are putting into it. As one driver backed into the wall, that's Worley in the 55 Midnight Racing machine. Maggie's day, unfortunately, hasn't gone the way that she would have wanted. She was in the wall there as they continue to fight here for the 5th spot, Hohagen and Smith. But up front, we're coming to the white flag this last time around. The number 100 of Maddox Carlucci gets the white flag this time by. And you talk about the race leader, right, on what he's done so far this weekend. He was close to a race victory yesterday. Unfortunately, contact for him in one of the heat races put him on the back foot and ultimately gave the win to the 95 of Maverick Thompson. And you talk about the turnaround as well, right? The number 100 has had shaved a good number of tenths, I believe 8 tenths from his lap times coming to the weekend. Has learned a lot, got to work, committed himself to video review, to data review as well with the Catalyst driver development team. And here this weekend, he's half a lap away from becoming a race winner just a year into his young career. Maddox Carlucci coming into the weekend, right? Saw that a TV was playing, there was go-karts on the screen, and was excited about the fact that he was going to be racing on TV. And here this weekend, he puts himself on the map in the Pacific Northwest. You talk about the talent, the progression, the learning that this kid has done so far throughout the weekend. And again, he's made his mistakes, but he's also done a lot of good so far this weekend. 2 corners to go for this young driver on the Italkart for Catalyst driver development. Again, it's been a long time coming. Before today, his best result was the 2nd place finish around the last corner. Maddox Carlucci is a winner at last.
And Sebastian Ochi gonna limp it home across the line in P2. Ryder Wentworth going to come home to round out your podium. Wiggle of excitement there from the 100. Major excitement there from Maddox. And he has every right to be. He's a Burly Super Tour winner.
Yeah, I'm sure the Catalyst team is going to be fired up for this young driver as he works his way around the last corner. What a result. What an end to the weekend for the 100, who's a first-time winner on the regional scene here at NWKA. And we move forward. It's time to go racing in Shifter. Or actually, my mistake. It's time to go racing in LCQ racing action. My apologies, Jackson. My apologies to those of you on the fence line as well. We do have the drivers that are going to find themselves in this LCQ. I'm not sure if this is the way they're going out there on the racetrack, but this is what I have for the drivers that are making it through. Isabella Kempf in the 63 finds herself in this LCQ, looking to race her way out. Tanner Sanchez, the 44, in this one as well. Alex Acosta, Connor Chin finds himself in the LCQ once again. I'm not sure if he faced a DQ, faced a penalty. What happened to the 9089 to find himself in this LCQ once again? But he's in it. And we'll see if he can race his way out of it. Gabe Sessler working his way out for you. See brother Jake giving him last little bits of encouragement as he finds himself in this one. Zise Ma as well. Colin Olson, Davison Mann, Travis Van Bakel, Elia Dresden, Nick Armstrong, Gavin Callahan, Dustin Sketchley, Tristan Moore. The 17 drivers that are going to have to race their way out of the LCQ, and it looks like Isabella Kempf going to lead them out onto the racetrack for HRE. We'll see if she can race her way out. We'll see if the 141 as well of Colin Olson can get himself into the main event on his Burrell Art Machine. Just on that second row, the 33 there as well finds himself in the LCQ. That is, looks to be Davidson Mann, the 44, in this one as well of Tanner Sanchez. And you work your way back to the 07 of Leon Ramson as well in this one. Sorry, that's the 707 of Alex Acosta there. Again, those numbers only seeing half of that, but nonetheless going to look to work his way into the main event, the 77 Italkart, as well as Travis Van Bakel looking to get himself into some main event racing action later on in the day. But again, a lot of drivers looking to get themselves out of it here. Jackson, just a matter of keeping it clean, a matter of staying out there on the racetrack. We'll see what they give us.
Yep, and P8 is our magic number, the area in positions that we will be keeping our eyes on, as if you're 8th or better, you are in, albeit the back of the pack, for the final. Everybody else, your day ends, if you see the checkered flag here, 15th to 9th. So a couple guys really trying to fight their way in. Don't think we
guys
saw
and girls.
Guys and girls. And I'm not sure if we actually saw Cooper Chen or if he's in a different kart.
Connor Chen, yeah, I'm not sure. Not too sure. Here's Gabe
Double
Sessler.
check Gabe Sessler with
We'll
some
see.
major
You
issues.
see,
Gonna have to fight his way in.
Yeah, you see Cooper Becklin there on the side of his car as well. Jake and a couple of more giving last little words of encouragement here. So I'm not sure who else we're missing here. It does say Connor Chin was supposed to be in. I'm not sure what the end results for the 206 main event were. Again, they are at the back of the order. We'll take a look at that as well as this one progresses. But so I have it here. Chin actually finished second, so he should be good. I don't know why he's showing up on my paper here. He should be good to go. But I will say they did add more drivers into the LCQ, so that does make sense. Only 22 transferred in automatically. What we expected to be around 30. I think we do have less numbers here today. So again, it looks like we're about 16 to 17 drivers looking to race their way into the main event here in a couple of moments' time. We'll be right back.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Well, here we go. On to the racetrack for your LCQ in 206 senior. Isabella Kemp, the driver, starting on the pole position as they try to race their way out, Jackson.
And it'll be Connor Olson alongside in row number one. One of the Burrell ARTs further back. As I want to say, William Ransom just behind there in the 07. No, that's not. That's Tanner Sanchez in the 44. Row two, you look a little bit further back. Looks like Curtis Wolf in the 36. 17 karts on the grid. 8 advance, another 9 going to go home. Revs rise, and the flag flies. LCQ for Senior Briggs is underway.
See the 141 there of Olson kept his hands on the wheels, on the tires. Looked to get him spinning. That could have been the secret move. Gets himself to the lead of the race on the exit of turn number 4.
Might actually be the first time we've seen someone on the outside row take the lead going into the 5-6 complex, and it will be Sanchez leading Olson leading Sanchez into turn 1. A little bit of jostling further back. One of the Burrells trying to make moves as still side by side further back, but a great getaway from the 141 of Colin Olson. He'll be the first of the line.
Isabella Kempf not getting the best of starts here in this one. Sanchez slots in a line in third to Acosta, to Wang, to Mann. Wolf finds himself 8th. Pearson, that's about the cutoff zone. The 36 of Wolf currently sits on the chopping block. Who's going to make it in? Who's going to stay out? Who's going to go home early? Wesley Pearson looking to get himself in there as well, the 72. As we continue to battle Gabe Sessler, we saw him fighting up at the front. And again, this race hasn't got forward for him just yet. Side by side for the back.
Big jostling here as we are around the bubble. Still Wolf, who's in the show trying to fend off Preston in the 72. Now we get single file as we work our way into turn 7. Can now work running side by side for that level of time. One of the NRC karts under attack is
it's
the
Sessler.
41. There it is, Sessler continuing to make some moves as Gabe has already advanced from last 18th on track to P12.
That's a good move there out of Gabe Sessler in the 41, looking to get himself into the mix. We're side by side, just outside of the top 10, and it gets a little bit hairy. One driver with issues looks to be the 460.
961, Dustin Sketchley.
961, yeah, it could have been Sketchley there, the driver with issues. Unfortunate, and that's going to be the end of the day for that driver.
Sketchley, who was in this hole before, battled at the bubble to work his way into the main event yesterday, will not be able to do that again. Still side by side, another lap in a row, heading into turn number 5 as we look at Gabe Sessler continuing to try and make his moves.
9th.
As Cadet Huang leads this pack. Currently some great moves though.
Yeah, so as it stands, the drivers currently 8 and 8 on up are still battling for position. Wesley Person, the driver that currently sits just on the edge, just on the cutoff zone. Gabe Sessler needs to make one more position to get himself into the main event here. And I'm not sure he's going to have enough help as everybody working together moves further back. This is just outside of the top 10. Clarahan looking to make the move there on what looked to be Ma as we're going side by side, still fighting on the cutoff zone. Again, the 72 Croc Promotion with the Brellard suit of Person, the driver that's looking in. And Gabe Sessler, the driver we've seen run up at the front already this weekend, run inside of the top 5. Finds himself on the outside looking in.
And is the fastest man on track, one of the only drivers with a sub 60-second lap time, 59.746, and trying to find himself in this massive 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 kart conga line. And just in the middle of that right now, between Wesley Presson and Curtis Wolf, is that bubble.
Here we go, Sessler inching his way closer and closer to the group that currently sits in the main event. There you go, Ransom, the driver that's populating in a 4th, is the one that we're missing. Caden Wang, the driver in 5th, fastest on the racetrack now, 59.493 as well. Everybody's starting to improve lap times, Jackson.
And you can see some sign language there further up, some big pointing forward as it looked like Tanner Sanchez trying to make some moves there in black 44.
And this is the lead group here as well. Don't forget Olsen, the driver in the lead, Kemp in 2nd, Isabella finds herself still sitting in tow, and Gabe just getting to the rear bumper here. And one driver, Person, the one that's been left out to dry, hasn't been able to keep up with the group. And I think Sessler not going to waste any time. Does he look for the move in turn 7? He's going to wait. How about turn 9? Going to be the best opportunity he has thus far.
So it pretty quickly becomes a 2-person fight for the bubble, and all of a sudden here comes Sessler on the inside, tries the low line into turn number 10, and just like that works his way into the show. It was an expensive one now as the remainder of the field begins to break away. Can Sessler do anything to work his way into this train in front, or will it be a battle all out between the 72 of Wesley Presson and that NRC machine of Gabe Sessler to the bitter end? Sessler still trying to move forward now. The inside of Davidson Mann will still be side by side and finally make that a done deal. Maybe not. Mann holding on to as much of that momentum as possible. Now
I think
flips
that's
the
Wolf
script.
there. That's Wolf on the Ital kart, the driver that currently sits 7. So Sessler's in the main event. But again, he's not clear from Person yet, who still sits in 9th here in the 72 Croc Promotion machine. So this group, and I really think if you're Sessler, right, he just wants to get further up. He wants to be safe. He wants to make sure that he's in the main event. He's looking to go back. So now the driver on the cut zone is going to be Wolf, the 36 Ital kart. And I tell you what, the 72 of Person is very close to the rear bumper here. We'll see what Sessler can do if he can pull away and leave these two karts to fight on their own. And again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sessler continue to fight as well with drivers further up.
But we can see how expensive those moves that Sessler is making is, as we see another move now. Now he gets to Davidson,
Oh,
man, and
wow.
we're 2 by 2. Major jostles here, NASCAR style, out of turn number 5.
Oh, Isabella Kemp stuck on the outside. Isabella Kemp, she started on the pole position. Now she's going to look down in 10th, I believe, all the way down the order for the driver that started on the front row. This race has just fallen away for the 63. She was 3rd at the start of this lap. Now she's all the way outside of the main event, looking in 9th.
Gonna try and get back into the show, but it's gonna require some cooperation with Wesley right in front. I'm not sure how we got into that multi-groove coming out of turn number 5, but all of a sudden it is fight on for the bubble. Up front, Colin Olson and Tanner Sanchez fighting for that lead, but not too hard, as they're just trying to be the best of the rest. Back over to Isabella here.
So I tell you what, I just looking at the timing charts update here for us. It's still not marking, I believe, Ransom, or it is, sorry. So the driver, yeah, indeed, on the cutoff zone is the 72. So it's a 2-car battle to get into the main event. It's the 72 that sits in 8th. Into the show, here goes Kemp, looking on the inside to race her way into the main event. She's clear. Now the driver on the outside is Person on the 72, but they really need to get on with it, because on his way is the 91 of Clarahan, Jackson.
And he just put in one of the fastest laps as well. Now we're working our way into the 59 twos, and he has been pedaling his way into this pack. 3-car battle.
White flag.
For the bubble for the time being, and white flag for Isabella Kemp, as she will do everything she can to fend off Preston and now Gavin Clarahan.
Isabella Kemp, the 63, started on the pole position here this race, and now 2 drivers look to deny here. She needs just this, side by side, further back for 9th. Clarahan able to get through to 9th. Person now sits in 10th. Kemp looking to run away and get herself into the main event. The gap is closing though, a car length to get her way in.
Clarahan, like a bat out of hell, carries good momentum out of turn number 5, not quite within striking distance, but will keep in conversation through turn 6, bumper to bumper as we work into 7. There's the lunge on the hairpin, and in the blink of an eye, Gavin Clarahan fights his way into the show.
Kemp looking to go back here into turn number 9 here, sorry, as we go one more corner to go for Kemp. Up front, Sanchez looks good to win it. I think Clarahan looks good to get into the main event.
Out of the corner for the final time, and at the last moment on the last lap, Gavin Clarahan gonna fight his way into the show.
What a race. What a way to get himself in. The 91 makes it into the show. And unfortunate for Isabella Kemp, the 63 started on the inside on the pole position, and you saw 2 by 2 throughout this corner right here, going into turn number 4. Man, heartbreak for Isabella, and I think we're still missing Ransom there from the timing charts, and I think it looks good for Isabella at the moment. Clarahan, I think, might have had a penalty. It's scoring him down in 11th.
We'll have to wait and see.
Wow, that could be huge.
Massive.
A huge turnaround for Isabella Kemp. We're just talking about the heartbreak, the hard work that comes in to getting yourself here, and if it stands, if timing's correct here, the 63 inches her way through after post-race penalties.
Plenty of drama to get us started here in the finals, but the action is just getting started. We go back to back with Shifter Light and Shifter Heavy right after this.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can
It's time to go racing in shifter light. That being said, we'll run you down your starting lineup. The 92 of Quarantine Russo going to hold on to his pole position here. We expected him to challenge himself a little bit, right? Go last to first. Opting to stay out there on the racetrack and start on the pole position, looking to sweep the weekend here in shifter light. Sorry, Cooper Becklin, the 28, starting alongside him on row number 1. 695, the main man for Catalyst Driver Development, Raymond Ruschetti, finds himself on row number 2 alongside Andrew Byrne.
For the back, all eyes on your pre-final winner yesterday, Massimo Valiente, rolling off in 5th in the 68. Connor Wick in P6. TJ Madonna is 7th. Kieran Madden is 8th. Carter McGregor 9th. Who decides running out your top 10?
You go back to your last couple of starters here as well. Eric Hermanson, Chase Reynolds, Riley Miller, Nolan Gagnon, and Don McGregor. Your field that's getting set to take the green flag here in this main event, Jackson.
So again, very, very Italkart heavy front end of this field, and it will be all eyes on that lone Rollison Performance driver, Cooper Becklin, to see what he can do from the front row. It's been all Italkart with Ruschetti, Rousseau, and Valiente all going back and forth, battling in the finals and pre-finals.
And they've almost swept every session, I think, outside of the warm-up yesterday, where Becklin was able to get himself at the front faster than the Frenchman. The 92 is going to take us to the green flag here, as we'll keep our eyes posted here. Rousseau, Becklin, who, again, on our platform, we haven't seen him in the shifter package since last year. I believe maybe the SCUSA Supernationals or maybe the SCUSA Pro Tour whenever we went to Newcastle Motorsports Park. Here we go. We look at the green flag. Rousseau on the inside, Becklin on the outside in a first gear, and we're racing in shifter light. That's a good start by Quarantine Russo. Gets himself up to the lead of this race ahead of Cooper Becklin. Raymond Ruschetti holds on to his spot. I will say, though, Massimo Valiente, the only driver making moves in this opening lap, gets himself up to, it looked like he was up to 4th. And I believe it was Byrne that was able to hold on there. And indeed, Valiente stays in 5th. Connor Wick 6th. TJ Madonna, the 414th. In 7th to Madden, to E, to McGregor, their top 10 in the opening lap. But Quarantine Russo already extending his gap out in front.
Essentially running as they start. And you turn the clock back here to the pre-final. It was a hard-charging Ruschetti who was just unable to clear Becklin, and there was frustration from the 695. It felt like he had pace if he was just able to clear the RPG, but was unable to do it. All of a sudden, though, it's too early to call, but it's been some phenomenal pace and a little bit of pressure now for the 28, the one kind of cotton candy colored 28, as he tries to mount first to 92.
Here we go, working our way, the first lap in the books. Rousseau to Becklin to Ruschetti, and again further back, the battle for fourth going to start to heat up here. Massimo Valiente looking to go on the 90 of Byrne into turn number 3. Can't do anything there just yet, and again you have to think how much time is Massimo going to spend, because Connor Wick is starting to breathe down both of their necks here.
Two Italcarts going at it. Here comes a move. Further back, Valiente trying to clear Byrne in the 90, but still unable to get that move done. That brings Connor Wick further back in the 289 into this mix as well. Just behind Kieran Madden, Carter McGregor going at it as well. And again, you look at the two Italcarts, this needs to be teamwork between the two, as all these two scrapping with one another is going to result in is exposing and giving opportunities to Connor Wick just behind there. And you look at the ability for Valiente to hunt for these wins. Byrne is not wanting to let that happen at this point.
Yeah, Massimo, again, he's had a successful year in the shifter ranks already with 2 wins on the year. This weekend looking to capitalize. It will be a year without finishing on the podium. A year where he's only finished on the podium in 2025 in the shifter category, and he's looking to get himself here to the podium. Again, this should be his worst result, right, if he's able to finish 5th at the end of it all. This might be his worst result on the year, and again here Massimo looking into the last corner, looking to go through on Byrne. What a move out of Massimo Valiente up to 4th.
Remember, he's liked that corner, as now further back it looked like Connor Wick was trying to make it work into 1, but couldn't do so. Valiente liking that final turn 11 sweeping right-hander. That's where we saw that final lap, final corner pass in the pre-final yesterday, is able to make it stick, and for the first time in the final will get some clean air to his nose and try to work his way forward. For the back, Cooper Wick continuing to put that pressure on the now lone Italcart.
Yeah, Connor now looking to get the work done on Byrne in the 90. We'll see what he can do, and again, wasn't out there for qualifying. Had to go last all the way up to the front of the field. And again, Connor's had a pretty successful year in the rounds that he has done. Finished 2nd both days at the opening weekend. Finished 2nd and 1 at round number 4, and then again missed out on the 3rd weekend, and then came back. 2 2nd-place finishes at rounds 7 and 8. 9 yesterday probably wasn't the best of rounds, the DNF in the main event, and then here looking to work his way through as well. Hasn't finished off the podium until yesterday, again this year, but it should be a good result for Connor if he can get through on Byrne. A little bit better in the championship as well here.
Already you start to see Ruschetti put that pressure on, but right here you can see Valiente try and put that gap on Byrne and Wick, and this becomes our battle for 4th.
Battle for 2nd though, Cooper Becklin, Raymond Ruschetti, very close together here, Jackson. 2 car lengths in between the two of them.
Good exit there. So much confidence on the curbs right now for Ruschetti, as he is in lockstep with Becklin, slowly working his way around. It's been very rare, especially in the shifters here, in this opening right, left, right, the S's to get things started. It's really been this back half where we've seen these moves. Becklin continues to go middle to defend. Ruschetti not able to work his way through, but has been studying the back of this 28 for a couple of laps now. 5.
He was almost behind the 28 all day yesterday as well. Jackson Ramo kind of struggled to get by Cooper. I believe he was in the pre-final, and the two of them were battling for the pre-final victory. Then in the main event, Ramo just didn't have the pace, unfortunately, to get up to Cooper Becklin, as Cooper again was working his way through the field. So we'll see what they can do here now. Ramo struggled yesterday. We'll see if he's figured anything out here on the Sunday. Continuing to get closer and closer to Cooper Becklin here, but he hasn't found a way by yet.
Gap out in front, starting to gain size once again. Quarantine Rousseau, purple lap after purple lap. The lone driver in the 49s. And we look at Remo Ruschetti continuing to try and work his way by Cooper Becklin. I'm curious when it comes to making that move over the shifter. Again, we talk about the adaptability of the racer, but how hard it is to mentally make that switch. Have another thing you have to add to your muscle memory, something you need to make sure you're in the right gear for.
Well, the lines are different as well, right? Whenever you go race in a shifter, whenever you do race in a 206, but Cooper's done this for quite some time already, right? He did it all last year as well, and I believe in years prior as well. So, I mean, I would say more so that first year when you talk about mindset, when you talk about driving, drivability, adjusting and adapting. I mean, that changes a little bit as well whenever you get down to it nonetheless. But I think Cooper, if anything, he's probably used to it now and knows what he needs to do to transition in between both classes here. I did see Rousseau could be maybe closing in to these two. Maybe want to provide a little bit of help to Ramo, not sure. We'll look at it. Looks like they're just a little bit closer as issues further back. One driver off the racetrack. That looks to be the 19, maybe could be the 10.
It's Riley Miller.
Well. And Riley Miller off the racetrack out of this race early.
Looks like engine troubles for him and will have to retire as we look back over.
I believe, for Riley.
Riley Miller. But tell you what, with these two battling, Becklin and Ruschetti, all this is doing is bringing Massimo Valiente into the mix. You're just seeing him come into view further back. The 414 of TJ Madonna further back. P7 holding off Karen Madden, the red suit with the white and red helmet. As mid-pack has started to spread out fairly well at this point in the race. Meanwhile, further up front, we talked about guys needing to adapt to maybe doing shifter karts. Not Quarantine Rousseau. Hasn't been a single weekend seemingly this year where he's been outside of a shifter, has been racing not just here in North America, but the Flying Frenchman all across Europe.
And that's what it takes, right? It's a lot of sacrifice to really be at a racetrack every single weekend. Miles and miles, thousands of miles away from home, right? Look at this kid who's been racing all year long, only 18 years old. And again, you look at the accolades he's collected, right? Looking forward, looking to put on a World Championship berth later on this year when he goes over the World Champs with the Charles Leclerc official team with Barellard. And again, we're going to see him in the States here next year, so we'll see what Quarantine can do as this race continues to progress. But Cooper still holding Ramo Ruschetti at bay, keeping him at a car length. And this has given Massimo Valiente, I think, a little bit of hope, a little bit of chance as well to close down his gap. And you see him, you see the 6'8" starting to come in a frame here, Jackson.
Ruschetti trying that hang and dive out of turn number 3, where the outside becomes the inside through the S's, and all of a sudden, all of these attempted lunges are starting to bite Ruschetti back as Becklin extends that length between the two of them to about 5-6 kart lengths, and now all of a sudden, you see that extra pace, that extra grip that Ruschetti's got on tap through 9 and 10, and starts to work his way back into the mix. Again, the shifters, the one class we have where these guys will be getting new shoes. 52 with a very bold move there. Oh my goodness, Kieran Madden jammed up the inside of TJ Madonna, and just behind, what a view there. Nolan Gagnon getting to see a phenomenal view of that last minute fake.
I think TJ wasn't even expecting it here as Gagnon continues to close. We saw Gagnon with issues, running inside of the top 5 in the pre-final, backed it into the wall here in turn number 4, and now looking to get a recovery drive already inside of the top 10, and looking to go by on the Wicked Racing GFC of TJ Madonna. That gap, kart length and a half in between the two.
Madonna trying to patch this up right now, but he's got a rear bumper full of Nolan Gagnon and almost gets a taste of it once again through turn 11. Back up to the front, Cooper Becklin fending off Ramo Ruschetti for the past 10 laps, but Massimo Valiente slowly starts to work that fellow Ital kart into the mix. Time running out, and at this point you've got to look at the priorities here for Ruschetti and Valiente. A win is not going to be on the books. Rousseau a whole 3 seconds down the road. It's how much Valiente wants to work his way onto the boxes tonight, and how much Ruschetti wants to hold onto it. Can either of them use the power of friendship to work their way by Cooper Becklin? Gonna have to find out here with just a handful of minutes left, handful of laps to go.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think if anything, pushing each other along, it's probably going to cause them to step on each other's toes more than anything at a racetrack that's very tight and technical in the shifter category. That being said, it's going to be the battle for the podium, I think, from here on out for Remo Ruscetti, for Massimo Valiente, as Remo just hasn't been able to find a way around Cooper Becklin to this stage of the race, and we're getting close to the end here as well. We're just about a minute to go plus 1 lap, so that could be 2 laps to go depending on when core team gets to the line here, and I think this could be 2 laps to go here for Quarantine Russo in the lead of this race. We'll check back in with that battle for second as they continue to fight here, Jackson.
Again, had the privilege of talking to Coco yesterday and his dad, and again, openly elect to come and race in America, and they have just absolutely loved it. So different as we finally see that move as Remo Ruscetti finally works his way through. Could this become a twofer as the other Ital car works through? It's the middle of the track now, and in the blink of an eye, Remo Ruscetti works his way into that middle spot on the podium. Cooper Becklin now holding off Massimo Valiente.
Remo catching Cooper Becklin by surprise. What a move out of the 695. Now Massimo going to look to go by on Cooper Becklin as he continues to close in. I think Cooper not going to waste any time to try and go right back on Remo Ruscetti at this stage. White flag in the air for Quarantine Russo. The battle for third, the battle for the podium rages on here, Jackson.
And into the open blue goes Remo Ruscetti. The question is, can Cooper Becklin hold on and be one of the non-Ital karts to make it onto the boxes? Not if Massimo Valiente has anything to say. Valiente throughout all of these classes has been so confident in the S's, but he's gotten the business done in 4 and 5, and there's been no threat for Quarantine Russo.
How about this kid, the 92? Again, we saw him at the start of the year when he worked his way over here to the States. And again, he'll do anything to stay in a kart. He'll do anything to be racing behind the wheel every single weekend. And what a successful way to go back to France tomorrow. Sweeps the weekend here at NWKA. Quarantine Russo, perfect. Here in August, he wins on Sunday across the line in second. Remo Ruscetti, and the battle for third goes the way of Cooper Becklin in the end. But when you look at the championship, what a year for Massimo Valiente to come away with the championship in 2025.
Fist bump between the 92, between Russo and Ruscetti, and Becklin able to hold off a hard-charging Valiente to stand on the podium.
Maybe some donuts here for Quarantine in front of the crowd?
We should.
Is that a possibility? Can we do
love that?
I think he's nursing the motor, so I'm not sure if we'll see any out of Quarantine, but that's a great result out of the 92, and a great result for the Catalyst driver development team, right, to win at home with their driver. That being said, quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with some more racing action. Shifter Heavy coming your way next.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe.
Jeff Westland struggling to get fired off here, the 35, going to get another push. The exit of the grid, finally able to get fired. How about a huge shout out as well for our grid marshal here this weekend. She's super cool at trying to help these shifter guys get rolling, right? It's, if you will, pretty badass, for lack of better words, right?
Absolutely.
So, nonetheless, we get going here, ready to get racing. Once again, Cole Hager, nobody's been quicker than him in the shifter heavy class. Was challenged a bit yesterday I think that might be an overstatement as well. He absolutely blew the doors off of the field. The 113 has been quick.
It was Hager Mania all day yesterday, and it was a 1-2 between Cole and Ryan, and some struggles in qualifying and the pre-final today has pushed Ryan all the way back. Here's how they'll line up. Cole alongside Travis Henson for row 1. Jeff Westland alongside Cameron Castle's father to Sydney. Then it's Ryan Hager alongside Ricky Worley, Alex Westland, and Ryan Deaver, Will Lynn, and Aaron Doster top 10. Then it's Nigel Korstrain, Steve Seiler, Chris Soliotis, Mateo Alfano, and David Chang. The magic question, does anybody have anything but Snake Eyes, the 113 of Cole Hager? All eyes on Travis Henson to see what he can do. Further back, you look at Westland and the CRGs, the other family pair of Jeff and Alex, going to try and work their way into this mix as well.
Here we go, Hager on the inside, looking to take the green flag. And we look for it here. Henson on the outside, Hager on the inside, Westland back on the grid after issues getting fired. Cameron Castles. We're still waiting here, I think, getting everybody lined up, ready to get going here. I think issues maybe further back. Yeah, one driver hasn't fired off yet. I think that's Mateo Alfano, or somebody was in the wrong position, I think, coming into this main event, so they're getting refired here.
Feels like it's been issues all weekend long for Mateo Alfano.
Yeah, well, he's getting going. I think Nigel Korstrain was a driver that they needed to get through, but here we go. We're firing off. Henson on the outside, Hager on the inside. Green flag in the air. Henson with the whole shot. Hager, sorry, with the whole shot.
Big checkup further back here as we're side by side into turn number 6. A little bit further back. Everybody else continuing to go. Single file. And it is, for the first time seemingly this weekend, a Hager that is not out in front, and it's Travis Henson who's working his way
it's Hager.
to the lead.
It's Hager, yeah. Hager, the driver in the lead. There's a 113. The driver at the point. We've both made our mistakes here this race. Yeah, but nonetheless, Henson, the driver in second. Ryan Hager, the driver in third. Back to Cameron Castles. They are in fourth. To Deaver, to Doss, your top 6.
2 spots up already for Ryan Hager as he's worked his way past Cameron Castle. Some trouble there for Jeff Westland, who's way back now. And oh my goodness, big issues for the 650.
Oh, wow.
Chris Soliotis hard into the wall.
That was just going in at turn number 4, so Leotis seems to be all right. Officials work their way over there looking to get that cleaned up. That was a huge off there by Soliotis.
638 of Cameron Castles trying to work his way to the tail of Jeff Westland. Travis Henson holding on to P2, and already 2.5 seconds separating Cole Hager and himself in the 113 and the 103. Again, Cole, despite his phenomenal pace here, is, I don't want to call it alien when it comes to sprint formats. It's just both Hagers, Cole and Ryan, have a preference to doing the road racing all throughout the West Coast, whether it's Sonoma Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and full options up here as well in Portland. And you know this as well as anybody, Caleb, comparing road racing to sprint racing. Both are on option here with NWKA, 2 separate championships, but such a different beast here to go to purpose-built tracks like this.
Yeah, and as well, one thing to note, the sun peeking its way through the clouds.
Finally.
Again, we say thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain as one driver goes around on the exit, Mateo Alfano. A huge amount of dirt gets kicked up, and Alfano Or sorry, that wasn't even Alfano. Goodness gracious, that was Lynn.
Oh,
the
my
668. I was about to say, what a weekend for Alfano, but he's able to make it through. That's the 668 of Lynn that had a huge off.
CRG triple threat here as all eyes on Aaron Doss there in the 9 with some good momentum. Thought about a flick to the inside, but unable to work his way past Ryan Deaver. In the 420, Matteo Alfano is indeed working forward from last all the way up into 735 there. You see at the back of your screen is also defending very hard. Ricky Worley versus Alex Westland. A little bit of a look to the inside. Here comes Aaron Doss. Major nuclear move to work his way past Ryan Deaver. Good stuff there through turn number 5.
What a move there. Got deep on the brakes, almost sideways for Doss. Able to work his way through up into the top 5. Now Deaver going to be the driver looking to fend off from Westland as he was looking for the move. There's a 39.
Ricky Worley working his way into the action.
Alfano as well getting to the rear of this group. Has huge separation now with, I think, Westland having to make the move on Deaver. So Westland, the 39, up another spot.
We'll have to find out who that is. That is Jeff Westland in the 35, who is in that mix. However, is brought further back.
My apologies.
Is brought further back, though, with some applied penalties side by side through turn number 5. And one of the GRCs there getting their way to the front. I believe that's David Chang there in the 38. So hard to tell with these number plates. It's Matteo Alfano in the 03. There we go. Just ahead of him.
That's the 03 and the 3 of Worley right behind him in the Kart promotion machine. Here's Westland looking, move on the inside of 10. He's able to get clear. Alfano gets tripped up, misses a gear. And there goes Worley right back on the inside of Matteo Alfano.
Back and forth we go in the mid-pack as another major dive there. Further back is Worley continuing to go at it with Alfano, the 03 versus the 3. And now Worley rolling it all the way to the back. The 470 of Ryan Deaver, who's had some major position losses over the past few laps, was thrown to the curb by Aaron Doss. You can already see how far ahead he is after that move. Ooh, major wiggle there from Alex Westland. In more trouble, it's the 38, David Chang.
Yeah, that's a huge off there for Chang, facing the wrong way. You got to think maybe even could have been the same issue, as there's a whole lot of grass as well. Not on the racing line, thankfully, but again, that has been kicked onto that straightaway, heading into one of the fastest, one of the tightest, and one of the most unforgiving corners on the racetrack. We've seen that corner, I think, more than most bite back on some of these shifter drivers. Alfano looking to go back on Worley here, as Worley looking to go on Deaver. These 3 drivers very close to each other on the racetrack, still fighting for position.
Alfano right further back was in that mix as well, was using the chrome horn, and has actually ended up working against him. Back to the CRG pair, Aaron Doss, Alex Westland, and Ryan Deaver, as they have found themselves all back together. Worley trying to get to this piece as well, but it is Jeff Westland actually in the middle, who has gotten a penalty of some kind. As looks like we've got
halfway to go.
The halfway point here, so just over 6 minutes into the heavy shifter final. It's Cole Hager still out in front. Nobody home for him. Travis Henson 5.5 seconds back, but the CRGs, the Westlands, continue to go at it. Jeff versus Alex, and it's been a phenomenal battle between the pair all race long. Another great exit, but still some great defense.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what actually happened for Jeff, why that penalty is looming. I'm not sure if he jumped the start, maybe contacted somebody, maybe a handful of things, but again, Jeff has that penalty looming for himself when we get to the main event. Alex still looking to work his way on by, but nonetheless, they're getting closer to Doss as they stand on the racetrack here, Jackson.
Watching the number 9, Aaron Doss, trying to fend off Alex Westland. And podium is essentially decided at this phase of the race. Both Hagers and Henson. And we look further back to the midfield now as Ryan Daver fending off massively right now from Ricky Worley and Mateo Alfano. Boy, Alfano really getting back that mix. Tries the outside, now the over-under out of 7. This is given an opportunity for the CRG of Deaver to kind of fire away. And Ricky Worley still holds on to the middle. Now Worley attacks on the inside through turn number 10, and it's still business as usual coming through 11.
Yeah, Worley's looked for a way by on the 470 there. Deaver hasn't found it yet, and again, Alfano. Worley been going back and forth for position almost the entirety of this race. And you really got to think right where Mateo Alfano would be if it wasn't for the mechanical issues that have kind of plagued his weekend up to this point, Jackson.
Even just being in this mix and rolling out the trailer, the guy has been competitive. It's just technical gremlins have caught up to him time and time again. So far this weekend, clearly some good pace up ahead from Ricky Worley as well. We've seen that, some podium level pace, but just unable to find the way by Ryan Daver just in front of the 420. And as this race starts to wind down, moves continue to try and be made, but nobody able to touch. Alex Westland up ahead. And then had continues the battle. Yep, just missed that move. Aaron Doss losing that spot once again.
They're working their way through that chicane there, and one of the biggest things that's kind of standing out to me now with the sun finally shining on the racetrack, you start to see the amount of rubber that's really been laid down here. Turn number 7, you see that groove looking exponentially wider. Turn number 9 as well, you look at that. And again, it's just ever changing. Look at the groove here as well, and in turn number 2. Turn 3, and we can't get the best of shots and the best of angles through there, but the amount of grip that's just been laid down here is something you haven't seen. These LeConte tires, the whites especially, the softer compound that the shifter drivers are on, have really put the rubber down. The reds as well. And again, very similar to the Levanto for those of you at home, a little bit softer than your MG or your Vinco. So again, naturally you'd expect, right, for a racetrack that's definitely rubbered in quite well as this weekend's gone on. And for Cole Hager as well, I mean, you look at the progression as well. Cole yesterday finished second in the pre-final, and then from there just hasn't really looked over his shoulder. Just free laps, right? Practice session almost for Cole Hager on a sticker set of LeContes.
So it's been almost 48 hours straight now of laying this LeConte rubber down, and I feel like all that's going to do, you can so clearly, as Caleb mentioned, marking down where those grooves are. How difficult then is it to make a pass offline with the track being this rubbered in?
Well, it's different, right? I mean, you have a lot of options that you could do. Again, I mean, you got to factor in mistakes as well. Drivers do make mistakes. You have 13 minutes plus a lap. That's a lot of time, a lot of room for error, if you will. If you look at the laps that we've kind of put in so far here, 12 laps into this race, and again, they still have about 2 to 3 more left to go. So that being said, I mean, it will be difficult, right, always to pass in a shifter class. It's harder whenever you get to a Newcastle, whenever you get anywhere else on the national circuit. And here at SEMA, very tight technical racetrack that we've talked about all weekend long. It will be difficult, but not difficult enough. Jeff Westland off the racetrack on the front stretch, and I assume that could be a mechanical issue that's taken the 35 out of contention here today. When I look at the championship points, so Ryan Hager, 114, has had the most consistent of years. You look back to the 4th weekend at PSGKA. He was able to sweep the weekend there and win. This time, nephew Cole Hager up at the front. And again, he hasn't finished outside of the top step in the rounds that he has done. Showed up at the opening run at TCKC, swept the weekend. Showed up at PKA, he swept the weekend again. He wasn't at the 3rd weekend, wasn't at the 4th weekend, but he comes back here in SEMA. And you look at what he's done. Won on Saturday. Now he's looking set to sweep. And every single race start that he's done, and you got to think, right, this guy would have the #1 plate at the end of the year if he would have ran the entire year, but it's going to be Uncle Ryan Hager, who finished second at the opening weekend, a 17th place, which is going to be his drop round. Even then, Cole has been impressive around this place.
And that's what we talk about, right? That level of consistency. Wins are flashy, but it's that level of consistency, being on the podium, being in the top 5 week in, week out, that goes on to win you championships. And Cole Hager needs one more lap to be the one today.
Cole Hager, the 113, under the Wicked Racing GFC team. Again, he hasn't put a foot wrong. We talked about everything, right? So easy to go off the racetrack. We've seen this racetrack be unforgiving to his fellow competitors. But again, he's tamed SEMA. He's almost been better than the racetrack, if you will, right? Going through the corners. No mistake. And nobody within the same zip code as the 113. 2 more corners to go, Jackson.
Family affairs throughout the field. The Westlands could not touch him. And out of turn 10 and through turn 11 for the final time. It's Hager Mania again on Sunday, and it's Cole Hager and the 113 who takes it here at SEMA.
And how about a good end to the year as well for the 114 of Ryan Hager, who comes across the line as a champion in 2025 here at the NWKA Burly Products Super Cup. That's your top 3. That's your podium. We have some pickup getting set to go underway. When we come back, more racing action to continue with what I believe is your IMUSA Tag Junior. So we'll be right back with more.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing?
Tag Junior out on track for the final here on Sunday at SEMA. It's Matthias Broken alongside Kai Danus. Ella Salzman rolls off in 3rd. Brendan Eng and Oliver Broken 4th and 5th. And it's Big Mason, Bemister, and Aiton Quee rounding out your field. Danus on the outside. Broken on the inside. Are we going to see a new person on the top? Let's find out. Let's go racing in Tag Junior. Clean getaway for Matthias Barokin as further back, Eng drops a spot. It looks like Kai Danaeus gets that position shuffle further back as now Ella Salzman turns and tumbles with the 715 Oliver Barokin.
Yeah, Brandon Eng with a good move there to get himself up to second at that stage. Going to look to close down his gap to Matthias. And again, when you look at the end of the race there as well, at the end of this tag junior race, Brandon Eng with a DQ, Oliver Burkin with a DQ, Mason Demisser with a DQ, Erickson Coy, all of them improper weight, tires not scanned, improper weight, and improper weight. So about 3 drivers came in underweight, and only 3 finished that race, I think officially scored due to that. Here we go, side by side for the back. Oliver able to work his way through the 65 there of Salzman. And that's a good move.
A quieter weekend so far for Ella. Haven't seen her too much in the podium spots, but with a couple of DQs has gotten her golden ticket and is fighting for a podium here on Sunday in that 65.
Yeah, we'll see what Ella can do. Again, you see her on that steering wheel kind of fighting with the cart there just a little bit. Very, very busy hands.
It's almost that jerking motion, not the gradual rotation, but the way the cart kind of moves quickly around the corner, or rotates in phases, shall we say.
I'm for sure that was throughout the hairpin sections that we saw there out of Ella Salzman, nonetheless. And now she sits in 4th. The battle up front, though, is starting to close in. I will say here, Brandon Eng looks a lot closer to Matthias Broerken at the front of the field, and it's starting to close here, Jackson.
It was Eng in the prime spot to lead things off for the final on pole, but with getting caught at tech, was not able to make that the case. Has already got himself back in a prime spot to do it. And again, we know he has the pace to outgun Matthias Broerken. Can he close that gap, though? Still plenty of time to go and get that move done. Further back, the 7:15 of Ollie, fending off from Ella.
Yeah, Matthias having swept the year throughout the majority of the rounds that he's competed in, hasn't finished outside of the top step. Won yesterday. Looking to continue that streak into today, but Brandon Eng looking a lot faster than he has all weekend long. Kai Danus, another one of the drivers that we've had with us all weekend, all year long, I should say. Eric Hermanson, another one of those who's not joining us here for this main event. And Yuraka Sonoda as well in the 203, not with us here this weekend. So again, a couple of drivers are going to play spoilers on what could be a perfect 2025 for Matthias. Brandon Eng looking to take the fight here.
Eng is indeed closing that gap, by the way. That delta about 1.4 seconds quicker. Ollie out of sight, out of mind for these two, but again continues to defend from Ella Salzman. And you look at how ice cool the 716 of Matthias has been all weekend long out in front. Been very, very tough to topple at the front of the field, but if anyone can do it, it is Eng.
We'll take a lap here to listen in a little bit of differences as well, maybe some of the breaking points in between these two drivers here, Jackson.
Let's leave you with the sights and sounds of Sumas. Thanks for sticking with us on this Sunday evening. Jackson Lambros, Caleb Viesco here at the now sunny, once again, Sumas International Motorsports Academy. And again, being so close to the Canadian border. Plenty of Americans here, but so many Canadians call this home. Here's one of them, Ella Salzman, another Vancouver Island native, who is a club racer on the island, just like Johnny Sutton, who we were talking about in the seniors, or in the masters, excuse me. But 15 years young, is still looking for a podium to close that gap to Ollie Baroque. And as I say that though, the Mr. right behind in the 12 is starting to put that pressure on her.
Yeah, the battles throughout the field have really stayed stagnant. Not much occurring on the racetrack here. As Kai looking to close back into Ella. There's Nkoya as well, one of the drivers that finds himself in the 6th spot here.
The Mr. running the Will Power number there for the back in the 12, trying to get their way up into 4th. What number did you run?
Always 11, that's my birthday.
There we go. Month or day?
Day.
Day? Okay.
Put the month and the number together with 511.
There you go.
This is the number I run.
See, that's cool when you can make it like that.
Nonetheless, it's always a little bit of superstition as well, right? Whenever you look at numbers, whenever you look at that pair of socks you wear as well going into the weekend.
Were you a big superstition guy outside of that when you were in the cart?
And I still am. When I do drive, always get into the left-hand side of the cart.
Really?
Always put on my right shoe, right sock. Actually left glove first, which is weird. Yeah, just a couple of nuances, right, that you do whenever you do get out there on the racetrack and whenever you do race. Yeah, just weird. I've always been a guy that tucks in the balaclava into the suit. If you don't, that's weird. Right, a couple of differences, I think, for a lot of drivers, for a lot of people as well, whenever you do get out to the racetrack, and something that helps your mojo a little bit. That's what we talk about a lot. Nonetheless, so a couple of things. As well, what you eat on a day can also play a role into how you perform, which is why I find it interesting, right, as well. Kind of walking around the paddock, walking around the pits a little bit throughout the day. You see a lot of the Wicked Racing GFC guys doing a whole lot of what you see with GFC. We actually have a video coming out with the team here in a couple of weeks. Dana Wife is working with the GFC team, racing for the GFC team as well on the national circuit with Gary Carlton. A couple of others. They stretch, they eat. Again, there's no snacks in the tent outside of protein bars. The energy drinks, obviously, Athletic Focus Co. With Jim Weed out of the Pickett family. That's all they have in there, right? It's a whole different vibe. And in the morning, there's a team stretch. We walked into the paddock yesterday, right? You saw the Wicked Racing GFC team do a little bit of what the national team does as well. Stretching out there, Sonny Cervelli, Kyle Wick, the entire team kind of leading that stretch as well. Everybody, mechanics, parents, drivers, getting themselves loose. And that all goes to a little bit of factor, like you said, either superstition, performance, and getting yourself really ready for the day. They're athletes, right? Drivers out here. You look at Ella, you look at Mr. as well in the number 12 of Mason. Athletes out here racing at who knows how many miles an hour here this weekend, but even then, athletes in their own right. And again, the one that's kind of been on top has been Matthias, really shown his pace. And as this race continues to dwindle down, just 9 minutes in, Matthias has shown his pace, and he's shown, right, seat time is the name of the game whenever you talk about karting here a little bit, Jackson.
Well, I think, speaking of GFC like that, it's that mentality as well of, if I only have limited time on track and the field is already so narrow, so tight in those standards, what are all of those ways that I can improve and be the best I can off track? Maybe it means stretching. Maybe it means doing the best I can diet-wise. So finding all of those incremental ways that you can be the best driver you can be on and off the track, in and out of the seat, is I think the exact reason why we've seen so much success from GFC, both at the national level and now especially the regional level. Bemister continuing to put the pressure here on Salzman.
Talk about a Tau Kart as well, right? The progression they've done, and really it's been an eye-opening experience for me, right? You kind of walk throughout the paddock, you see a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams, a lot of different teams, if you will, a lot of privateers as well, running out of garages, racing right on the Tau Kart. On the Tau Kart package, the Tau Kart motor package as well with IM USA, the Italian motors. So it's super cool to come to the home track and see the development as well. You see the Catalyst driver development team on a national weekend. Again, they have a good number of drivers, and you walk into their tent, you can barely walk into the thing, right? Absolutely packed with easy ups from corner to corner. They have their own little spot on the racetrack. The same thing, the entire backside behind the cafe building, all lined with the Tau Karts all the way from pretty much start to finish, right? Everybody just lined up in the garages. So it's super cool to see the entire hard work that they've done, putting themselves now up at the front on the national level, won the Super Nats last year as well, so that was cool to see. But that being said, right, kind of look on the track, and the two drivers up front have really been really good, really critical as well. Matthias, again, you kind of look at the year and you see the results he's had maximized every single weekend so far in 2025 where he has done a full race. And again, he was challenged earlier today, right? Teammate, or chassis mate, if you will, the 23 of Brandon Eng, challenged Matthias early on in the weekend, or in the pre-final, if you will, and qualifying, surprised them. But when you look back, when you turn around, you look at the main event, Matthias has not cracked under pressure and hasn't put a foot wrong, and this has been really one of the weekends where Matthias has really come to life nonetheless. And again, he's been challenged, like we said, right? He's had to work for it. It's looking good, as unfortunate, the other side, brother Oliver with some sort of mechanical issue to end his day.
Frustration for Oliver in the 417 there. And the 715 parks it on the inside of turn number 1, and something has quit on that motor. That'll promote Salzman up into the podium, and very quickly this becomes a battle for that bottom spot. More troubles. It's the 22 of Danaeus. And that is parked on the apron. Oh my God, that's right on the racing line. He'll try to push his way off of the track.
We're gonna hope an official gets over there and he is able to get it moved. It's a good thing it's off the racing line. But yeah, Matthias able to work his way through. And I think we're gonna get the white flag this next time around.
Funnily enough, that is almost 50 feet further from where Oliver had his motor quit. So these two both kind of abandoned on the inside of the track. Quick reminder for everybody joining us here live, if you've been missing out on your regional level content on socials, we have a place for that. It's KC Grassroots, as well as KC Kids for some of the younger classes. So if you follow us already on Kart Chaser and feel like you're missing some stuff 2 other places, you can catch in on all of our karting action. White flag is out for Mateusz Broerken.
716 has been in a class of his own all weekend long. That Tau Kart, that IM Motors X125 has been the perfect package, the winning package, if you will, in 2025. Hasn't finished anywhere outside of the #1 spot. And again, just one more corner to go for Mateusz Broerken to become a champion here in the tag junior class, to come across the last 2 corners and finish on the top step for the final time in 2025.
It was Eng who took the pre-final, but a final fastest lap from Broerken saying, I've still got this. Picture perfect throughout 2025, out of the final corner for the final time this season. Mateusz Broerken comes across the line to become your tag junior champion.
Brandon Eng across the line in second. You got to wait for Salzman in the 65 to come across. As they work their way through now, that battle heating up, and Mr. Takui Danuus unfortunately not able to close this one out. 2 drivers unfortunately stuck inside of turn number 1. Take a quick break in the action. When we come back, Brian Green Construction Grandmasters and Virtual Assist Star Masters.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil. They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
It's time to go racing. It's a multi-class racing action here in the Brian Green Construction Grandmasters and the Virtual C-Star Masters field. Again, Jason McDaniel's had a good weekend thus far. We're going to go back-to-back here on the weekend. Already with a win on Saturday, looking to double up here on Sunday. McDaniel starting on the pole position alongside the zero of Chris Worley. Kit Green, 33. Starting on row number 2 alongside Chase Mayers. Cunhao with Lauren Denus. Starting on row number 3, Chris Oliotis alongside Dave Eburn on row number 4. Jackson, your Grandmaster starting order.
Let's go and get things started here. Brian Green alongside him, David Hermanson in 3rd. It's William Karras in 4th alongside Jeff Janders, Stan Crocker, Timothy Hughes, Michael Allen, Mark Von Hagen, and Don Miller, your Grandmaster grid. So again, staggered start here, and it will be 206s rolling off first with Jason McDaniels getting things started. Chris Worley on the outside. Again, that positioning, very big angle there from the zero. targeted right at that apex of turn number 5, but the Masters rolling off first, and just a couple seconds later, it'll be the Grandmasters getting the green flag.
Here we go. Getting ready to go green. Chris Worley in the jeans and the jacket. On the Matt Croc on the inside, the 91 of Jason McDaniel. We look for the green flag. Rolling on the tires. We got it. Kip Green, a good start on the inside. Up to second, side by side for fourth, but McDaniel with a monster start up front.
Back over to the Grandmasters as we are waiting. Launch the jean jacket combo with Michael Scorn as he will try to hold that inside line. Hard charging on the outside will be Brian Green. Let's do it. 206 Grandmasters underway.
It's a great start as well for Shorn to hold on to the lead of this race. Side by side further back in the field, but as everything gets settled in, we're racing as well. Further back, just on the tail end of Masters, so Leotis, Dave Eburn, the two drivers looking to trade a little bit of paint, maybe some positions, you name it. They're doing it. McDaniel, though, up in front by a good margin. Kip Green, the 33 of Talcart, is the driver in second. Everybody else starting to file into line. And here we go. Second group, Michael Shorn, your leader. Brian Green in second. We've seen him have good pace throughout the day, throughout the weekend as well. Arguably the fastest driver on the racetrack yesterday. Jackson, we'll see if he can respond to the good start that the Triple One has had thus far.
Under fire further back is Brian Green as David Hermanson starts to put the pressure on Big Freight Train. Further back, Timothy Hughes, Stan Crocker, William Karras, and Michael Allen. Main group coming out of turn number 10, and still nobody home for Jason McDaniel. We look now, though, the 33, Kip Green, fending off from Chris Worley. Kip Green actually just putting in the purple lap. Nobody able to break a minute just yet, but man, Worley right there.
Kip Green, the driver in the 33, closing down the gap, moves further back in the field. Yeah, so Leotis, Mayers, all those drivers in that mix, but here we go. Kip Green breathing down on the 91 Midnight Racing Croc Promotion. The battle for the lead has definitely kicked off here in Masters. Kip Green gonna have to wait a couple of more corners though.
McDaniel, who was seemingly untouchable in the pre-final, under big time pressure from Kip Green, just behind the blue helmet and blue suit. That 33 machine is all over the back, and just right back to Gusek. Chris Worley is a little bit abandoned, but looking to work with Chase Myers to make this a 4-cart freight train. Purple lap that time by Michael Shorn, 60.971. Almost the entire Grandmaster field starting to get pace actually over the Master field by and large.
Yeah, the Grandmasters having really good pace throughout this weekend as well. Jackson, they've arguably quicker than the Masters drivers. And again, Brian Green still sits in second to Shorn. I'm not sure what their gap finds itself at now. I think about 3 seconds actually in between the lead and Grandmasters. It's here we go, a couple of battles further back. Brian Green falling under pressure now.
113, Timmy Hughes further back, losing that spot. I believe Jeff Janders going through there in the 157.
And that's a great start as well for Hughes, who started 7th to get himself up to 3rd. It's a great showing so far.
Off the 451, Brian Green as David Hermanson putting the pressure on and pedaling hard right now to maintain that lead. Nearly 2.7 seconds further up the road. Michael Scorn unstoppable for the time being.
Brian Green holding on with everything he's got. And again, you got to think, right, what this weekend could have been, but it's in a matter of staying ahead of the racetrack. This is a complete different racetrack than to what they saw in the pre-final as well here, Jackson, right? You got to think cool, cloudy. As in the pre-final, you turn around to the main event and it's probably greasy up to this point, right? The temperature definitely rising. We're up to 73 degrees. And again, this is just a little different to what we expected to see. I think today it looked like an overcast day for the majority of it. And Again, a good change, right? Good to see the sunlight as well peeking through the clouds here in the mountains of Sumas, Washington. But nonetheless, we're getting going. But here we go. Battle for the lead has arrived. Kip Green getting to the rear bumper now of your leader, the 91 of McDaniel.
Zooming in, Chase Myers putting the heat on Chris Worley as well. But Kip Green in a study session right now, looking for opportunities to take the front of this field from Jason McDaniel in the 91, the black helmet and the blue visor, as it's a handful of tools. Here comes Chase Myers to the outside. Will go the long way around and make that a done deal for that bottom spot on the podium.
Yeah, what a move out of the 10. Cleared him even before the corner in turn 4 on the outside. Was able to get clear, just had a much better run than the O of Chris Worley. That being said, we'll see where Kip Green is. He's just being patient, sitting patient. The 33 hasn't forced his hand just yet. And again, you look at the time, very early. Only 5.5 minutes in.
Not even had the halfway point, just getting to the halfway point. And you gotta wonder what the mental approach here for Kip Green is. Chase Myers going to try to carry this P3 momentum to work to the field, but he's gonna be requiring some major help from the man he just passed, Chris Worley, with a little bit of pushing to get both of them into contention. Kuhn Yao and Chris Soliotis out of contention in the front field. Michael Scorn still up ahead, not a factor either. Here is Kuhn Yao. Just behind Chris Soliotis and Ordineas.
No moves just yet. Soliotis, Yao, still single file. Yao, I think, got a little bit too wide on the exit of 6. And now Danu's going to have maybe a shot, maybe a look.
There's behind white helmet in the 318. Standing by for the right moment. The battle for 5th. Overall, halfway home. And the 206 Masters and Grand Masters final. It's Jason McDaniels out in front. Not the runaway we've seen and we've been used to so far this weekend. Kip Green keeping it mighty honest there in the 33. Michael Scorn leading further back. The fastest man on track still. Last time by a 101.297. Watching Kuhn Yao fend off from Chris Soliotis and Ordineas. Hughes now, fastest driver further back in the 113 as we take a look at the 142, Mark Von Hagen. Putting the pressure on Michael Allen. Stan Crocker leading that pack in the Ital Kart.
Yeah, indeed. The TB kart just right behind him. That looks to be a 308 of, like you said, Michael Allen there. And Timothy Hughes, the driver, looked like that's the 142, Mark Monaghan, and a couple more. Like Allen there. Good mix of drivers here in this pack just further back. Let's continue the battle here, guys.
So again, a little bit further back here in the GM class. It's a couple over-under attempts from Michael Allen. Now here comes Mark Von Hagen, trying a long way around into turn number 11. Not going to work, as you can maybe make the inside work, but trying the long way and that long sweeping right-hander that ends the lap, not going to be a possibility. Still, it is Crocker leading this 3-pack in that Ital Kart with the yellow helmet as the laps start to wind down.
Goes Allen having a look in a turn 4. Slot back in a line in the TB kart. Not close enough in a turn 4. And then, again, when you look at the battles that we've had here so far this weekend, Jackson up front, Kip Green, again, that gap, it opens up and closes up again, then it opens again, then it closes again. So they're just going back and forth here on the matter of gaps. And I think Kip just missing a little bit here, maybe. Could be consistency, could be a number of things, right? But McDaniel's just has been unfazed by it all, really.
And again, that's the McDaniel separation. What separates an above-average driver from your average Joe? The ability to have a guy on your bumper for, at this point, what is it, 8-9 laps on end and not crack under pressure. Kip Green running out of time and options here, but still looking for options, trying that hang and dive into turn number 3. We saw that earlier, and Chris Worley took that spot away from Chase Myers for that bottom spot on the podium. As the remainder of the field continues to spread out, it has been a duel to the end here. Kip Green with a little bit of a nudge there to Jason McDaniel out of turn number 6.
I'll tell you what here, Jackson, I think we're seeing a difference in gear ratio here. I think by the looks of it, maybe for Green, maybe on a or McDaniel maybe on a higher gear, able to pull away from Green. And the corners, Allen having issues there. And I think the front runners were able to work their way by. That looked to be the 10 of Mayer. So yeah, Allen had huge issues on the exit there. The 0 of Worley as well, able to work his way through. Shorn, his battle with Green opened up. Nobody even close to the 111 in the Grandmasters class. But yeah, I really think that Kip Green may be 2 teeth lower than McDaniel in gear here, which is why we're seeing this huge difference in why Green closes up through the straightaway, why McDaniel is able to pull away so easily just on the exit of the corners on the real braking zones that you have here, which are, again, turn 7, really. This is the first one. Green finally looking to work his way through. He's able to get clear. And for the first time, we've seen a change in the lead. It's the 33 of Green for Midnight Racing on the Ital Kart. Sorry, it's Green on the Ital Kart up front, getting able to work his way by McDaniel on the Midnight Racing car promotion.
A lap 10, a move 10 laps in the making, and Kip Green in the 33 gets that machine to the front. All eyes now on Jason McDaniel. Will he be able to keep the new leader at bay, or are we going to see the ability for him to swing back? Over to second, Chase Myers still holding off Chris Worley. A little bit of a look to the outside there through Worley as he tries to make a move. Already Jason McDaniel looking racing, trying to make a move possible and take that spot back immediately.
Yeah, this is also kind of the story of the year for Michael Shorn, right? I mean, he hasn't finished anywhere outside of the podium all year long, as one of his drops is going to be a third place finish.
Out of nowhere, immediately started to jump on you there, Caleb, but the move immediately taken back, and Kip Green gets that lead. It doesn't even last for a lap. White flag for Jason McDaniel. He'll try to take this thing home outright. Here comes Green with another shot to the outside. Will force Green to go low and lose all of his grip, and still cannot get that done. The hang and dive, the look to the inside through turn number 2, and a little bit of contact.
Yeah, nothing serious thus far. McDaniel so able to stay ahead, but again, the Grandmasters Championship going to go the way of Michael Shorn, and that looks good for him. But here, McDaniel, again, only running 2 weekends on the year, and this would be his first win, or second, I should say, of the year. And again, Green was able to challenge. He was able to get there. He was able to get his nose down low, but I think just got himself tripped up into turn 3. This is looking good for McDaniel. Green, though, closes down the gap to the Matt Croc through the hairpin. Does Green look for the move? And I think he might have missed the opportunity. Gives him the bumper side by side. McDaniel not happy. Green not going to let him go as we go side by side for a second as well. Mayers works his way by, but McDaniel, your winner on Sunday, able to get it done here. And that should be the second one of the year, and across the line for Shorn. What a successful year the 111 has had in 2025. Your champion in Grandmasters and your race winner here on Sunday. Well, it's time to go racing in Tag Senior. The second to last senior class that we have going here today. We'll run you down your first couple of rows here. Jackson on row number 1. Jonathan Ports was able to come away with the pre-final victory, starting alongside Massimo Valiente with Dylan Ulander and Timothy Clark on row number 2.
Looking further back, Sidney Castles alongside Kieran Rogers for 5th and 6th. Ryder McLean and Mauricio Parada. Cameron Blakesky and Eric Hermanson rounding out your top 10. It's 13 minutes, then one more trip around. It's Jonathan Potts on the inside of Massimo Valiente. Ports versus Valiente. Two of the biggest hitters in the seniors. Let's do it one more time here for Tag Senior.
Here we go. Getting into the tram lines for Jonathan Ports, Massimo Valiente. We look for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in Tag Senior and around the outside. Valiente to the lead early.
Ports immediately slotting in further back as, who is that further back? P3. Looks like Dylan Ulander able to get his way in contention. Minute I say that, looks like Timothy Clark able to take that spot, but minimum chaos coming out of 3 and 4. And we are all single file working our way out of 5 for the first time.
Here we go, working our way through. Everybody able to get a clean start. And going to look at the championship, Valiente against Castles. Coming into the weekend, Valiente's had a good weekend on home soil. The same for Castles, a couple of top 10 results. As now pressure being applied. Another one of the Ital carts able to work his way through. That looked like it could have been maybe Rogers in the 5. We'll update on that for sure. Valiente, the 86 now looking for a move. Ulander looking to go on Rogers. So making the move was Parada. Their apologies, the 24 able to get by on Sydney into turn number 10.
And for the back, major trouble there. The GFC carts, and it looks like the 60 of Jacob Morris involved.
Gardner as well.
Both of them get rolling once again, but that will essentially be day done for both. 5 cart, 6 cart freight train. In the mid-pack here, this is everybody outside of the podium. Kieran Rogers, Dylan Ulander, Mauricio Parada, and others jostling for position at this point. Everybody trying to work their way forward.
There you go, the gaps definitely closing in this mid-pack. With Ulander holding Rogers at bay, Parada just right behind him. Sydney Castles there in tow as well. As now Parada looks to go on Rogers, and I think he just got tripped up. This is going to allow Sydney Castles to look for a move, and a turn 4, maybe. No, she stays in line.
A lot of movement to the middle there to try and defend, and Castles no choice but to go with them. As Sydney continues to try and work forward. Dylan Ulander, major gains from the start there, now running up into 4th purple lap for Massimo Valiente, that time by 52.286. That's a quarter of a second up from the remainder of the field as Castles under pressure further back from Ryder McLean.
And here we go, everybody bumper to bumper, nose to tail as we work our way through. Just a car length in between our entire battles here. Further back, you look at the moves. So far, 3 spots gained for Arnold. So far, the biggest mover. Everybody else staying stagnant inside of the top 10.
Kieran Rogers in the middle of this mothball right now. And Parada just in the back trying to work their way into the top 5. And when it's dueling, it's turn 4, turn 5. We see a lot of those moves, but you look at when we're running in trains like this so frequently, we see some really, really bold moves in these longer, more medium speed corners. Right here being a prime example, but also that inner loop on the back half of this racetrack. Nobody making moves at this point just yet. Cadet Gardner further back at 15. Might have had some issues, had some podium pace in the pre-finals, but unable to convert that right now. As they now turn the purple lap to 1.511, watching some movement further up ahead.
Yeah, a couple of passes being made there. Rogers wasn't expecting Parada to work his way by. He was able to get through. I think Eulander as well was brought right back into the mix here with his second group. So they continue to trade position. As Sydney, again, continues to hold on for 7th. A couple of moves further up. Eulander actually the driver up to 3rd. Clark currently 4th. Rogers stuck in there. So this is the battle for the edge of the podium here, Jackson. Side by side for 4th. Rogers able to get himself up to 4th. Not for long as Clark looks to go right back. Sends it in a little too deep. They're gonna lose 2 spots in the process. Here comes Parada, once again the 24, looking on the inside, able to get through.
Parada on the move here, some great stuff as he works himself from 6th up into 4th in just as few corners and looking to lead the front of this train. And that's smart positioning, knowing when guys are going to potentially go wide overdrive. Make the right moves, getting yourself in the right place at the right time. A little bit of breakaway further up from Timmy Clark. 87 NRC machine. Just slowly separating, excuse me, that's the Italic cart. Timothy Clark, Kieran Rogers up into 4th.
Yeah, Kieran the one on the NRC there, just further up on the X-Spray, currently sitting looks to be 4th actually on the racetrack. Eulander, the 86, able to separate himself. Johnny Ports has been chasing down Massimo Valiente and again hasn't made much progression. Valiente able to stay ahead of the rest of the field, able to separate himself here at this stage of the race. And we'll check in with those leaders as it looks like they're getting a little bit closer together. Again, not much has changed. We've been closing in with the battle for the top 10, but here's the battle for the lead. Again, the green top X125 for Massimo Valiente, the Rotax Max power plant for the 915 of Johnny Ports. Looking to close in, he's about 2, I should say even more than that, about 3 to 4 car lengths away from Valiente at this stage of the race.
Yeah, we haven't really covered this battle for the time being because, well, it hasn't really been going on quite yet as we're now just reaching halfway home in the tag senior final. But Jonathan Ports has really cranked it up to full military power here. Purple lap that time by with a 51.310 within the 10th, but just a smidge faster and is slowly working his way to the rear bumper of Valiente. Now just coming into your screen, the 86 from Dylan Eulander, Kieran Rogers, Timothy Clark, and others. Castles, McLean, and Hermanson going at it right now through the final corner. A really good exit there for the 12 of Castles, but not able to put it anywhere.
Yeah, Sydney looking to go by on Clark here. She had a good chance in a turn 1. I think she was just maybe looking at losing a good number of tenths as well if she was going to make the move in a 1. That being said, though, when you look at the gaps further up, Johnny Ports, and he's been quickly improving just a little bit better, a little bit quicker in the Massimo Valiente. You got to think, how low did you go on tire pressure? And what you're thinking, right? You're playing the long game here. You would have gone a little bit lower as far as pressures went. Compared to Valiente, you could have maybe gone that pound to pound and a half, maybe half a pound higher than you when it comes down to tires. But we'll see as the gap opens up. Again, Ports closes down for a lap or 2, and then it opens back up when Valiente gets back into it.
About quarter of a second. Previous lap, this time to the stripe, it was .369. Separating the two of them, 42. Jamming it up the inside through turn number 5, and
there you go. Sydney Castle's able to work her way by Sydney Clark.
Again, kind of that catch him napping kind of scenario for Clark. As Castle's able to work up into P6 now. Ryder McLean now standing by, trying to take that spot from the 87 just further back. As I say that, a little bit of wheel hopping coming out of 7 as he runs it a little bit wide. Ooh, trouble on the inside. Ooh. Who's that going off? It's the 63 in major frustration, Harrison McNair and the Ital cart.
Down in 16th, unfortunately, for McNair. That race going to end early. Everybody else working their way through. It's a battle for the back. There's the 88 of McLean. Clark just ahead of him. Sydney Castles ahead of them. As we tune back in with your leaders, a 51.174 for Ports last time around. And again, very similar lap times in between your two leaders. Absolutely absolutely identical. It's 1,000th of a second that Ports is able to gain one lap. It's 1,000th of a second that Valiente is able to extend his gap the next lap. So we'll see. Again, this battle going to come all the way down to the end here, Jackson. It's getting close. Valiente a little wide there on the exit of 10. Let's give Ports maybe another 10th to his favor here.
Getting close and getting closer. As I said, a little bit of an issue there on turn-in for Ports. Goes a little bit wide through turn number 1, and that gap starts to widen just a little bit. Ooh, maybe not. 9:15 continuing to find some ways to move that bumper. By the way, haven't really talked about him, but Cadet Gardner in the 15 is one of our biggest movers. Rolled off in 15th, has gained 4 spots and is the fastest kart on track right now. 51.107 that last time by the stripe. Not too far behind Eric Hermanson. Could be a top 10 there. Gardner is able to keep on working.
Yeah, he's about 2 seconds back at the moment from Hermanson, so it's a big ask, especially coming to the closing stages. Only under 3 minutes to go, just over 2.5 as we work our way by with our lead pack. And again, they continue to work their way forward here. We'll update you on the gaps again. It went a 10th in favor of Massimo Valiente, and it's a game of tenths, right? It's a game of tenths. It's what it is at the moment for Valiente, for Johnny Ports at this stage of the race. And again, we talked about the differences, right, in the packages in the X125 and the Rotax machine on where, one's better than the other. And very, very even in between the two. Just Ports struggling really to get onto that rear bumper of Valiente here late in the race.
Feels like any time Ports is within striking distance, a small mistake from Ports happens, or Valiente able to find a 10th or half a 10th somewhere he hasn't before. And it looks like Valiente is starting to run out of things he can pull out of his hat as Ports continues to slow and shorten that gap with just a handful of laps remaining.
And it just opens and it closes, right? Valiente goes a little quicker. 1 lap, Ports as well, but this is huge as well. Coming into this weekend, Jackson, you kind of talked about the championship points in this tag senior class, and for Massimo, he needed a long shot coming into the weekend, right? Sydney led after having a good opening round, a good opening couple of weekends as well. In the tag senior class, she was leading the championship as well by a good number of points, about 1,599. She was almost, she's about 100, over 100 points over Massimo Valiente, who again just needed a good weekend here this time out, and he was able to get a good result yesterday, and he's on a route to maybe have an upset over the number 12 of Sydney Castles, who again is looking to race her way into the top 5. She's now getting closer to the rear bumper of the 24 of Parada, and we'll see if she can salvage the championship here in the final round.
But Jonathan Ports still potentially a major upset in this picture, and now closer than ever before. It'll be the white flag this time by, and Ports running out of time, running out of options. The time is now to take this lead from Massimo Valiente. 1 lap to go.
I think as it stands, when you factor in drops, this is still looking good for Sydney Castles as we get closer and closer to the closing stages of this race. Valiente has put up a great fight in this championship, and we'll see what he can do as we go around the last couple of corners. Jonathan Ports is closing in. That gap now closes down to about a car length and a half. The 9:15 gets himself a little bit closer. Lap traffic moving up front. Ports driving that NRC machine deep into the corners. We'll see what he can do. 2 corners to go, and Massimo looking to take evasive action into the last corner. Ports gets himself closer. Is it a little bit too late? Looking to set up a crossover into the line. Ports not close enough. Valiente wins on Sunday.
And it was an absolute borderline photo finish there between himself and Johnny Ports, but boy, what a finish. A fist bump between the two of them, and absolute fireworks there from Massimo Valiente. He's fired up, and he should be your winner on Sunday. A phenomenal drive.
I'm not sure exactly if that's going to be enough to clinch the championship here this weekend. You got to factor in drops. You got to factor in a whole lot, right? The worst result that Valiente had on the year was a 22nd spot finish. Sydney was able to finish, I believe, just on the edge of the top 5 and 6th. So that championship is going to be very, very close. Again, when you factor everything in, but Massimo gave himself a fighting chance this weekend, sweeping this final round, this final weekend. Saturday and Sunday went his way. But again, still looks good for the 79, or the 12, I should say, when you factor everything in. We'll find out as well later on today who was able to come away with the championship here, but we shift our focus to the 60cc's.
Let's do it. Last of the little ones here as the Vaca Electrics 60cc's are out on track. It'll be William Wark on pole alongside Oliver Carpentier. Sebastian Ochi in third with Ashton Croft in fourth. Maddox Carlucci is in fifth with Maverick Thompson in sixth. Max Green in 17th, and with the DQ and rolling off in last will be JJ Tucker. William Wark looking to bring this championship home in the 60cc's. And once again, it's Carlucci v. Thompson on the tail end. Smaller fields here with only 8 karts, so we're quick to grid, and hopefully we'll only need to see this attempt once. Green flag in the air, we're racing for the final time with the 60cc's.
It's a good start on the inside by the 91 of William Wark. There on the outside, Carpentier able to get a good start as well. Ochi getting himself up in a third as a challenge for the lead already, side by side. Carpentier to the front, and they're going to race their way into turn number 4.
Might have to use the fiberglass a little bit to get there, but new leader already, one of the few to be able to challenge Wark Carpentier, and now the swing back was an attempt of a dive to the inside by Wark, and cannot get there. Ochi just behind, waiting in the wings, and already further back, the 95 and the 100 going at it for 5th, just behind outside your picture.
Yeah, Oliver now looking to go right back. William looking to go right back on Oliver Carpentier. We'll see what he can do as we work our way onto the front stretch. And again, Wark starting to close in here. But nonetheless, Ochi still sitting there in 3rd, looking to pick up the leftovers whenever two front runners decide to trade a little bit of paint, maybe. But nonetheless, we're working our way through turn number 4, looking a lot closer. Wark on the outside, on the inside for Carpentier, looking to hold on to the lead. He's able to make it stick. On the exit of turn number 5, Wark closes down that gap going up to turn number 6.
Feels like it's so difficult to defend through 5, and now here's that move we've been looking for. Maybe not. Carpentier still managing to hold on to that position through the switchbacks. And Wark looking for opportunities, but some phenomenal defense out in front by the 68.
Yeah, just a little too deep on the brakes there for Wark, right? Couldn't quite make it stick, and again, smart driving out of the 68 to easily set up that over-under. And again, Wark just keeping Carpentier on it, right? Keeping him honest as well as this race goes on. Look at Wark on the inside, look at a surprise in a turn number 2. What a move out of the 91. Carpentier looks to go back into 3. Not close enough. The 91 back to the front.
KR leading 2. It's Elkart's Wark and Ochi. Ochi just a little bit further behind. And Carlucci on the move big time, already up into P4. Going to be interesting to see if he will be able to get to the 46 of Ochi and maybe fight for the win here. Still some trouble for Maverick Thompson trying to unravel all of that pace in the Nitro 95. But now very quickly, it's become a 5-kart pack for the lead already. Carpentier putting the pressure right back on Wark. Bit of a push, middle of the track for both, but can't get there. This is where we saw the move for the lead change earlier on. Will we see it once again? Another bit of a peek to the inside. Carpentier making it stick. Back to the lead.
Right back. Got the move done, the exact same move that Wark was able to do for the lead. Look at Wark, still very close. Going into turn number 4, not going to have the lows down low. Carpentier stays in the middle of the racetrack to defend from the 91 as we work our way up to turn number 6. The 2 leaders still going back and forth. Carpentier to the middle of the racetrack, and there goes Wark looking on the inside. Switch back once again. Carpentier able to get clear. Wark is trying into turn number 7, and every single time the 68 able to set that switch back perfectly.
Back and forth we go in the 60cc final for the lead, and all this is done has brought Sebastian Ochi right back into the mix, and that fellow with Elkart, the 46. Will he be able to get his way in? There's Carlucci in the back of your screen as he tries to get his way into this mix as well. Carpentier, some phenomenal defense and attacking right now to hold his way in the lead, not even halfway home here in the final.
And we've gone back and forth, right, a number of times so far this race, and you got to think, right, we're only 4 minutes into this main event. We still have 9 minutes to go, plus a lap, and again, they're bringing more drivers into the mix. We talk about Ochi in the 46 getting himself closer to the drivers in the top 2. You talk about Carlucci as well, the 100. Talk about the day that could have been for him yesterday in this NW60cc class as well. Looking to double up maybe here on Sunday in race victory. He's got his first one of his young career earlier on today on the regional scene. Looking to get his second here in the 60cc class as we work our way through. Still in the lead, Carpentier, Wark getting closer, Ochi as well now, finally within drafting range to the top 2.
Carlucci still waiting for that opportunity as here once again comes Wark on the inside in that Kart Republic. Back to the front. Boy, turn 2 the spot to be for 60cc as that Kart Republic machine back to the front.
I tell you, the spot to be right now is on the fence line because these young drivers are giving us one of the best races that we've seen all weekend long. Back and forth to drivers that have, again, thrown the gloves off since they graded up on the grid here earlier on today. And again, they've given us an absolute show. It's the Italkart, the KR up front. And again, more drivers looking to get themselves into the mix. Ochi not too far back. Carlucci right there as well. But here we go, on the rear bumper, the 68, Carpentier looking to go back, turn number 11. What a dive into the lead once again for the 68.
Phenomenal duel for the front, and again, all this is done has brought Ochi back into the mix. Fastest driver on track right now. By the way, Maddox Carlucci, though, is certainly right in that mix as well. 3 Italkarts and 1 Kart Republic machine, and once again, Rourke gonna try the long way around into turn number 5. Carpentier goes middle to defend and still can't get there. Boy, what an amazing piece of driving from both of them. Here comes Rourke once again. Makes it a done deal on the anchors to take the lead. Great move there. Goes to the inside to pass and then kind of parks it in the middle.
Yeah, parks it in the middle. Carpentier looking to go back. Turn number 9. Not close enough. Ochi finally getting to the rear bumper here of the 68. Carlucci as well. In this train, they're picking up more as they go. But here we go. Into turn number 1. What does Carpentier do? Does he go back? Does he wait? And again, as soon as they make that move, they're so quick to defend. Carpentier going to have a good run into turn number 2. Are we going to see it once again? Third time of this race.
Not yet, but I'll tell you what, Carlucci was really experimenting back there, trying the late apex.
And that's what you got to do, right? Especially being in that 4th spot. Where can you find more time? Where can you try a different line? But this is where it gets tricky, right? Because now Rourke is starting to pull away. He's taking the normal racing line throughout these corners, and he's starting to inch his way further away from the 68 Italkart, who just a little bobble there on the exit of 6. And that's going to open up the gap to the lead here, Jackson.
Checks everybody up further behind Ochi and Carlucci. If you are P3 or back and you've got pace, you've got to stick it around Carpentier to show it. The minute I say that, though, Carpentier looking very, very pacey and right on the bumper out of turn 11 to complete lap number 6. And starting to break into 2x2s here. Out of turn number 1, Rourke still in front. Carpentier once again tries to the inside. Expect anything different. Carpentier back to the front of the field.
I mean, how many moves have we seen in turn number 2 so far this race here, Jackson? These two drivers putting on an absolute show. Rourke around the outside. Turn number 4. Not close enough. 6 has been his favorite passing zone so far, as well as 7. Will we see it again out of the 91? Again, still applying pressure here. Rourke, what do you do? Looking, not there yet. Ochi and Carlucci just, again, the best seat in the house, right? Watching these two go back and forth, and you got to think, right, they'll be right there to pick up the leftovers. Again, if everything goes wrong for the drivers in the top 2.
Sebastian Ochi and Maddox Carlucci watching an absolute clinic, getting the popcorn out and watching these two exchange the lead for 8 laps now. And Maddox Carlucci, we've seen some phenomenal moves of his own there in the 100. Are we going to see the same? Carpentier once again on the inside trying to defend, and now Willem Rourke back to the front. Maybe not. Here comes Oliver and gets that move done. Still side by side. Sebastian Ochi trying to pick up the leftovers from someone going off, but still can't get there.
Here we go to the middle of the racetrack. Carpentier defends from Rourke. Does he go in a 7? Look on the inside. He's clear. Carpentier, for the first time in this race, when he gets past into turn number 7, hasn't been able to set up the switchback, Jackson.
So again, it feels like this back loop, pretty much turn 7, 8, and 9, we have not really seen a lot of overtaking opportunities. And it's been the higher speed corners where they've really gotten it done. Purple lap still, Sebastian Ochi, 56.471. Turn 2, once again. And Carpentier looking for that move. And you got to ask yourself if Williams at this point is expecting it. It's for sure more than 3 at this point.
I think it's 5 passes already into turn number 2. Will we see one in turn number 4 for the first time this race? Work on the outside. Still can't make it stick. I tell you what, I'm going to spoil it for you here. Turn 7, no one corner early. Carlucci with issues, I think. Carlucci, I think, might have lost it on the exit of turn number 5, but Wark goes to the lead once again. Carpentier looking for the switchback. He's stuck on the outside. Carlucci stuck in the middle of the racetrack. He's out of this one. It's a 3-horse race up front.
And all of a sudden, it is go time for Sebastian Ochi. Zero help from behind. Here comes Carpentier to the inside. Back to the front goes the 68, and for the first time, seemingly, it was the inside of turn 11. I say that, I don't know. It's been so many different times we've seen the lead.
Here we go, turn 2 once again.
Turn 2.
Make it 6 passes in a turn number 2. Wark on the inside, gets clear for the lead. Right back, Carpentier side by side going into turn number 4, Jackson.
Ochi just waiting for that move from the top rope. Are we finally going to see this move into 5? Not yet. No one able to carry enough straight line speed going into turn number 5. Another attempt around the long way through 6, not enough. Into 7, and it is still status quo. What a battle it's been between Oliver Carpentier and William Wark.
Here we go, Wark still looking to go back around. Turn number 10, had a look. I think might have gone a little too narrow there on the apex. He's gonna close right back as we get into turn number 11. Onto the front stretch, Carpentier holds on as we're getting to the closing stages of this race. A minute and a half to go left in NW60cc, and if you ask me who's gonna win this race, I wouldn't know how to tell you, Jackson. I wouldn't have an answer for you this early.
Our guess is as good as yours, and while it's been a pretty traditional trade here between Carpentier and William Wark, you've got to ask what the playbook is for Sebastian Ochi. Another attempt from the outside for William Wark, and try as he might, there's just not enough rubber on that outside line and not enough pace launching out of 4 to get that move done. But you look at Sebastian Ochi, who is just standing by ready to pounce at any mistake that comes to these two up front.
And again, Carpentier making that Ital Kart as wide as possible, keeping the Kart Republic of Wark at bay here. And this is the first 2 laps, I think, that we haven't seen a pass for the lead, that we haven't seen Wark look to go back up to the front. These top 3, it's hard to take the camera off them because of the amount of action they've given us so far. Wark, turn number 2, the 7th pass we've seen in this corner. Wark goes back to the front.
Ochi still standing by, but it's Wark in the 91 Kart Republic machine back to the front. That blue lid and smoked out visor as we are continuing to heat things up. It'll be the white flag this time by Carpentier. Wark, Ochi waiting for the right chance to strike. He has the fastest pace on track right now, but nowhere to put it in that 3rd spot. Can Wark find a way to defend Carpentier for 1 lap? Or has Wark timed this to perfection?
It's going to be close here. White flag in the air. Defend with everything you've got, William. He's trying to keep Oliver Carpentier at bay. White flag in the air last time around in NW60cc.
Turn 2, the hot spot. Carpentier looking for that move. It'll be all the way to the inside, actually, as Carpentier looking for that move. Now goes to the outside, but cannot get it done. Turn number 5. This has been the hot spot, and Carpentier is ahead of schedule on making that move. The last corner could be the first time we see that move. It's still not enough, and William Wark going to hold this lead, but he's not out of the woods yet.
Door to door, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, in between the 91 and the 68. Wark to the bottom of the racetrack. Oliver looking to set up a switchback side by side, banging wheels. Here we go into turn number 9. Oliver looking for the inside, side by side contact. Ochi looks to work his way through. He's been patient in third for the entirety of this race. Ochi, it's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Wark on the inside, looks to hold on. It's Wark in the end who wins in 60cc.
That is a way you win a championship, ladies and gentlemen. A phenomenal duel to the bitter end between himself and Oliver Carpentier, and Sebastian Ochi with patience paying off as the ultimate virtue, coming home in 2nd. Tried a fist bump there, but just wasn't close enough. Carpentier able to get it rolling again, coming home in 3rd. Leon Lofty in 4th. Maverick Thompson able to recover from last and bring it home in 5th. What a final heat and a final day for the 60cc's. Getting into the final 4 heats here for 2025 and the Burly Super Cup. Junior Briggs 206 on deck. We'll get to that next here from Sumas.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Getting ready for Junior Briggs 206 action here. Brought to you by Augie's Fiberglass. King Assad, Nikodembayev on the pole alongside Roscoe Schmidt. And the 8, Colt Schlotthauer in third with Lewis Diley in fourth.
You go back to row number 3, Trevor Clinton and Ben Corkery, Kingston Antuniak alongside Dax Nutsau, Connor Riska, Marcus Kong, Ella Salzman, Jackson Ong, Jeremy Zambowski, Zoe Allen, Addison Herrick, Jeremiah Roberts, and a DQ for Jack Bodish, unfortunately at the end. Gonna have the Wicked Racing GFC starting from the back. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 206 Junior.
Another great start for Roscoe Schmidt on the outside, trying to make the long way work against Assad. And the script flips and we'll get that. Here comes Colt Schlotthauer as well. And that 45 machine, and we'll get it. Oh, big trouble there for Roscoe. Drags a little bit of dirt out onto the track, and major losses for the 8 as well as Nikodembayev.
Yeah, a lot of pushing and shoving. The pole sitter got shuffled way down the order, down in 5th. Dilly as well, didn't get the best of starts. Gonna find himself on the edge of the top 10. Another one, I believe that's Ben Corkery making a move there, but Schlotthauer to the lead of the race here in lap number 1.
So the Colt 45 going to be the first one to the line. Trevor Clinton giving chase. Kingston Antoniak, Sunday only driver in that all-red cart and suit, joins into the fray. And Roscoe Schmidt, despite having a little bit of a rally there coming out of turn number 6, remains in contention. Nikodembayev goes from pole to 6th. And the battle for the lead is on. Clinton versus Schlotthauer.
Yeah, Bodish, the driver of the 60, was DQ'd for improper weight. So unfortunately just came in underweight, and we'll keep an eye on, again, the 60 to work his way through the field. Again, he's had top 5 pace all weekend long, even a race-winning pace so far this weekend here. Jackson has continue up front. Schlotthauer, Clinton, that looks to be the driver in the 61. We'll see if it updates us next time around. I think it is, indeed it is Clinton on the Wicked Racing GFC. And then you go to Schmidt. Antoniak, the 47, finds himself in 4th. Nikodembayev, your pole sitter, in 5th.
Missed that move off track. King Assad able to get that move past Ben Corkery to 5 major losses there for Connor Riska, dropping from 8th to 9th. Dax Nuxel on the move. Jeremy Zambowski back in the mix as well, working his way into the top 10. Back up to the front. Trevor Clinton in that 61, giving a good push there to Colt Schlotthauer in the 45. Roscoe Schmidt with the purple lap on an island just behind.
Here we go, everybody getting a little bit closer. Schmidt, unfortunately, putting a wheel wrong there on the exit of turn 6. Going to slow down his progression just a bit. But again, back on it in a 7. He closes down his gap through there. Here's a couple of moves further back. I believe that might be Bodish, indeed. See that red number plate on the side for the 60. Working his way through, gonna have a teammate just ahead of him.
Jimmy Zamboki making a move as well there through turn number 10, and another big dive to the inside there from the 60. Jack Bodish making nuclear moves here to start things off in the Junior Briggs Final.
Into the top 10, now able to get ahead of Riska there side by side. Bodish looking to get another one on Nuxal, able to hold on to the inside in the 17 now. Zamboski looking to go. How about Zoe Allen as well? She had a DNF in that first, in the pre-final. Now she's looking to work her way up the order. Now to the lead of the race, a little change up front. Clinton, your new leader, Schlotthauer, who was in the lead of this one, back to third, looking to go for second, side by side. A little contact there, and Nick Adambayev gets himself to third.
Here comes Assad Nikodimbayev just after the purple lap has started to unlock the pace in that 2:30 and works his way up into the podium spots. Gets by Kingston for third. And another move now is 46. Cole Scholtauer works it on the inside to get up into fourth. Big drops further back there for Kingston in the 47.
Yeah, Antoniuk losing a little bit of time on the edge of the top 5, side by side here. Nick Adambayev looking to go for second on Roscoe Smith. Assad can't make the move, and there you go. Pass or be pass in 206 Junior, setting the tone early for Schlotthauer. Nick Adambayev left on the outside, no pushing partners, looking to hold on. That's Corkery looking to hold on, looking for the move there as well. So it's back in the line behind the Ital cart.
What a difference just a couple of corners makes there for Nick Adambayev. Was looking for third, got pushed offline by Roscoe Smith, and then the rest of the freight train came and went by him. So now finds himself in the middle of this furball. Trevor Clinton still untouchable at this point in the race, but you look at people still in contention at this point in the race, just 2-3 minutes in. You gotta look back to maybe Dax Nussel, Jeremy Zamboski. A lot of guys still in contention here, especially when you look at some of these guys right here. The 921 of Connor Riska, maybe more than I thought initially. Big dive there, the 23. Dax Nuxel trying to get it done on Zoe Allen. Hand up in frustration for Zoe. Understandable there, as that was coming from a long way back.
Yeah, Zoe had just gotten the move done on Nuxal there, as he's now going to defend from the 17 of Zamboski, who was able to get ahead of the 98 of Roberts. So again, everybody trading position here in the mid-pack. And we'll see, we'll wait for the moment until things kind of tame down and they set their sights on the 61 of Clinton, and I think that battle for the lead, now that train has formed. Smith leading that second group. He's led Schlotthauer up to the front, and Schlotthauer wants to be the first to take the fight up to Clinton. Schlotthauer, your winner from yesterday, now turn number 1, looking for the lead. He's going to get himself on the inside over the curb. Not close enough to get that done, and I should correct myself, close enough to get it done. Had to brush the brakes to avoid a little bit of contact there. Here we go, turn number 3, gets it done. Smith now looking to go by as well. He slots in a third.
Tried to pick up the leftovers, but door got shut by Trevor Clinton. Here he comes to the inside, and Scholtauer thrown to the leads through turn number 6. Big movement, and off goes Roscoe. Major slide for Roscoe Smith, able to keep it rolling and out of entire chaos, but out of the main pack.
Roscoe Smith, unfortunate, had really good pace so far in this main event, but look who comes out in front. Assad Nikodimbayev, your pole sitter, was in the lead of the race for about a corner, and Schlotthauer goes right back.
Somehow, some way, Cole Schlotthauer finding his way to the front of this field, no matter what. Everybody diving to the inside, trying to defend, and Trevor Clinton finding his way in the mix now in P3. Looking back, Antoniuk, Dialek, and Jack Bodish trying just a little bit further back to get into that mix. Here's a big move.
Oh, that's Schlotthauer, actually.
Schlotthauer with major losses.
Corkery, the driver in the lead. Apologies from me and Jackson. Corkery, the driver in the lead. Schlotthauer, the driver who's further back, looking to get himself back up to the lead pack. Again, after that incident that we saw, look at Assad looking inside, turn 6. Assad looking to get cleared. Corkery not going to make it easy. Into the grass for Corkery. Now the two teammates from Schlotthauer, Corkery, going to find each other on the racetrack.
And that bottlenecks everybody a little bit further back and checks them up. And it becomes Clinton now in the prime spot to take that move away from Nikodembayev. Feels like the longest we've seen someone hold this lead has been maybe 3 or 4 corners, but this will be a new record for holding the lead for Asad. Nikodembayev finally gets across the stripe in front. Further back, a little bit of looks there. It looked like Schlotthauer trying to work around Ben Corkery, but could not get it done. Turn 2, actually, I feel like a lot of the Briggs kids saw what the 60cc guys were doing and saying, let me cook, I can make it work here as well. But now finally starting to tone down just a smidge here as we get to the halfway point in the final.
Yeah, here we go, Assad, driver the 230 in the lead of this race. Again with Clinton right behind him. Corkery to Schlotthauer to Dilly, who has now found himself back inside of the top 5. And again, not the best of starts. I think a horrific start at that for Dilly. Made a little bit of contact with a couple of other drivers. Now finding himself right back into the fight here, Jackson. As we work our way through, we're over the halfway point now, so we're in that second half of the race. Now we got a couple of moves. Schlotthauer looking for the move, side by side. Clinton goes off the racetrack, hand in the air. Not happy there with Corkery.
Somehow able to rejoin the racetrack. Assad leads this pack, but there is still some positioning down in timing and scoring. Is there a penalty that's come his way that we do not know about? For timing and scoring, it's still Ben Corkery out in front for the time being, and Lewis Diley, actually Trevor Clinton with that lead in the 61, excuse me.
We haven't updated yet. Again, remember, we'll update whenever we get to the timing loop here. So it's Corkery, the driver in second, Schlotthauer in third, Nikodembayev, the driver in the lead of the race. We'll wait for that to update as well when we hit the timing stripe. But again, 2 of the Midnight Racing Croc promotions inching their way closer to the Italkart hometown kid, Assad Nikodembayev. Got a car length in between your lead group here. Nothing yet out of Corkery.
Brussels-born, Uzbek heritage, British Columbia or Pacific Northwest race, trying to hold this lead, will not be able to keep it as Corkery fires it through. So too does Cole Schlotthauer, and in just a couple seconds, it's first to third for Assad Nikodembayev. Nobody home further back, and immediately a pop out there from Assad as he tries to take those spots back.
Yeah, how about the privateers up front? Taking the fight against some of the bigger teams here this week. And Assad coming out of his garage alongside with Michael Valiente, Massimo Valiente as well. And here we go, Assad looking to get his best result on the weekend as again it continues to shuffle. We'll wait until we hit the timing stripe. This might be maybe a couple of penalties coming for the drivers that are in the lead of this race. We'll wait and see. And indeed, I think might be a penalty for Nikodembayev, might be a penalty looming for Corkery as well, maybe for Schlotthauer, because it's showing that Lewis Dilly at the moment is the race leader.
And Ben Corkery now even further back gets the purple lap with a 58.079 that time by, as more people continue to scrap just a little bit further back.
Yeah, there's a 23 of Nuxau in the Midnight Racing Croc as he's looking to hold the 921 of Riska at bay. We have a couple of updates up front. Clinton now, the driver that's populating in second as they work their way through. But still up front on the track. It's Corkery in the lead, Schlotthauer in second. It's going to change here once again. We'll see who populates up front and waiting for it. It's still changing. Dilly, the driver that's in the provisional lead here. Again, penalties looming, perhaps, for the 2 Mad Crocs that find themselves up front. Nikodembayev looks for a move, side by side with Schlotthauer.
Tries to go the long way around into turn number 5, lifts off and gets back in line. And now we start to go double-double into 5. The Privateers leading the way. Lewis Dilly and Cole Schlotthauer. Some great stuff here from both of these guys. Excuse me, Ben Corkery in the 16. So phenomenal stuff now as the 817 of Lewis Dilly enters the fray as ahead of Assad, and just behind, still in contention, trying to work his way into the mix, Kingston Antoniuk.
Work our way through now. Here's, again, the change on the timing pylon. It shows Dilly still in the lead. Nick Adambayev would finish third. Clinton would finish second. As we have a change, maybe up front. Looks like Schlotthauer thought about it on Corkery. Two of the drivers under the same tent here this weekend. There's a driver that will finish second. Again, penalties looming. So wait for that post race, but that being said, up front, Corkery holds on. Schlotthauer second. Dilly, good recovery drive for the 817. Assad sitting fourth. He's looked for a way by, gotten creative, but just hasn't found or hasn't made the move stick. Better yet.
Schlotthauer comes into this lead over Lewis Diley. But boy, it's been pretty close this weekend. Massive. As your runner-up right now is your leader, Assad Nikanambayev. Going to try and take this. Here's the move for the lead, an attempt around the outside from Ben Corkery. Unable to get there, or is able to defend.
Schlotthauer defending here. Schlotthauer looking to hold Dilly back, looking to hold Assad back as well. This would give it to Corkery. We'll see if he can outrun that penalty that again is looming in the distance for the 16. Here goes Dilly looking for a move. Assad looking to get himself through over the curb. Nick Adambayev's up to third on the racetrack.
All TBD, we're three wide into turn number 5. What a move from Assad. Nick Adambayev runs it a little bit too deep. Here come the privateers, and immediately Kingston enters his way into the mix as well. A major, major breakaway out front for Lewis Dilly, and Assad Nikanambayev going to try another lunge in the inside. Not enough.
Here we go, further race win on the racetrack. It looks to be Ben Corkery, double checkers in the air. Corkery going to win it on the racetrack across the line. Second is Colt Schlotthauer. Dilly, who came across the line to finish third. Provisionally, what looks to be after post-race penalties could be your winner here today. Again, we're still pending official results. Unofficially, though, our timing charts mark the 817 as your winner here on Sunday.
Your starting grid for the Catalyst Driver Development Tag Heavy Final. Johnny Sutton leading things off from pole. He's alongside David Nickel in row 1. Brad Hurley off the inside of row 2. He's alongside Robbie Jukes in that number 3 cart. Alex Flowers, Will Beidel, Chris Soliotis, and Joe Filiponko, your first 4 rows.
We go back to Dale Taylor, Doug Litherland, William Lambert, Stan Crocker, James Kemp, and Frank Berthelon, your 7 rows, your 14 starters here in your main event for Tag Heavy on the gas early, no green.
And we'll re-rack them and try it one more time, as it will be 2 more rolling starts for the rest of the day. The last of the heavies out on track right now. And the final, Briggs 206. Coming up, it's the big show with senior Huge thanks to everybody tuning in on Kart Chaser, whether you're trackside on the fence line or watching from your home worldwide. So glad you could spend your Sunday evening with us. We're going to try it one more time. Sutton on the inside, red helmet. David Nickel on the right, blue cart, white helmet. Last of the heavies going in 2025. Green flag for the tag heavy final.
It's a good start for John Sutton on the inside as Kemp looking to work his way by as well in the 619. Able to get himself through. I think that might have been Hurley actually.
It is.
In the 15. That's Hurley in the 15. Kemp all the way down in 13. My apologies after issues for him in the pre-final. Everybody looks to work their way through in the first couple of corners.
Good moves at the start there. That inside line proving massively advantageous for Brad Hurley to work his way up into P2. David Nickel in the blue cart, just a little bit further behind, still within striking distance. Then it's Robert Jukes, Alex Flowers, and Will Vidal in that major train. Just a little bit further back. Major move potentially at the front. A look to the outside from Nickel to try and pass, or excuse me, Hurley to try and pass Sutton, but got off the gas into the final corner.
Work our way through. Sutton still in the lead of this race. Everybody else stacking up further back. Again, Hurley looking to close down his gap there as well. Nickel sitting third on that Praga IPK machine. Further back, side by side. Everybody fighting. There's Beitel as well with the number 3 of Jukes that have been trading a little bit of paint here. Jukes looking to hold on to it around the inside. They're going to stop the bleeding against Filipenko. Jukes over the curb. Ends up on the outside with a little bit of dirt on the tires now.
Good save there for Robbie Jukes, though, to stop the bleeding and keep it off of the green stuff. And now a big dive to the inside for Jukes over Alex Flowers to keep himself in the top 5. Major mistake there. Soliotis in the 5.
Look at this further back as well. Side by side of Taylor going by with Kemp. The 619 already inside of the top 10.
Dale Taylor in that ketchup and mustard cart, keeping it going. And it is still Sutton out in front, but boy, a lot of pressure out back early from David Nickel, and Brad Hurley still right on the bumper. A little bit further back in the grid as we're watching Filipenko, Fowlers, and Berthelon go at it here for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Working our way through now. A little bit of bobble there on the exit for one of the Ital carts here. That's just in the mix. Right behind Juke, so that would have been Flowers there, I believe, in the 111. Maybe Filipenko in this mix as well, so we'll wait for that when they cross the line. And looks like Hurley was, I think, ripping some tape off the radiator. Looking to get maybe that engine cooled off maybe a little bit more.
One of the few tools you have on the fly here for the tag engines. And Johnny Sutton, it was pressure early on there from Brad Hurley. And here comes Nickel with a move to the inside, trying to take P2 back from Hurley, not able to fully get there into turn 7, and somehow, some way, Hurley hangs on to it. And now enter Will Beitel just behind there as he makes that move, point forward, as he overtakes David Nickel there in the 128.
Yeah, Beitel able to get himself into the top 3. And again, coming into this weekend, when you talk championship as well, Beitel had a shot at it at the start, Jackson. And again, it's kind of slipping away from him, especially with the good results that Johnny Sutton has had this weekend.
Do we have one cart off? It looked like we might have. It's the
388 of Filipenko. The Mad Croc machine into turn number 2 is into the wall as we have more moves. Beitel up to 2nd.
One of the few guys that might be able to bring this pace to Johnny Sutton, but it already might be too late. Sutton with a 2.17 second gap on the remainder of the field. Hurley demoted down to 3rd. And David Nickel going to get a chance to re-rack it and try again for the podium.
Yeah, it was a long shot on the championship for Beidel. Again, having missed one round, and that would have been his drop round as well. And again, yesterday, just not the best of days. Today, if he can get himself a little bit closer to the front, maybe put himself back in the conversation, put his name back in the hat here as well. But Johnny Sutton, those, again, good results throughout the year have kept him up front, as now Juke's going to get passed by what will look to be
Frank
Berthelon as well, and he's come from last in this race. Look at Kemp looking on the inside on Jukes as well, a little late into turn number 4. Gets a little hairy there in between the two.
Another big wiggle there after to try and gather it back up. Kemp hard charging from P7, trying to make that move on Robert Jukes. And Jukes in the Intimidator number 3 keeps trying to find his way actually out of battles, but it seems like he's just found his way into numerous. Goes very, very wide there, opens the door for the 619 of Kemp, and not able to fully get there around the outside. Tries the over-under on the exit, turn 2.
Here we go, we're working our way through now. Jukes still ahead of Kemp. That's for the 6th spot, the closest battle that we have on the racetrack so far. Johnny Sutton absolutely running away with this one here, Jackson.
Business as usual at the front of the field. Nobody home for Johnny Sutton. But Will Beidel putting a sizable gap on the remainder of the field, as well as Brad Hurley has not been able to keep up with the pace. Back over to Robert Jukes, feeling the heat from James Kemp, the red 619 kart. And a look to the outside, will try to go the distance into turn 11, but lifts off and lets Robert get back in front.
This is battle further up. Hurley, as well as Nickel, as well as Berthelon, the drivers that have been lockstep fighting for the edge of the podium here.
This is the battle for the bottom step on the podium. Brad Hurley, David Nickel.
How'd you make it sound so
numerous
sad
positions. I wasn't trying to make it sad. If the way I'm talking is sad, then that's not great on my end. Big move for the back from Frank Berthelon, and sticks the side pod to David Nickel.
More happy, I like that. I like that call there. Good job, Jackson. Work our way through Berthelon again. What a drive out of him, having to work his way from the back of the pack here as well. A good number of spots gained. We'll take a look at that as well, right on the left-hand side of your timing pylon on the movers and shakers so far in this main event. You'll see Sutton again, no moves out of him yet, but how about Berthelon? Wow. 10 spots gained so far in this main event. Kemp as well, he's up 8.
And could bring that momentum all the way back to Berthelon. Still at pace is that 695 of Frank, all the way to the back now of Hurley. Boy, he thought about a move there on the inside into turn number 5. Now fires it to the inside through the bus stop. What a move!
Man on a mission for Berthelon. That 695 flying here. I just hope he doesn't fall out of the thing here as fast as he's going into turn number 4. Side by side further back as well.
Nickel tried the inside there of Jukes, but couldn't get that move done. Excuse me, Hurley in the front there in the red kart with the white helmet. And boy, David Nickel continuing to apply that pressure for P4. Another great exit.
Oh, closer out of Nickel again. Went over the curb there on the exit of turn 11. And was looking for a way by on Hurley. 11 spots for Berthelon. And we'll see if he has enough time to get to the rear bumper of Beidel, who again also been really, really quick here, looking to again salvage a championship run here today on Sunday. It was closer between him and Sutton when you consider drops, but Sutton still looks better than the rest at his home track. If you, I mean, again, out of British Columbia, out of Vancouver, but even then, right, making the trip down here, it's been a good showing for Sutton.
Absolutely,
for sure.
Absolutely, and plenty hailing from Vancouver Island area. Not necessarily the kart complex that they call home, but definitely a regular stop for them as Burly continues to keep this pace going over Nickel. Just further back, Robert Jukes and James Kemp. How about Robert Jukes able to keep James Kemp at bay here for, say, the past 5-6 laps? Been some really, really good defense there in the 3.
And the two of them have been trading haymakers. Here's an update on your leader. Haven't showed much of them Good job there, Jackson.
All right.
Great job there, Jackson. Jukes was having a good race until my partner here had to give him a good old-fashioned commentator's curse. Unfortunately, Jukes off the racetrack. There looked to be just going in a turn number 4 on that straightaway. Going to end his day prematurely, out of contention for what would have been a top 6 finish here in this one.
Remind me to never compliment anyone during a race ever. Johnny Sutton still out in front. Another purple lap with a 52.814. Will Beidel with a sizable gap as well, as we pick up the 22 of Johnny with the gold helmet coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, he's working his way through there again. A big amount of support for the 22 here, who's working his way with just a minute and a half to go left in this race.
Do you reckon touching that curbing on the inside of turn 5 to right left is a no-no? Because that feels like just a little bit too much.
It's close, right? I mean, when you talk about turn 5, you've seen a lot of drivers kind of wash out wide there on the exit, drop a tire into the grass, and I think more often than not, you kind of want to avoid that. If you do go over that curb, it could definitely bottom you out, and you can end up going off the racetrack there on the exit.
Right.
So I wouldn't say it's that, you know, it wouldn't benefit you at all. Maybe turn 11, again, that's a close one, but you have a right-hander, a straightaway kind of coming your way. That's almost a 90-degree left-hander, right? You don't want to kind of find yourself bottoming out, finding yourself off the racetrack. Is now Sutton having to work his way around some lap traffic. I think that might have been Filipenko, maybe.
Gold helmet, I believe. Yeah. So in the hand up again, will immediately.
So we'll find out. I think indeed that could have been Dale Taylor. There's a lot of drivers actually that are a lap down here in this one. Lambert, I think, may have been one of those. Stan Crocker, Robert Jukes is into the pits. Filipenko, again, we saw him DNF into turn number 2. But for Sutton, you talk about, again, this weekend, this year as well, right? Started off good, found himself off the podium in pretty much in the month of June and July, and then you turn around to August, broke that winless streak, if you will, that only lasted 2 months. For Sutton, the 22 got himself back up to the front. And this weekend, we talked a lot about, you know, what's worked, right? Focusing on driving, focusing on the team aspect, and joking around with his mechanic yesterday, Hans called it the dream team, working their way, finding whatever bit of pace they've had, and nobody has been close to the 22. He's been untouchable here this weekend at SEMA.
Absolute masterclass this entire weekend from Johnny Sutton. And Alex Flower is still able to keep James Kemp at bay. Back over to Dale Taylor in the ketchup and mustard 68, holding off Chris Soliotis. That's Doug Lilburn just a little bit further back there, the 69 TB Kart in the battle for the best of the rest.
And we'll go back up with your leader here. White flag in the air. One more go around for the 22, and he joked around with us yesterday, right? Kind of showing the wife that he does come out here and race, and that this is the big deal. This is a real thing, right, for him to kind of get away from home for a weekend and have a good time out here on the racetrack. And again, you don't see him much, right? Because again, we haven't streamed any of their previous rounds, but now he's on the big stage, like he said yesterday, right? So good to see John. He's going to enjoy it. Last couple of corners for the 22 on what was a picture-perfect Saturday, pulling away from the rest of the field, and now he's 5 seconds ahead, better than anybody else coming across the final corner here, Jackson.
David Nickel, Brad Hurley, Robert Jukes, nobody able to touch him out of turn 11 for the final times. What a weekend it's been, and once again, it's a Sutton Sunday for Johnny Sutton in the 22.
How about that? I like the sound of that. A Sutton Sunday. How about a Sutton weekend here in August to start off the month? What a way to close off the year, and I think provisionally your champion in 2025 for Johnny Sutton. Well, Beidel put up a fight here as well. I'm not sure it was enough to deny the 22 here this weekend. Sutton wins on Sunday.
Still plenty of action to come in our final 2 heats. Buckle up. 20 of the best in the Northwest for the Senior Briggs 206. A lot of 206s coming up next.
Alrighty, well, it's time to go racing here in 206 Senior as we get going, and I have something similar to the starting lineup here. We have our drivers that have made it through. So here, first of all, is your odd drivers that are going to make it through. This is going to be your inside line. Blake Nashman, Roe Jordan, Cooper Becklin, Cole Hager, Jake Sessler, Cameron Blakesley. Back to David Shorn, Robbie Arthur, Jonah Good, Riley Miller, Larry McLean, Chase Reynolds, Caden Longton, Riker Hill, Isabella Kemp qualifying into the main event. Jack Grody, Connor Chin, Massimo Valiente, Jackson Leach, Zach Mayer, Cooper Ryan. So again, Jack Grody down. This is everybody who's going to qualify on the outside, starting on the outside. Zach Mayer to Cooper Ryan, Giovanni Benson, Trey Arnzen, Hunter Hessetine, Reagan Kerr, Andrew Oakey, Christina Margilio, Landon Byronman, Lucy Becklin, Silas Hill. And then your drivers making it through from the LCQ are Tanner Sanchez, Colin Olson, Liam Ransom, Gabe Sessler, Caden Wang, and Curtis Wolf. 36 of the best in the Pacific Northwest get set to take the green flag on Sunday. It's the California kid, Blake Nash, the number 9, starting on the inside alongside the Wicked Racing GFC number 17 of Jack Grody as we get set to take the green flag here, Jackson.
One that got away, trying to come back to Blake Nash. Grody also looking for a big opportunity. Can Connor Chin finally capitalize on his golden opportunity? Standing by here as the biggest grid here for the final round of the Burly Products Super Cup. Get ready, reps built. Flags flying, we're underway. Looked like a little bit of a jump start, maybe, from Nash out in front, but a clean getaway into turn number 1.
The fences are absolutely packed. All eyes on the 36 here at NWKA as we go racing side by side all throughout this field. A little bit of contact further back. A couple of drivers climbing on top of each other. One driver with an issue. One driver out of this race early.
Try to get a number plate for you as soon as possible, as here we go into the inner loop for the first time. Couple of guys dragging dirt out as well, but it'll be Nash that leads him to the line for the first time. There's Cooper Chin just behind, Connor Chin just behind Cooper Becklin, excuse me, and it will be Nash, Grote, Monroe Jordan, Cooper Becklin, Connor Chin, Jake Sessler, Jackson Leash, Massimo Valiente, and Cooper Ryan, your top 8 as we get started in the Senior Briggs Final. Monroe Jordan already applying the pressure. This has been a duel we've seen all day long in the Senior Briggs, Caleb.
We haven't seen all too many, right? There's been a lot of battling up at the front that's kind of split this field up by a good margin now, but you have a 2-car breakaway up front. Grody, that sits third, looks to close in to your leaders here at this stage of the race, looking to get himself right back into the mix here, Jackson.
Slowly gaining position just behind Connor Chin in 5th. Cooper Becklin in 4th. And in the middle, the 42 of Jake Sessler. A little bit of position lost there, but is right back in this thing as we work across the stripe. Here comes
Jack Grody in the number 3 spot. The number 17 works his way closer to the top 2. As now I think he made a move for second, looking to go on Monroe Jordan. He's able to get clear into turn number 2, looking for the lead, wasting absolutely no time. Jack Grody to the point.
Some nuclear moves there for Green. Here comes the swing back from Blake Nash. He'll have the inside line with a little bit of pushing help further behind into 5, and that teal helmet of Nash works his way back into the front. Becklin and Chin right there now as all of this battling has brought that track magic machine into the fray as well. Major contact there, side pod to side pod. Off goes Monroe Jordan, almost gathers Cooper Chin as a result. Everybody checking out.
Sessler on the inside looking to make a move into turn number 9. Side by side, Valiente stuck right in the middle of it all as more drivers go off. Sessler is off the racetrack now, 3 wide almost here coming to the front stretch.
Big save and a Kyle Kirkwood thumbs up there from Jake Sessler as he gathers it back up. More moves to the inside. Looked like Trey Amson trying to get into the mix, and now we finally start to see some spreading out. Jack Grote getting the purple lap that time by a minute, .463. But how about that 2x2x2 going into turns 9 and 10? We knew it couldn't last that long, and It looked like the powder keg was about to explode at that point.
Yeah, and look at the battle for the lead up front as well. And Blake Nash has extended his gap exponentially over the 17 of Jack Grody. Chin sits in third, Becklin sits in fourth, but these gaps have opened up by a significant margin here. Jackson has now Leach, has Massimo Valiente looking for a move in a 10. He's able to get clear side by side. Monroe Jordan looking to go right back.
Trying to get the scraps here by going the long way around. Tries tucking back in and nearly makes contact with Jake Sessler. Everybody ramping off the curbs on the inside. Again, back and forth we go here in the mid-pack. Jackson Leash on the move, but it's all eyes on Massimo Valiente trying to run it back in that Ital car. Big move from Jake Sessler on the inside. Around
Jordan
goes Monroe Jordan, who has to gather it back up. He's parked on the racing line trying to get back up to full song, and everyone's got to get out of the way.
Yeah, Monroe Jordan just hooked bumpers there with Jake Sessler, and again, the two of them just got slowed way down. One driver able to sneak by, I believe that could have been Benson maybe in the 056, able to get through. Arnton now has closed down his gap here as well, and I think that is indeed Benson, the driver here on the OTK just ahead of Sessler, who again coming into this round finds himself within the best shot out of anybody else to capitalize on a championship here in 2025. We'll see what he can do as this race continues to go forward. But up front, Blake Nash, that gap to Grody has started to close here, Jackson.
P6 for Jackson Leash, we were just looking at, but eyes on Jack Grody once more as he starts to build the pace and close that gap. How about Connor Chin further back, getting to that bottom step on the podium on a little bit of an archipelago on his own ahead of Cooper Becklin. Massimo Valiente, the quickest one that time by. Nash punching that hole in the air, increasing that straight line for Grody. He is right there to pounce and take that lead away.
Again, I would really be surprised to see Grody make the pass on Blake Nash. Again, it would. What you're used to seeing, right? When you get to a driver like this, it's just pushing forward, trying to get away from the rest of the pack, because you look at the gaps that you have right back to Connor Chin, who's really in no man's land at this point. Doesn't have the draft from your leaders, and again, doesn't have a push from behind with Valiente, and again, they're going to have that forward momentum, and when they do get to that rear bumper of Chin, they're going to want to make the move as quick as possible to continue that forward momentum. Cooper Becklin's the driver that's just right behind, and they're all going to get brought right along to try and close down the gap to leader. If those four can improve times, they can definitely get themselves up there. And here's the championship contender. Jake Sessler, the 42, finds himself still fighting there in the 7th spot. Himself and Arnton were able to get ahead of Benson, as now Arnton going to go right back on the 42. Benson looking to follow through. He's clear.
2 spots lost, make it maybe 3 here, as here comes Cooper Ryan on the inside in the 86. Gets that move done as well. Again, no such thing as a single position lost when it's such a group pack racing focused environment here in the Briggs, and this is exactly the opposite of what Jake Sessler wanted to see. Still plenty of time to move his way forward. Actually had some phenomenal momentum to get himself to the front of this pack, but in just a lap is 3 karts back.
Here we'll take a look at the margins here. Fastest driver on the racetrack is currently Massimo Valiente, purple. A couple of laps ago, as you have moves continuing to go on. Benson able to make the move. Sessler still stuck right behind, but to build the story up front a little bit, this gap might close. We're 8 minutes in. The group of Connor Chin, they've started to pick him up. And again, we'll see what they can do. Becklin, a 58.6 last time around. We'll see if they decide to push. They do. They're going to look to push Chin up to Grody, up to Blake Nash here. And again, if they can go 0.2 of a second quicker than our leaders here, we're going to have a fight in our hands in the last 3 minutes of this race, maybe even the last 2 minutes. You're starting to see that gap close down bit by bit, corner by corner, as we get to the closing stages of this race.
So P3 still for Cooper Chin, but now, Connor Chin, excuse me, but Cooper Becklin is right there and has a little bit of a peek into turn number 1 in that Lando Norris kart.
They really can't afford to fight here as well. Jackson as Valiente, I think, was having a look. But again, the leaders are fighting, so this is good for that second group. Grody to the lead of the race. You have Nash there. Valiente got himself up to 4th. So now they're going to have their sights set on your 2 leaders. Nash had a look over the shoulder to check in on the gap. This might close down. We're 9 minutes into this race. 4 minutes to go.
We'll looks like further back, Valiente finally able to clear Becklin for P4, but everybody throwing hands with one another in these various parts of the top 5.
Valiente actually
keeping the conversation going, and it's Valiente actually who's overtaken Connor Chen and will now try and lead this 4-pack to the front of the field. Nash still unable to take the lead back from Brody. Caleb.
Valiente has been about 3/10 quicker a lap than our leaders here at this stage of the race. He's going to bring Connor Chin with him. Cooper Becklin coming along as well. The 8 of Leach gets himself closer and closer. So we're going to have this battle heat up here. Again, they cannot afford to fight from here on out, Jackson.
So what's the reaction then from Chin? Stay in line and maybe give a little bit of help to Valiente? They don't know that he's obviously one of the fastest guys on track, but clearly he's making this work for the time being.
Again, Connor's definitely going to be content to continue to push. If he does see that with Massimo at the helm of their group, if he sees that they're continuing to close down the gap to leaders, he's going to be happy to push. But again, once they get there, expect the pass out of Chin to be the first driver to try and pounce, to try and get himself into that lead fight. Maybe get himself in his second, maybe get himself within a shot at a race win here.
So Chin, Becklin, and Jackson Leash all trailing behind Massimo Valiente, the fastest man on track for the time being. And it's a 50-something mile an hour game of trust right now as everybody is trying to work their way back to the front of the field.
This group a 10th better last time by. The gap was at over a second. It closes down to just under at 9/10 in between the 95 and the number 9 as it stands on the racetrack, and it's going to continue to dwindle down. Valiente on top of that Ital Kart, pushing with everything he's got to get up to the leaders here.
So Chen gonna probably stay where he is, and you'd imagine it would be the same kind of reaction from Blake Nash. He knows that any kind of sparring with Jack Brody at this point, he's immediately gonna drag these 4 right into the mix.
Or it could also be the opposite here. If Blake has a look over his shoulder, sees that Valiente again is a lot closer than what he has been in the laps prior, he's gonna wanna be one spot away from them, right? Be the first one, want to make Grody the first one to be fed into the wolves here as they continue to work their way forward. And this is where that factor of the high-speed chess match starts to come into play, right? This is what's so unique about the 206 class. You have time to plan things out. You have time to plan your race out, and you have time to pick and choose your battles, and that's what separates the winners in this class, right? Picking and choosing moves, when to make them, how to make them, where you're going to make them is what separates a race win from pretty much a race ending up just outside of the top 5.
Last lap, 8.52, the gap between our leading duo and the 4 behind, this time by 0.771. Might be too little too late, but slowly but surely, Massimo Valiente leading Connor Chin, Cooper Becklin, and Jackson Leash to the front of this pack. And a very, very healthy mix of karts in this field as well, too. It's close.
It's very close here, Jackson. And again, I will say this. It is closing. I'm not sure if it's going to close at the rate that they need. The draft will come into play when they get onto this back straightaway. This time by, I think they're going to make it just in time to get 2 laps to go. Valiente going to start to defend for 3rd. He's going to fend to the bottom of the racetrack, and this is pretty much him throwing in the towel at this point, right? Saying, I don't think we're going to make it. I don't think we have enough time. And this is where the battling for 3rd on back starts. Connor Chin going to get himself up to 3rd. Valiente going to go right back, and the gap's going to open up. So this is going to become a mano-a-mano battle in between Blake Nash and Jack Grody.
Camaraderie thrown out the window, and the teamwork to get to the front of the podium. Chin around, that's a big one. Cooper Becklin involved as well. Jackson Leash off into the barriers, and then there was one, Massimo Valiente, the chosen one to try and close this gap to Blake Nash and Jack Grody. Grody still out in front.
Chin looked to make the move into turn number 4. And there was no space for them. Leach is out, Becklin is out, and here goes the pass for the lead. Blake Nash to the point. Valiente still within a long shot here. Going to need a whole lot of battling out of your top 2. Grody gives a signal to Nash ahead. He's going to defend for a second there, moves right back up, take the normal racing line. We have a battle in our hands here, Jackson.
Frustration for Cooper Becklin, who was thrown out, was one of the major contenders in the top 5. Massimo Valiente, no factor. And the minute I say that is right in the mix. Here he is, right on the back bumper of Jack Grody. Blake Nash able to build that gap all the way to the end. Can anybody bring the fight to Blake Nash? And can he get his first win in the Pacific Northwest? Another phenomenal run from Jack Grody, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. A healthy push but it might not be. Here he
Oh,
goes, major
Grody!
contact. Blake Nash is around, and it'll be Massimo Valiente who's gonna walk away with this win.
Grody into the side of Blake Nash. And when everything looked to get thrown out of the window for Massimo Valiente, he was there when it mattered most. Massimo comes across the last corner, the 95 victorious on Sunday in 206 Senior.
Can you believe it? Pouncing on the mistakes of others, that little extra aggression from Jack Grody is the difference maker in this Senior Briggs Final, and Massimo Valiente bookends his 2025 season with a Senior Briggs Final win. Jake Sessler, Giovanni Benson rounding out your top 5.
You couldn't script it better for this kid right here in the 95. He wins in Tag Senior. He wins in 206 Senior. What a way to cap off the weekend for Massimo Valiente, who wins on Sunday.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
It's time to go racing in main event action for the final time in 2025 at the NWKA Burly Products Super Cup Series. And it all ends with your 100cc Junior. Starting on the pole position, the 816 of Ben Corkery starting alongside Lewis Dilley, Jackson Gibson, and Asad Nick Adambayev on row number 2.
Cole Choltower going to get things started from 5th. Levi Carpenter alongside Mateus Barokin, Maximilian de Guzman, Sebastian de Moisac, and Dylan Dransfeld rounding out your top 10. It's the curtain call from the Cascade Mountains. Let's get things wrapped up here from Sumas.
A couple of notables further back. Jack Bodish was a race-winning contender yesterday. Look for him to work his way through the field. Troy Ferguson, again, issues for him. Had a DNF in that first heat race, but we're going on the gas. And we're not going to get it the first time of asking. Too fast that time by. Gives a little bit of time to work through the rest of our field. Again, eyes on the 43 that put it on the pole earlier on today. We'll see what Troy Ferguson can do in the main event. Taylor Noble in the 33, starting 14th. Oliver Brorkin with Zach Mondin starting 16th. Abir Kapadia Basu starting 17th. Brandon Eng, again, another one of the drivers to have an eye on. The 23 looking to work his way through this field. We go back to the 31 of Zachary Holman, Cooper Isaacson. Your 20 drivers to cap off a successful year in 2025. And what a way to cap off the year here as well at NWKA with 200 plus entries on the final weekend. Again, a huge thank you to everybody who's had us that has again opened and welcomed us with open arms here as well in the state of Washington. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys all the live coverage. And again, it all ends here. All eyes on the fence line for your 100cc juniors for the final time in 2025. It's Corkery on the inside. Lewis Dilly on the outside. We get set to go green. We got it. We're racing in junior. Dilly's stuck on the outside looking to make a move, and Jackson Gibson out of nowhere comes across turn number 2 in the lead of the race.
Expect anything different. It's been Jackson Gibson who's made such fantastic momentum on these starts. Great start as well there, it appears. Well, Nick Bayo, I believe, further back as he makes his momentum into the podium. Cole Schultauer right there as well.
Oh, look at the move there. Schlothauer looking to go for third. He's got it. Able to get clear on Asadnik, Adam Bayev. And again, Broerkin, now the driver in second. Jackson Gibson going to put it at the bottom of the racetrack, look to defend. Broerkin going to waste no time to the point. In turn number 10, he's clear.
Going to try to make it a double here on Sunday after a dominant win. And what a move there at the very end for Colt Schultauer to get his way up into P2. And the two privateer teammates, I say with air quotes, trying to get that move done further back. Nick and Bayu trying to make it hang along the outside. Can't get it there.
Broerkin still defending from Schlothauer. Going to have a look over his shoulder. Going to see it's a familiar face, a familiar suit, a familiar livery right behind him. Look for these two to try and push themselves further away from Jackson Gibson, the 824. You might have seen him last weekend at the SCUSA Pro Tour where he qualified on the pole position for Ryan Perry Motorsports. He's now looking for second. He's clear. Gibson side by side with Schlothauer. Here comes Assad on the inside looking for third. He's got it in a 9.
And it was a big push there that Nick and Bayu actually gave him to push Gibby to the front there to P2. But now Nick and Bayu gets pushed once again. And the cold shoulder there from the 845 of Colt.
And again, up front, Corkery starting to extend his gap to Jackson Gibson. Again, they've had their elbows out for second on back. Haven't really decided. Continue to, the ongoing negotiations for that second spot. And Jackson Gibson finds himself coming out in front. Schlothauer in third to Assad, to Carpentier. The driver of the 44 finds himself running up your top 5.
Purple lap, unshockingly, goes to the 816 Ben Corkery, getting things started with a 53.996. And here we go with this kind of enforced teamwork. If anybody wants to bring the fight back to the front, Ben Corkery just a little bit further back. Levi Carpentier, as we watch Assad with a phenomenal dive to the inside of Colt. Gets that move done, isn't quite out of the woods yet, but closes that door.
Look further back as well. The 60 is on the move, is on the charge. Jack Bodish, welcome to the party, welcome to the frame as well. The 60 again, you got to remember back to yesterday, he found himself in the lead of the race on the last lap. Contact in between himself and the 824 of Jackson Gibson put him out of contention towards the end of it. But here we go. He's inching his way further up into the top 5, further up in the field. And again, as well for the 43 of Troy Ferguson. How about the rookie? He puts himself up to 6th, I think.
Ferguson with heartbreak after having a mechanical pulling him out from P2 earlier on. Here comes King Assad with another phenomenal move on Jackson Gibson to slot himself up into P2. He will try to lead them all to bring that gap down to Ben Corkery. Further back, Carpentier, Maximilian de Guzman, Mateus Barokin, Troy Ferguson, and Dylan Dransfeld, your top 10. Looking at the 43, working his way around. Ferguson with 2 more positions, works his way from 10th to 8th.
I think Bodish might have issues. He's wide. Jack Bodish, heartbreak for this kid. Only 4 minutes into the main event. He was having the drive so far of the weekend, the drive maybe of the season, working his way through the field. And it's heartbreak for the number 60, Bodish. Unfortunate way to end 2025.
And then there were 3 in this pack. Naked and Bayev, Gibson, and Colt Schultauer. Colton at 8:45. Numbered machine has absolutely wowed us with some moves in a lot of places we have not expected, but now continues to kind of turn it back and wait for the right time. NRC Kart in the middle, and it's the Ital Kart machine of Assad Nikodembayev trying to close that gap out in front. 2 teammates got 2 in between them.
Here we go, working our way through. Everybody else further back still fighting. Lewis Dilley, again an update on him after the horrific start that this driver had after starting on the front row. Finds himself in 8th. The NRC Expree in the 817 still hasn't made too much headway. I'm not sure if he, again, got some damage maybe after the start. But he's still out there on the racetrack, finding himself in the 8th spot. This is a battle further back in the field as well.
Everybody's still kind of biding their time. Further back is a pair of NRCs. The trio at that continue to make some moves.
So this is Dransfeld, Weber, Noble, all ahead of the 23 of Brandon Eng. As they work their way through, Troy Ferguson just got another move, up to 6 for the 43.
Biggest mover of the day as Lewis Dilley and Max de Guzman also making some moves further up. Purple lap again for Ben Corkery, and nobody home for him, a 52.975. It's a 2.5 gap here as
again, it's not quite accurate of the amount of moves that we have there on the left-hand side of our screen, but that is a good number. I guess we'll have to do a little bit of math here. Ferguson started this race 13th. He's already up to 6th. Again, that's 7 spots gained there for Troy Ferguson, so a good drive out of the rookie to get himself further up the field.
Eyes on Troy Ferguson here. Blue visor, blue and pink helmet. Quick look over the shoulder there to make sure he's still clear of Max de Guzman.
Got you speechless here.
Factual.
Work our way through now. The battle up front starting to close down. Nikodembayev in 3rd. Gibson still in 2nd. And they haven't made too much headway on the 816 of Corkery, who continues to extend his gap. He was a 10th quicker than Gibson the last time around. And it's looking good for the 816. I think he is looking to double up here on the weekend. And I'll correct myself here after post-race penalties that, again, Gibson crossed the line first. But I think when it ended yesterday, could have been Corkery, I think, on the top step of the podium, Jackson.
And it's all eyes on Jackson Gibson. What's the energy here for the man behind King Assad? He hasn't been able to lead this pack. And after the purple lap now goes to Jackson Gibson. Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he does. He fires it on the inside of turn number 2. And the best of the rest now belongs to Nikodembayev. Further back, big moves here, as it might be another move for Troy Ferguson. Loses a spot, as I believe Maximilian de Guzman gets that spot 2 by 2 through turn number 5, the 44 of Levi Carpentier, a big loser in that ordeal.
So my mistake on yesterday. Schlotthauer was the driver who came away with the win. Look at Dilley looking for a move, able to get clear there as well on de Guzman.
So I believe it's the 887 there of Max. Now at the back of this pack, big lunge to the inside from Lewis to get another spot. P7, I believe, maybe P6. Another look to the outside, cannot make it stick, but could be a setup for an over-under. Stays in line.
Yeah, and again, Carpentier still looking to defend from De Guzman there, the Wicked Racing GFC, still fighting with the Ital Kart just ahead of him. But we got nothing yet. Dilly was able to take advantage and through for 6th. Ferguson rounds up your top 5. Schlotthauer, your winner from yesterday after post-race penalties, finds himself 4th. About 2/10 back, it looks like, from Jackson Gibson in the 3rd spot. So again, this race goes on here, Jackson.
Louis Stiley, purple lap, last time by a 54.199. And again, with these faster karts, it's difficult to fully utilize that teamwork. But these two behind, Gibson and Schlotthauer, have to put faith in Assad, faith that he can be the one that can lead the way to closing that gap to Ben Corkery. Just about 3 minutes to go here in the Junior 100cc final. And Ben Corkery still with 1.6 seconds as the gap. And then the vibe behind starts to change, starts to go from teamwork to try and wear to the front to, well, maybe I want a spot on this podium. And Colt Schlotthauer absolutely does. He's knocking on the bumper of Jackson Gibson to take P3 right now. And that NRC machine is in the middle of this sandwich.
Work our way through, and again, this is all right behind Ben Corkery, who has absolutely ran away with this one, continuing to extend his gap, was 2/10 better than Nick Adambayev, as well as Jackson Gibson and Colt Schlotthauer as well. Corkery again found himself in a couple of championship battles heading into the weekend. And again, here in 100cc Junior, came into the weekend leading the championship. Only one race win on the year, and that was when we were back at SKRA a couple of rounds ago. That was back in the month of June. And again, to start August, this would be the best way to close out 2025. First of all, on one hand with a championship, and on the second hand with the race victory here on Sunday. Still a little bit of time to go. Finds himself with 2 minutes to go this time by when he crosses the stripe.
And continues to build that gap on Assad with another purple lap, 52.598. And how about Troy Ferguson? Missed that move on Louis Stiley, but has worked his way all the way up from P5. Need to double check the math to see where he actually started from P13, so 8 positions gained.
Yeah, sorry, 8.
We are words people, not math people, Caleb. It is okay. Jackson Gibson continuing to apply the pressure here on Assad Nikodimbayev, but still no shuffle here in this ordeal for the podium.
Here we go, working our way through with Assad. This would be a return of the podium for him as well this year. Again, has a couple of race wins to his name. Yesterday didn't go the way that he would have wanted. Again, not finishing where he finished a couple of rounds prior, right, when we were back in July. He won at PSGKA, swept the weekend. And again, before that, you have to go back to the month of May when we were at Portland, I believe, as well, where he was able to win on Sunday. This weekend, he finds himself within a shot to try and, again, hold on to that second place spot, to try and hold on to that podium spot, to cap off the weekend and catapult himself a couple of spots better in this championship, Jackson.
Assad Nikodimbayev, still a podium, would be phenomenal for the 723. Was trying to catch you up on the story. Uzbek heritage, Pacific Northwest raised, Britain born, a multicultural, multinational driver trying to put Uzbekistan on the global motorsports map. All eyes on Ben Corkery, who just needs 10 more corners to bring it home.
What a successful weekend for the 816. Again, it was close in 206 Junior. Had the penalties looming in the background where ultimately, I think as results stood, was probably taken away from him. But again, you turn around, you flip the script here to KA Junior, 100cc Junior, and you look at the progression he's made. You look at the results he's had, kept his nose clean when it mattered most. Got himself up to the front, qualified on the pole. It was a pre-final victory. It's looking set to become a main event victory here this weekend. The 816, what a way to finish 2025 What a way to finish the year with a championship at hand, and through the last corner, the race win at hand. Ben Corkery, your winner in junior.
Asad Nikodimbayev going to bring it home. Actually might have lost a spot at the line. He did. We missed a major loss there, and it's actually Jackson Gibson and Cole Schlotthauer who's going to get in at the buzzer. Asad Nikodimbayev in 4th, Lewis Diley in 5th. Ferguson Carpentier, Max Guzman, Madeline Webster, and Dylan Dransfeld. Wow, we are really tired here. Rounding out your top 10, Caleb.
There you go. What a weekend as well. The first time for us here at Kart Chaser, bringing you guys all the live coverage for the NWKA Burly Products Super Cup. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys all the live coverage here in Sumas, Washington, here at SEMA, right in the middle of the mountains with beautiful scenery and with an amazing series that, again, welcomed us with open arms from everybody at NWKA in 2025. From us here at Kart Chaser, we say thank you to you for joining us, and we'll see you in about 2 weeks' time when we go live for the final round of the United States Pro Kart Series. For myself, Caleb Vieska, from Jackson Lambros, from everybody at NWKA and Kart Chaser, we thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.